Hey there, story lovers. This is God of Hogwarts, and we're bringing you an epic adventure. What if Harry was sent back to his 1-year-old body with the Elder Wand and killed Voldemort in the nursery? Hit like, subscribe, and let's begin this journey. Chapter 1, The Nursery. The space between life and death tasted like rain on hot stone. Harry had made his choice. Dumbledore's words still hung in whatever passed for air in King's Cross Station, that impossible, gleaming non-place where two old souls had spoken like equals for the first and last time. He'd chosen to go back. Chosen to finish it. The white light of the station swelled around him, warm and total, and he felt himself falling forward into his body, back toward the forbidden forest floor where Voldemort's killing curse had knocked him flat, except it didn't stop. The falling kept going. Not forward into his body but backward, like being sucked through a drainpipe that ran in reverse through his own history. He felt Hogwarts rip away. The Horcrux hunt. 6th year, 5th year, the graveyard, the tournament, Sirius's barking laugh, Lupin's tired smile, Hagrid's enormous hand engulfing his, Quirrell burning under his fingers, the Sorting Hat whispering in his ear, further. The cupboard under the stairs. Petunia's sharp knuckles on the door. Dudley's screaming. A small, dark space that smelled of dust and cleaning solution, further. Something ripped. Not physically, deeper than that, at whatever level the universe kept its stitching. Harry felt time itself tear open beneath him like wet paper, and he plunged through it screaming without a mouth, seeing without eyes, falling through 10 years of nothing into warmth. Softness. The smell of milk and something floral, lavender. No. Lily's perfume. His mother's perfume. Harry opened his eyes. The ceiling above him was painted with little golden snitches. They didn't move, just Muggle paint, done by hand, slightly lopsided in that way that meant someone had stood on a chair to reach. A mobile hung to his left, broomsticks and stars, tinkling faintly in a draft from somewhere. He was in a crib. No. Harry tried to sit up and his body betrayed him instantly. His arms were pudgy, uncoordinated, laughably short. His legs kicked uselessly against a soft blanket. His head felt enormous and poorly balanced on a neck that had no business supporting it. He managed to roll sideways and his cheek pressed into the mattress and he couldn't even push himself back. No, he was a baby. A genuine, actual, 15-month-old infant, lying in a crib in what could only be the nursery at Godric's Hollow. The room was dim, lit by a single nightlight shaped like a crescent moon that cast a pale amber glow across walls painted periwinkle blue. There were shelves cluttered with stuffed animals, a dragon, a hippogriff, a truly enormous stuffed niffler that looked like Hagrid might have won it at a carnival. Books were stacked haphazardly on a changing table. A rocking chair sat in the corner with a knitted blanket draped over its arm. It was the most beautiful room Harry had ever seen, and he'd never seen it before in his life. The grief hit him so hard he made a sound, a thin, warbling infant noise that was completely inadequate for what he was feeling. This was his nursery. His room. The room his parents had made for him, decorated for him, the room where his mother had died for him. He'd never known what it looked like because he'd been too young to remember and no one had ever shown him a photograph. The snitches on the ceiling blurred as his eyes filled. Focus. The voice in his head was his own, 17 years old, hard-edged from a year of running and fighting and losing people. Focus, Potter. What's the date? What's happening? Why are you here? He could hear voices downstairs. Muffled, warm, laughing. A man's voice, animated, theatrical, and a woman's laugh, bright and unguarded in a way Harry had never heard in the handful of memories he'd scraped together from Dementors and the Mirror of Erist. James and Lily Potter were alive and downstairs in their living room. Harry lay in his crib and breathed. His tiny chest rose and fell. His tiny hands gripped the blanket. His not tiny mind raced. Think. The last thing I remember is King's Cross. Dumbledore. Choosing to go back. And then, this. I've been sent back. Not to the forest, not to the battle. All the way back. To the beginning. He'd read about time travel. He'd use time travel, for Merlin's sake, the time turner in third year with Hermione. But that had been hours, not decades. That had been a closed loop, predetermined and safe. This was something else entirely. This felt like the universe had grabbed him by the soul and chucked him sideways through everything he'd ever been. What date is it? Is it? A clock somewhere in the house chimed. 8 o'clock. The voices downstairs shifted, James saying something about putting the kettle on, Lily responding with something teasing that made James squawk in mock offense. Ordinary sounds. Domestic sounds. The sounds of two people who didn't know they had hours to live. It's tonight. It has to be tonight. Harry didn't know how he knew, but he knew. The same way he'd always known things he shouldn't, the prickle at the back of his neck, the bone-deep certainty. It was October 31st, 1981. Halloween night. Voldemort was coming. He had hours. Maybe less. The grief was still there, vast and terrible, but something else was rising through it now, something cold and sharp and familiar. The same thing he'd felt in the Department of Mysteries when Sirius fell through the veil. The same thing he'd felt in the astronomy tower when Snape's curse hit Dumbledore. The same thing he'd felt walking into the forest to die. Not anger. Not quite. Something past anger, on the other side of it, where everything went very still and very clear. He's coming here tonight to kill my family. Harry's small hands unclenched. Not this time. The thought was so fierce it crackled, actually crackled, like static electricity, and the nightlight on the wall flickered. One of the stuffed animals on the shelf trembled. The mobile above his crib began to spin slowly, though there was no draft. Harry felt it then, his magic. Not the magic of a 15-month-old, which should have been a formless potential, a sleeping seed. This was his magic, the magic of someone who'd cast a corporeal Patronus at 13, who'd fought off an Imperious curse at 14, who taught Dumbledore's army and led them into battle and faced down the darkest wizard in a century and won. His full magical core, enormous and battle-tempered, crammed into a body the size of a quaffle. And there was something else. Something that hummed beneath the rest like a bass note in a cathedral, vast and resonant and faintly terrifying. The Elder Wand. He didn't have it physically, his tiny hands were empty. But he could feel it in him, woven into his magic like a second heartbeat. The Wand of Destiny. The Death Stick. He'd won its allegiance by disarming Draco Malfoy on the marble staircase of Malfoy Manor, and apparently dragging a soul across 16 years of time didn't change that. The Elder Wand recognized him, answered to him, and its power thrummed through his infant body like voltage through a wire. Harry let out a breath. It came out as a baby's sigh, absurdly small. Okay. So I'm a 15-month-old with the magical power of an adult wizard and the allegiance of the most dangerous wand in history. Voldemort is coming. Mom and Dad are downstairs. He tried to sit up again. This time he pushed his magic into his muscles, just a thread of it, reinforcing, stabilizing, and managed to lever himself upright. His body wobbled. His head felt like it was going to topple him. But he sat, gripping the bars of the crib with both chubby hands, and he held. The nursery looked different from sitting up. He could see the window, curtains drawn, but he could tell it was dark outside. He could see the door, slightly ajar, warm light spilling through from the hallway. He could see, his reflection, in the dark glass of a picture frame on the shelf. A round-faced baby with an absurd tuft of black hair and enormous green eyes, staring back at him with an expression no infant had ever worn. It was the face of someone who'd been to war and come back and been told they had to do it all again from the very beginning. Except not all of it. Not this time. This time, he knew where every horcrux was. He knew who every Death Eater was. He knew every secret, every lie, every trap. And right now, right now, the only thing that mattered was that in a few hours, Lord Voldemort was going to walk up the front path of this cottage and murder his parents. Unless I stop him. The question was how. Harry's mind was 17 but his body was 15 months. He couldn't hold a wand. He could barely hold his own head up. His vocal cords could produce approximately 4 words, Mama, Dada, No, and something that was either broom or boom depending on who you asked. He couldn't run. He couldn't even walk reliably. But he could do magic. He could feel it right now, vast and eager, pressing against the inside of his skin like steam in a kettle. The Elder Wand's power amplified everything, made his magical core feel oceanic, boundless, almost frightening in its scope. In his previous life, wandless magic had been difficult, unreliable, the province of exceptional adults and accidental bursts from children. But the Elder Wand had always been about transcending limitations. It was the wand that made the impossible merely difficult and the difficult trivial. Harry closed his eyes and reached for it, not physically, not with his hands, but with his intent. The way he'd reached for his Patronus. The way he'd reached for the sword of Gryffindor in the Chamber of Secrets. Not thinking about the mechanics, just thinking about what he needed and wanting it with every fiber of his being. The magic responded. He felt it gather in his chest, dense and warm, and when he opened his eyes, his hands were glowing. Faintly, just a pale golden shimmer around his fingers, but real and present and controlled. He could do this. Now he had to decide what to do. The obvious play was to warn his parents. Get them out of the house. But Harry's 15-month-old vocal cords weren't going to convey, Lord Voldemort is coming to kill us tonight because Peter Pettigrew betrayed the Fidelius charm. He could cry, draw them upstairs, but what then? He couldn't explain. And even if he could, even if by some miracle they understood and ran, Voldemort would follow. He always followed. You couldn't run from him. Harry had learned that lesson over an entire lifetime. No. Running was out. The second option was to set a trap. Use his magic to ward the nursery so heavily that Voldemort couldn't penetrate it. But wards took time, precision, and a wand for the complex stuff. Harry had power to spare but no fine control over a body that couldn't manage a spoon without supervision. That left the third option. The simple one. The brutal one. Let him come. Let him walk in. And hit him with everything I have. Harry's infant body shivered, not with fear but with the weight of the decision. In his past life, he'd spent 6 years preparing to face Voldemort. Training, learning, gathering horcruxes, understanding the prophecy. It had been a journey, a coming of age, a war story with a narrative arc. Now he was going to skip all of it and go straight for the killing blow, and the simplicity of it felt almost obscene. But there was something else. Something he hadn't let himself think about yet because it was too big, too good, too terrifying to hope for. In this timeline, Voldemort had only made 5 horcruxes so far. The diary, the ring, the locket, the cup, the diadem. He hadn't made the 6th, the accidental one, the fragment lodged in Harry's scar. That happened tonight, when the killing curse rebounded. If Harry killed Voldemort before the curse was ever cast, there would be no fragment in Harry. No connection. No scar. And the existing horcruxes, Harry knew where every single one of them was. He could destroy them at his leisure. One by one, systematically, without a 7-year odyssey of pain and sacrifice. This could end. Not in 7 years. Tonight. The clock downstairs chimed again. 9 o'clock. Footsteps on the stairs, light, quick, familiar in a way that made Harry's throat close up. The door opened and Lily Potter walked in. She was 21 years old and she was the most beautiful thing Harry had ever seen. Not in a detached, abstract way, not, my mother was beautiful, as a historical fact. She was right there, 3 feet from him, and she was alive. Her red hair was pulled back in a messy ponytail and she was wearing a Gryffindor Quidditch jumper that was clearly James's because it hung past her hips, and her feet were in mismatched socks, one red, one blue, and she was alive. "There's my boy," she said, and her voice, God, her voice, was warm and slightly hoarse like she'd been laughing for hours. She leaned over the crib and her hand cupped his cheek and Harry forgot every plan he'd ever made. She was warm. Her hand was warm and soft and slightly calloused at the fingertips, potion-maker's hands, he thought distantly, and she smelled like lavender and tea and something underneath that was just her, just his mother, and Harry had never been touched like this in his entire life. The Dursleys hadn't touched him unless they were shoving him toward the cupboard. Molly Weasley's hugs were fierce and wonderful but they weren't this. Nothing was this. His eyes filled again and his lip trembled and Lily's expression shifted immediately, that lightning-quick parental radar for distress. "Oh, sweetheart. What's the matter? Bad dream?" Harry looked up at her. Green eyes met green eyes. "I watched you die," he thought. "I heard you scream. I heard you begging him to take you instead. Your voice was the first thing the Dementors ever made me remember." "Mama," he said, and his voice cracked on it in the way that only a baby's could, small and raw and devastating. Lily scooped him up. He was weightless in her arms, or she was strong, or both, and she settled him against her shoulder and his face pressed into the warm curve of her neck and Harry bit down on a sob that would have been impossible to explain. "Shoo, shoo. You're all right, love. Mummy's here. You're here. You're actually here." She swayed with him, a gentle rocking motion that must have been instinctive because she did it perfectly, and hummed something tuneless and soft. Harry's tiny body relaxed against her despite everything, despite the terror of what was coming, despite the monstrous absurdity of his situation. His infant physiology was responding to its mother and there was absolutely nothing his 17-year-old mind could do about it. He let himself have 30 seconds. 30 seconds of being held by his mother in the nursery she'd painted for him, listening to her hum, feeling safe. 30 seconds of the life he should have had. Then he pulled back and looked at her face and started planning how to save it. "James." Lily called over her shoulder. "He's awake. I think he had a bad dream." Thundering footsteps on the stairs. James Potter did not believe in walking at normal speeds anywhere, apparently, and then there he was in the doorway. Tall, lean, spectacles slightly askew, hair doing exactly what Harry's hair did which was absolutely nothing useful. He was holding a cup of tea in one hand and his wand in the other, not out of caution, just habit, the way some people carried their phones. "Harold." James said brightly. "My main man. My heir. My reason for living. Did the dream pixies get you?" "Don't call him Harold," Lily said automatically, in the tone of someone who had said this many times. "His name is Harry and it's short for Harold." "I checked. It is absolutely not short for Harold. I named him. I would know. You were in a diminished state at the time. Heavy medication. Very emotional. I distinctly remember, James Fremont Potter, I was in labor." Harry, pressed against his mother's shoulder, watched his father gesticulate wildly with a teacup and felt something crack open in his chest that he hadn't even known was closed. They were so young. They were kids, practically, 21, which had seemed ancient to him at 11 and seemed impossibly young now. They were bickering about his name and drinking tea and they had no idea what was coming. "I have to tell them something. Not the truth, I can't explain the truth. But something." He squirmed in Lily's arms, reaching for James. James set down his teacup with a clatter and took him, hoisting him up with the easy confidence of a man who'd been doing this for 15 months and hadn't dropped the baby yet despite several close calls. "What's up, mate? You look serious. Very un-Potter of you." Harry looked at his father's face, 20 years older, with lighter eyes and a better jawline but the same impossible hair and the same slightly crooked grin, and made a decision. He couldn't explain. But he could prepare them. Harry reached out and grabbed James's glasses right off his face. James squawked. Harry ignored him, turning the glasses over in his clumsy hands, and pushed his magic into them, gently, carefully, a simple notice-me-not charm woven so delicately into the glass that it would take a master to detect it. Then he put them back on James's face, slightly crooked. "Well, that was rude," James said cheerfully. "Lily, our son just mugged me." Lily was watching with a slight frown. "He's never done that before. He's branching out. Expanding his criminal repertoire. I'm so proud. James, I'm serious. He's been, haven't you noticed? The last few weeks, he's been watching things. Not like a baby watches things. Like he's observing?" James offered. "Analyzing." The word hung in the air for a moment. James's grin faded slightly. He looked down at Harry, and for a second, Harry saw something in his father's hazel eyes that surprised him, not obliviousness, not the carefree prankster routine. Intelligence. Sharp, quick intelligence, the same kind that had made James Potter the youngest animagus in a century and one of the creators of the Marauders map. Harry looked back. Held his father's gaze. Didn't blink. James's arms tightened fractionally around him. "He's a baby, Lils," James said, but his voice was quieter now. "Babies stare at things. It's their whole deal." Lily reached over and stroked Harry's hair. "I know. I just, with the war, with everything, I keep waiting for something to go wrong." "Nothing's going to go wrong. We've got the Fidelius. Dumbledore himself cast it. Peter would die before he gave us up." Harry's magic surged so violently that the light bulb in the crescent moon nightlight popped. The room plunged into near darkness, lit only by the hallway light streaming through the door. Lily gasped. James had his wand up before the sound of breaking glass had faded, and Harry felt a savage burst of pride at his father's reflexes. "Just the bulb," James said after a tense second. "Must have been old." He flicked his wand, Lumos, and warm light bloomed from its tip. Harry forced his magic back under control. The effort made him shake. His tiny body wasn't designed for this, wasn't equipped to channel the kind of power he was pushing through it. He felt like a garden hose connected to a fire hydrant. Every strong emotion threatened to blow the seals. "Calm down. Breathe. You can't warn them about Peter, not yet, not like this. Focus on what you can do." He could prepare the nursery. While his parents were still here, while he was in their arms, he could weave protections into the room itself, charms so subtle they'd feel like the natural warmth of a well-loved home. He'd done it already with James's glasses without thinking about it. He could do more. Harry pressed his face against James's shoulder, hiding his expression, and got to work. His magic flowed out of him in slow, careful pulses, into the walls, the floor, the ceiling with its painted snitches. A shield charm, spread thin and anchored to the structural magic of the cottage. A cushioning enchantment, in case of falling debris. A modified protego that would snap into place around anyone in the room if it detected incoming dark magic. It wasn't much. Against Voldemort at full power, it would buy seconds at best. But seconds might be all he needed. "He's falling asleep," Lily whispered. "He's faking," James whispered back. "Look at his hands. He's gripping my shirt. That's a sleep reflex. That's a 'don't you dare put me down' grip. I know because I invented it. Used it on my mother until I was 6. Harry's mouth twitched against James's shoulder. His father was right. He wasn't sleeping. But his body was betraying him again, the enormous expenditure of magic making his infant physiology drag toward unconsciousness like an anchor toward the seabed. He fought it. He couldn't sleep. Not tonight. Not with what was coming. "Stay awake, Potter. Stay awake. Let's put him down," Lily said softly. He needs rest. He's been fussy all day. Fussy is a strong word. He was expressing himself. He threw his applesauce at Bathilda. Bathilda loved it. She said it reminded her of Dumbledore as a child. Despite everything, despite the horror bearing down on them, despite the soul-deep wrongness of being trapped in a body that couldn't fight, couldn't speak, couldn't even stay conscious, Harry felt something warm bloom in his chest. He was listening to his parents talk about him. Not as a sacrifice, not as a symbol, not as the boy who lived. As their kid. Their weird, stare-why, applesauce-throwing kid. James laid him in the crib gently. Lily tucked the blanket around him. Two faces looked down at him, one framed in red, one in messy black, and they were both smiling, and Harry looked up at them and burned this moment into the bedrock of his memory where nothing could ever touch it. "Night, little man," James said. "Sleep well, sweetheart," Lily said. They left the door ajar. Their footsteps retreated down the stairs. Harry lay in the dark and listened to the murmur of their voices in the living room below and counted seconds. The clock chimed 10. Harry's eyes were open. The clock chimed 10:30. Harry was sitting up in his crib, hands gripping the bars, staring at the window. His magic thrummed through the house, through the wards he'd laid into the nursery walls, through the charms on James's glasses, through the very air. He'd extended his senses as far as they would go, pushing his awareness out through the cottage's existing protective enchantments, and he could feel the night outside like a living thing. Cold. Clear. Still. The Fidelius charm was intact. He could feel it too, Dumbledore's magic, ancient and layered and elegant, wrapped around the cottage like an invisible cathedral. To anyone outside the secret, this house simply didn't exist. The street jumped from number 11 to number 13 and the space between was nothing, a void, an absence that the mind slid over like water over glass. But the secret keeper could break it with a word. And Peter Pettigrew had already spoken. Harry felt it happen. Not the speaking, that had happened days or weeks ago, whenever Peter had crawled to his master and offered up the Potter's location like a dog bringing a bone. What Harry felt was the approach. A presence at the edge of his magical awareness, moving through the village with the inevitability of a tide. Cold. Wrong. A tear in the fabric of the night, a walking wound in reality itself. Voldemort. Harry's breath caught. His infant body went rigid. Every instinct he'd developed over 17 years of intermittent mortal terror fired simultaneously and his magic surged, the nightlight, newly repaired by Lily before she'd left, exploded again, the mobile above his crib spun wildly, and every stuffed animal on the shelf trembled as though the room itself were afraid. Steady. Steady. He was not afraid. He wanted to be very clear about that, even if only to himself. He was not afraid of Tom Riddle. He had walked into the Forbidden Forest and let the man kill him. He had stood in the graveyard at Little Hangleton with a broken wand and a 14-year-old's desperate courage and he had not run. Fear was not the problem. The problem was that he was sitting in a crib in a onesie with cartoon hippogriffs on it and his entire battle plan consisted of, do magic really hard. But the Elder Wand hummed in his blood, and his magic answered it, and Harry thought, you know what? That might be enough. The front gate creaked. Harry heard it through the house's wards, a faint, metallic complaint from the garden gate being pushed open. Footsteps on the front path. Slow, deliberate, savoring. And then James's voice, sharp and sudden from the living room, Lily, take Harry, and go. It's him. Go. Run. I'll hold him off, no. Harry pulled. Not with his hands, not with his body, with his magic. He reached down through the floor and grabbed the protective enchantments he'd woven into the nursery and he extended them, stretching them like a net, throwing them over the living room below. The front door exploded inward. Harry felt it, felt the concussive force of Voldemort's entry, felt the dark magic roll through the cottage like a shockwave. And he felt James Potter raise his wand. Stand aside, "Fool," said a voice that Harry knew better than his own nightmares. "Hi, cold, amused." "Over my dead body," James said, and Harry heard the beginning of a curse, stupefy, maybe, or something stronger, but Voldemort was faster, Voldemort was always faster, and Harry felt the sickly green pulse of the killing curse launch from a wand downstairs, and hit the shield Harry had buried in the walls. The cottage shook. Not a little tremor, a full-body convulsion, plaster raining from the ceiling, the window cracking. The killing curse, which could not be blocked by any conventional shield, which could not be deflected or absorbed or survived by any known magic, struck Harry's layered protections and stopped. It didn't rebound. It didn't dissipate. It just stopped, like a wave hitting a seawall, all that terrible green energy spreading across the invisible barrier and going flat. The Elder Wand's power, channeled through Harry's desperate intent and woven into the bones of the house, held against the killing curse for one impossible, physics-defying second. Then the shield cracked. Harry felt it, felt the protections he'd spent an hour laying down shatter like ice under a boot. But the second was enough. James wasn't dead. James was still standing, still alive, and Harry heard him fire off another curse, and the sounds of combat erupted below, crashes, shouts, the whip-crack of spells meeting in midair. Lily burst through the nursery door. Her face was white. Her wand was in her hand and her eyes were wild, and she went straight for the crib, scooping Harry up with one arm, already turning toward the window, and Harry saw the calculation in her eyes, saw her measuring the drop to the garden, and he knew she was going to jump. "No. We're done running." Harry looked at his mother's face and said, with perfect clarity and a voice that should not have been possible for a 15-month-old, "Put me down." Lily froze. Not a hesitation. Not a stutter. She froze, every muscle locked, because her infant son had just spoken to her in a complete sentence with the enunciation of an adult and the tone of someone giving orders on a battlefield. "What?" she breathed. "Put me down, Mom. I need to be on the floor. I need my hands free." Lily stared at him. Her arms tightened convulsively around him, and for a second Harry saw terror in her eyes that had nothing to do with Voldemort, the primal, bone-deep terror of a parent confronted with something wrong with their child. Something impossible. From below, a crash. James yelling. A sound like a wall collapsing. "Mom." Harry put every ounce of command he had into the word. "Trust me. Put me down and get behind me. You're a baby, I'm really not. Put me down. Please. I'm going to save Dad." Lily's breath was coming in short gasps. Her wand hand was shaking. Downstairs, another explosion, and then silence, sudden and total, and Harry heard footsteps on the stairs. Slow. Deliberate. One at a time. Lily made a sound, a choked, involuntary noise of pure dread, and Harry felt her arms loosen. Not because she believed him. Not because she trusted whatever impossible thing her baby had become. Because the footsteps were coming and she needed her wand hand, and some instinct deeper than reason told her to listen to those green eyes. She set him down. Harry's bare feet touched the nursery floor and he wobbled. God, standing was hard, walking was hard. Being 15 months old was the worst thing that had ever happened to him, and that included dying, but he locked his knees and spread his feet and planted himself between his mother and the door. The footsteps reached the landing. "Stand aside, girl." Voldemort's voice came through the gap in the door like smoke. Harry felt his mother's hand on his shoulder, not pulling him back, just touching him, maintaining contact, as if she couldn't bear to let go even though she'd set him down. "Not Harry," Lily whispered. "Please, not Harry, stand aside. Take me instead, kill me instead, not this time. Not this time, not again, not ever." Harry had heard these words before, ripped from his mother's ghost by the resurrection stone, echoed by dementors, played back in his nightmares for 16 years. He was done hearing them. The door blew open. Lord Voldemort filled the doorway like a shadow given form. He was tall, skeletal, white as bone, with those terrible red eyes that had haunted Harry's sleep since he was 11 years old. In his right hand, the U-wand, brother to the wand Harry no longer owned in this timeline, paired cores, holly and phoenix feather, except that wand was sitting in Ollivander's shop right now and wouldn't choose him for another 10 years. Voldemort looked at Lily. Then his gaze dropped to the baby standing in front of her. Something shifted in those red eyes. Not recognition. How could he recognize the threat? Harry was 15 months old, barefoot in a hippogriff onesie, barely able to stand. But Voldemort was the most magically sensitive dark wizard in centuries, and what he was looking at was a toddler radiating more raw magical power than anyone in the room. His head tilted. Just slightly. Like a snake catching a new scent. Interesting, Voldemort said softly. Harry looked up at him. Way up, the height difference was absurd, almost comical, like a chess pawn staring down a queen. And Harry thought about all of it, the cupboard, the abuse, the years of loneliness, the tournament, the graveyard, Cedric's empty eyes, Sirius falling, Dumbledore falling, Fred and Remus and Tonks and Colin Creevey and 50 others dead on the floor of Hogwarts, all of it, everything this creature in the doorway would do if Harry let him live. Tom, Harry said. The word dropped into the silence like a stone into deep water. Voldemort went completely still. Lily's hand clamped down on Harry's shoulder. What did you say? Voldemort whispered. I said your name, Tom. Tom Marvolo Riddle. Son of Tom Riddle Sr. and Mara P. Gaunt. Half-blood orphan from Wool's Orphanage. You carved your name into the wall above your bed there. 3rd floor, 2nd room on the left. The silence that followed was the most dangerous silence Harry had ever experienced. He could feel it, the pressure of Voldemort's killing intent bearing down on the room like the barometric drop before a hurricane. This was a being who had murdered for less than this. Who had tortured for a fraction of this insult. But Harry was not afraid of Tom Riddle. He never had been. Not really. He'd been afraid of the situation, afraid of losing people, afraid of failing, afraid of the weight on his shoulders. But the man himself? The sad, broken, loveless boy who'd been so afraid of death that he'd torn his own soul to pieces. Harry had pitied him in the end. Had offered him a chance to feel remorse. Had called him by his name while the whole of Hogwarts watched. And now he did it again, in a nursery, in a onesie, at 15 months old, because some things don't change no matter how small you are. You came here to kill me because of a prophecy, Harry continued. His voice was too clear, too steady, too old for the mouth it was coming from, and he could feel Lily shaking behind him. A prophecy you heard secondhand from a spy who only caught half of it. You don't even know the whole thing. You never did. And you never will. Voldemort's wand came up. The U-wand, 13.5 inches, Phoenix Feather Core, the wand that had killed more people than Harry could count. It pointed at Harry's face from 6 feet away and the tip glowed faintly green and Voldemort's expression was something Harry had never seen on that face before. Uncertainty. What are you? Voldemort breathed. I'm the last thing you'll ever see, Harry said. And then he let go. Not of anything physical. He let go of the restraint, the constant, grinding, white-knuckle effort of keeping his magic contained in a body too small for it. He'd been holding it back since the moment he'd woken in this crib, clenching it down like a fist around a grenade, because if he'd let it out it would have leveled the nursery. Now he opened his hands. The magic that erupted from Harry Potter was not a spell. It had no incantation, no wand movement, no color. It was will, pure, undiluted, absolute, amplified by the allegiance of the most powerful wand in existence and driven by 17 years of accumulated grief and rage and love. It hit Voldemort like a freight train made of light. The Dark Lord didn't have time to cast. Didn't have time to shield. His wand arm came up in a reflex as old as dueling itself, and a killing curse formed on his lips. Harry saw the green gathering at the tip of the U-wand, and it didn't matter. Harry's magic smashed through Voldemort's hastily conjured defenses like they weren't there, because the Elder Wand's power recognized no equal and Harry's intent was diamond hard and absolute. You don't get to have them. Not my mother. Not my father. Not anyone. Ever. Again. The blast of raw magic hit Voldemort in the chest and the Dark Lord screamed. Not the theatrical, villainous scream of a man who knew he was being watched. A real scream, high, terrible, inhuman, the sound of someone whose very existence was being unmade. Harry's magic didn't just attack Voldemort's body. It attacked his magic, the dark enchantment sustaining his form, the rituals that kept his twisted soul anchored to the physical world. Harry could feel them, could feel the spiderweb of dark magic that held Tom Riddle together, and he tore through them with the surgical precision of someone who had spent a year studying exactly how this monster's immortality worked. Voldemort staggered backward. His body was coming apart, not dissolving, not exploding, but unraveling, like a tapestry whose threads were being pulled out one by one. His skin went translucent. His red eyes widened until they were all iris and no pupil, burning with a terror that Harry recognized because he'd seen it at King's Cross Station, on the face of the shriveled, whimpering thing beneath the bench. What are you? Voldemort shrieked, and his voice was a ruin, cracking and splitting. Harry didn't answer. He poured more power into the attack, everything he had, everything the Elder Wand would give him, a torrent of magic so vast that the nursery walls cracked and the ceiling buckled and Lily was thrown backward by the sheer pressure of it. The painted snitches on the ceiling blistered and peeled. The stuffed animals caught fire. The window shattered outward in a hail of glass and wood. Voldemort's body collapsed. Not fell, collapsed, like a building losing its structural integrity, folding in on itself in ways that human anatomy shouldn't allow. The wand clattered to the floor and Harry felt a savage pulse of something that might have been satisfaction as the Dark Lord's instrument of murder rolled across the nursery carpet like a discarded stick. And then there was the soul. Harry felt it, felt the wraith begin to form, the way it had in the original timeline, Voldemort's fragmentary soul trying to tear free of its dying shell and flee into the night. In the original timeline, it had succeeded. The wraith had fled to Albania and hidden for 13 years and then Quirrell had found it and the whole nightmare had started again. No. Harry reached out with his magic and caught it. The wraith writhed in his grip, formless, screaming, a face made of smoke and malice twisting in the air above Voldemort's crumpling body. Harry held it. His magic was a net, a cage, an inescapable fist, and the Elder Wand sang in his blood with a terrible joy. You don't get to run, Harry said. Not this time. He closed his fist. The wraith detonated. Not outward, inward, collapsing on itself, compressed by Harry's magic into a point of such density that reality itself buckled around it. For one fraction of a second, something else was visible in the nursery, a glimpse of somewhere vast and dark and empty, a place where broken souls went when there was nothing left to anchor them, and then it was gone. The wraith was gone. The darkness was gone. The cold was gone. Voldemort's body lay on the nursery floor, already less than it had been, already beginning the slow collapse into dust and nothing that would be all that remained of the most feared Dark Lord in wizarding history. Harry stood over it. His legs were shaking. His vision was swimming. He'd channeled more magic in the last 30 seconds than most adult wizards used in a year, and his 15-month-old body was paying the price. He could feel his muscles trembling, his heart hammering, a high ringing in his ears that meant he was about to pass out. But he was standing. And Voldemort was not. Behind him, Lily Potter made a sound. Not a scream. Not a gasp. A single, raw, broken syllable that wasn't a word in any language, just a mother's noise, primal and uninterpretable, the sound of someone whose world had just inverted itself. Harry turned around. His mother was on the floor where the blast had pushed her, her back against the wall, her wand still clutched in a white-knuckled hand she'd never had the chance to use. Her green eyes, his eyes, were enormous, and she was staring at him with an expression that combined terror, awe, confusion, and something fierce and protective and unbreakable that Harry recognized because he'd seen it in a mirror. Love. Despite everything, despite the impossibility of what she'd just witnessed. Love. "Mama," Harry said, and this time it came out exactly like what it was, a baby's voice, small and tired and wanting to be held. Lily lunged forward and scooped him up and clutched him to her chest so tightly he could barely breathe, and Harry let himself go limp against her, let his body finally surrender to the exhaustion, and the nursery spun around him in a blur of smoke and settling dust and his mother's heartbeat pounding against his cheek. "James," Lily gasped. "James." Footsteps on the stairs. Fast, stumbling, desperate. James Potter came through the shattered doorway at a dead run, wand out, blood on his face from a cut above his eyebrow, one arm hanging at an angle that suggested something was dislocated or broken. He saw Lily. He saw Harry. He saw the crumbling remains on the floor. "What?" James's voice failed. He tried again. "What the hell, I don't know." Lily was shaking so hard Harry could feel it in his teeth. "James, I don't," he talked. Harry talked. He spoke in full sentences and then James, he killed him. Our baby killed him. I don't understand. I don't. James crossed the room in 2 strides and wrapped his good arm around both of them. Harry felt his father's chest heaving, felt the dampness where blood was soaking through James's shirt, felt the frantic strength of his grip. The 3 of them stood in the ruined nursery, surrounded by ash and broken glass and the smoldering remains of stuffed animals, and for a long moment there was nothing but breathing. Then James said, very quietly, "That's Voldemort." "Yes. On our floor. What's left of him?" "And Harry." "Yes." James pulled back enough to look at Harry. Harry looked back. His eyes were half closed, his body running on fumes, but he met his father's gaze and didn't look away. "Hiya, Dad," Harry mumbled. James Potter stared at his 15-month-old son for a long, unblinking moment. Then he pulled him close again and Harry felt his father's jaw tighten against the top of his head and heard a sound that might have been a laugh or a sob and wasn't really either. "We need Dumbledore," Lily whispered. "Yeah," James said. "Yeah, we do. But first," he tightened his grip. "First we're just going to stand here for a minute. Okay? Just a minute." The night was quiet. The village of Godric's Hollow slept on, oblivious. Somewhere in the distance, a church bell began to toll midnight, and Harry thought about all the Halloweens he'd spent alone in a cupboard, all the years he believed his parents were strangers who died in a car crash, all the birthday cakes Hagrid had misspelled and all the Christmases at Hogwarts because he had nowhere else to go. That's over now. All of it. It's over. But even as he thought it, even as his consciousness dimmed and his infant body dragged him toward sleep, he could feel them, out there, in the dark, scattered across Britain like unexploded ordnances. The diary in Malfoy Manor. The ring in the Gaunt Shack. The locket in the cave. The cup in Bellatrix's vault. The diadem in the room of requirement. 5 horcruxes. 5 anchors binding the remnants of Voldemort's soul to the earth. The wraith was gone, Harry had destroyed the fragment that had tried to flee. But the other pieces were still out there, dormant and dangerous, and as long as they existed, there was a chance, however small, that someone could find a way to use them. I'll deal with them, Harry thought. One by one. But not tonight. Tonight. Tonight, his mother was alive. His father was alive. They were holding him and he was warm and safe and the Dark Lord was dust on the nursery floor. Harry closed his eyes. It was Dumbledore who arrived first, barely 20 minutes after Lily's Patronus, a silver doe, had streaked into the night. The front door was hanging off one hinge, the hallway scorched with spell damage from James's brief, fierce duel. Dumbledore stepped through the wreckage with his wand drawn and his half-moon spectacles reflecting the faint light of the fires still smoldering in the nursery above. He found the Potters in the kitchen. They'd migrated there by unspoken agreement, away from the body, away from the ash, away from the room that still crackled with residual magic so powerful it made the air taste metallic. Lily was sitting at the kitchen table with Harry in her arms, wrapped in a clean blanket from the airing cupboard. James was beside her, his broken arm in a makeshift sling Lily had conjured, his face still bloody, his good hand resting on Lily's knee as though he needed to be touching her to confirm she was real. Harry was asleep. Genuinely, properly asleep, his body had simply shut down, overwhelmed by the magical exertion, and all the 17-year-old willpower in the world couldn't override 15-month-old physiology. He slept like what he appeared to be, a baby, curled against his mother's chest, one tiny fist tangled in her hair. Albus. James stood as Dumbledore entered the kitchen. He swayed, blood loss, shock, the after-effects of whatever curse Voldemort had clipped him with, but stayed upright. He's upstairs. What's left of him? Dumbledore looked at James. At Lily. At Harry, sleeping peacefully in Lily's arms. Tell me, he said simply. Lily told him. Her voice was steady in the way that meant she was holding herself together by pure force of will and would collapse spectacularly the moment she stopped. She described it exactly as it had happened, Harry sitting up, Harry speaking, Harry telling Voldemort his own name, Harry unleashing a torrent of magic that had destroyed the most powerful dark wizard in living memory. Dumbledore listened without interrupting. When she finished, he was quiet for a long time. I need to see the nursery, he said. James went with him. Lily stayed in the kitchen with Harry, and later she would say it was because someone needed to stay with the baby, but the truth was simpler, she couldn't go back in that room. Not yet. Maybe not ever. Upstairs, Dumbledore stood in the doorway of the nursery and looked at what remained of Lord Voldemort for a long time. Then he raised his wand and performed a series of diagnostic spells so complex that James, who was no slouch at magic, couldn't follow half of them. Blue light swept the room. Gold symbols hung in the air like burning alphabets, rotating, rearranging, telling Dumbledore things in a language only he could read. When he was finished, his face was very still. James, he said. The magic that destroyed Voldemort was not accidental. I know. It was not a burst of accidental magic, not a mother's sacrificial protection, not any form of ancient magic I have encountered in over a century of study. It was intentional. Directed. Controlled. The magical signature is, he paused, choosing his words. It is the most powerful magical signature I have ever encountered. James said nothing. He was looking at the scorch mark on the floor where Voldemort's body had been. The ash was already cold. Your son, Dumbledore said carefully, is not an ordinary child. Yeah. James's voice was rough. We got that. I need to examine him. No. The word came out flat and final in a way that surprised them both. James blinked, then set his jaw. Not tonight, he amended. He's asleep. He's exhausted. Whatever he is, whatever's happening, it can wait until morning. Tonight, he's my kid and he's sleeping and nobody's pointing a wand at him. Dumbledore regarded James over his spectacles for a long moment. Then he nodded, once. There is one other matter, Dumbledore said. The Fidelius charm. If Voldemort found you, Peter. James's face changed. Something cold moved behind his eyes, something that Harry would have recognized, because he'd inherited it. Peter sold us out. We don't know that for certain, yes we do. We changed the secret keeper last week. Only 4 people knew. You, me, Lily, and Peter. You didn't tell Voldemort, Albus. And we certainly didn't. So. Dumbledore closed his eyes briefly. I will contact the Auror office. Send Sirius, James said. Sirius will find him faster. I suspect that is precisely why sending Sirius would be inadvisable. Send. Sirius. The 2 men stared at each other across the ruins of the nursery. Then Dumbledore inclined his head. I will contact Sirius and suggest he inform the authorities of Peter's likely whereabouts. What happens after that is, regrettably, beyond my control." James nodded. That was good enough. They went back downstairs. Dumbledore conjured a fire in the kitchen grate and mended the worst of the damage to the hallway with a series of absent flicks of his wand. He healed James's arm, a compound fracture, it turned out, which made Lily go white and James mutter something about it being just a scratch, and sealed the cut on his forehead. Then Dumbledore sat at the kitchen table with a cup of tea Lily had made on autopilot and looked at the sleeping baby and the two shattered young parents and said, "The war may be over." "Don't," Lily said sharply. "Don't you dare say that until we know for certain." "Voldemort is dead, Lily. Voldemort was dead 10 years ago, according to half the Ministry. He came back." Dumbledore's eyes flickered. It was the smallest tell, but Lily caught it, because Lily Evans Potter missed nothing. "What?" she demanded. "What is it?" Dumbledore set down his teacup. "I have long suspected," he said carefully, "that Voldemort took steps to anchor himself to life beyond the usual means. Steps that would make a simple death insufficient." The kitchen went very quiet. "You're saying he's not really dead," James said. "I'm saying that the body is destroyed and the spirit appears to have been dealt with, in a manner I do not fully understand. But there may be other safeguards. Contingencies. I will need to investigate." Harry stirred in Lily's arms. His eyes opened, just barely, a sliver of green, and he looked directly at Dumbledore. The old wizard met the infant's gaze, and for a moment something passed between them that neither Lily nor James could read. "Horcruxes," Harry murmured, his voice thick with sleep. "5 of them. I know where they all are." Then his eyes closed and he was asleep again and the kitchen was so silent that the ticking of the clock on the wall sounded like a drumbeat. Dumbledore sat perfectly still. His teacup was frozen halfway to his lips. His blue eyes, usually twinkling, were absolutely flat, not cold, not angry, but operating at a depth of calculation and shock that left no room for surface expression. James was staring at Harry. Lily was staring at Dumbledore. Dumbledore was staring at Harry. "Horcruxes," Dumbledore repeated, very softly. He said horcruxes. "What are horcruxes?" Lily asked. Dumbledore set his teacup down. His hand, Harry would have been interested to know, was not entirely steady. "They are," he said, "the darkest magic in existence. And your son should not know that word. No one should know that word. I have spent decades pursuing the possibility that Voldemort created even one, and I have never spoken of it to a living soul." The clock ticked. The fire crackled. Harry slept. "Albus," Lily said, and her voice was iron wrapped in silk. "What is happening to my son?" "I don't know," Dumbledore said, and for perhaps the first time in his long life, the admission did not feel strategic or evasive. He genuinely didn't know. "But I intend to find out." Outside, in the village of Godric's Hollow, the church bell had long since fallen silent. The stars burned cold and indifferent above the cottage at the end of the lane. And somewhere in London, Sirius Black was receiving an owl that would change the course of his life, just as a rat-faced man was beginning to realize that his master was not coming home. In the kitchen, Harry slept in his mother's arms. His face was smooth and untroubled and unmarked. No lightning bolt scar. No fragment of a Dark Lord's soul embedded in his skin. No prophecy hanging over him like an executioner's blade. Just a boy. Just a baby. Just the most dangerous being in the wizarding world, dreaming peacefully of nothing at all. No more horcruxes, he'd said in his crib, hours ago, before any of it had started. No more prophecy. It's done. But it wasn't done. Not yet. There were 5 pieces of a soul scattered across Britain, and Death Eaters who would not go quietly, and a world that would want answers Harry couldn't give, and parents who would look at him with love shot through with a fear they couldn't name. It wasn't done. But for the first time, in either lifetime, Harry Potter had his family, his power, and time. He intended to use all three. Chapter 2, The Prodigy and the Scar That Isn't There. The morning after the world changed, Harry woke to sunlight. Not the grey, filtered light that crept through the cupboard vent at Privet Drive. Not the red-gold warmth of the Gryffindor dormitory. Real, honest, November 1st sunlight pouring through a window that Lily had repaired sometime before dawn, falling across his crib in warm bars that caught the dust motes spinning lazily in the air. Harry lay still and listened to the house breathe. He could hear everything. His infant ears were sharper than he'd expected, or maybe it was the magic, his senses still running hot from last night's exertion. He could hear Lily downstairs, the clink of a teacup, the scratch of a quill on parchment. He could hear James's breathing from the master bedroom, deep and heavy with the drugged sleep of someone who'd taken a pain potion before bed. He could hear the creak of the cottage settling around him, old timbers adjusting to the November chill, and underneath it all, the steady ambient hum of the Fidelius charm still holding. He did a quick internal inventory. His magic was depleted, not empty, but low, like a well after a long drought. His body ached in ways he hadn't known a baby's body could ache. His head felt stuffed with cotton. But he was alive, his parents were alive, and the pile of ash that had been Lord Voldemort was presumably still on the nursery floor or had been vanished by someone more responsible than him. Harry grabbed the bars of his crib and pulled himself to standing. His legs wobbled. He locked them, breathed, steadied. Then he looked around. The nursery had been partially repaired. The window was whole again, the worst of the scorch marks cleaned, the shattered remnants of stuffed animals cleared away. But the ceiling paint was still blistered, the mobile hung at a drunken angle from one remaining hook, and there was a blackened patch on the carpet where Voldemort had stood that no amount of Scourgify was ever going to shift. Someone, Lily, probably, had draped a blanket over it. Someone had also placed a chair beside his crib. The cushion still held the impression of a body. Lily had sat with him through the night, then. Harry's throat tightened. He swallowed it down. Okay. Day 1. What's the plan? The plan was enormous and detailed, and he'd been constructing it in some back chamber of his mind since the moment he'd woken up yesterday. But the first step was small and immediate. He needed to establish what he could do in this body. Last night had been a full power, emergency detonation, brute force, no finesse, the magical equivalent of bringing a nuke to a knife fight. He couldn't operate like that long term. He'd nearly knocked himself unconscious, and he'd terrified his parents so badly that Lily had sat in a chair watching him sleep all night, presumably checking he was still breathing. Harry held up his right hand. Focused. A tiny flame flickered to life above his palm, wandless, wordless, perfectly controlled. It burned blue-white for 3 seconds, then he snuffed it. His hand didn't even feel warm. Good. Fine motor control was intact. The Elder Wand's allegiance was still there, humming in the background like a second pulse, amplifying everything. Without it, he doubted a 15-month-old's body could channel even basic spells reliably. With it, he was, well. He was what he was. He tried a levitation charm next, targeting the one surviving stuffed animal, the enormous Niffler, which had somehow escaped the carnage by falling behind the shelf. It rose smoothly into the air, rotated once, and settled gently into his crib beside him. Harry patted it absently, then realized what he was doing and stopped. You're still a baby, he reminded himself. Your body is still a baby. It's going to have baby impulses. The Niffler is soft and you're going to want to hold it, and that's fine and completely normal and not something you need to be embarrassed about because no one can hear your thoughts. He picked up the Niffler and held it. It was very soft. Footsteps on the stairs, Lily's quick, light tread. Harry considered his options in the half-second before the door opened and made a decision that would define the next several years of his life. He was not going to hide. In his first life, everything had been hidden from him. His parents' deaths, his identity, his destiny, his scar's true nature, Dumbledore's plans, all concealed, for his own good, behind walls of secrecy and well-intentioned lies. He'd spent 7 years stumbling through a maze that other people had built, finding the truth in painful fragments, always a step behind. He would not do that to the people he loved. And he would not do it to himself. When Lily opened the door, she found her son standing in his crib, holding a stuffed niffler, watching her with eyes that belonged to someone much older. She stopped in the doorway. Her wand was in her hand, she'd been carrying it constantly since last night, Harry noticed, the way soldiers carried their weapons after combat. "Good morning," Harry said. Lily flinched. Just barely, just a flicker, but Harry saw it and it hurt more than any curse he'd ever taken. "Good morning, sweetheart," she said. Her voice was carefully steady. She crossed to the crib and looked down at him, and Harry could see her processing, running through explanations, theories, fears. She was brilliant, his mum. One of the brightest witches of her generation, Slughorn had said. She wasn't going to ignore what she'd seen. She was going to think about it, analyze it, and eventually confront it. Harry decided to save her the trouble. "You have questions," he said. "I know this is frightening. I'm sorry." Lily's composure cracked. Not all the way, she was too strong for that, but the edges splintered, and Harry saw the raw terror underneath, the desperate confusion of a mother who didn't understand what was happening to her child. "Harry, you're 15 months old. Babies don't, you can't," she stopped. Pressed her hand over her mouth. Started again. "Last night. What you did. What you said. How do you know those things? How do you know about Voldemort? How do you know Dumbledore's, his research?" Harry set down the niffler. "Can you pick me up? I'd rather do this face to face, and I can't exactly climb out of here on my own." Lily stared at him for 2 heartbeats, then let out a sound that was almost a laugh, startled, involuntary, slightly hysterical. She reached down and lifted him and settled him against her hip, and Harry braced one hand on her shoulder and looked her in the eyes. "I'm going to tell you the truth," he said. "All of it. But I need Dad here too. And I'd rather only say it once. Your father is asleep. He needs to rest, the bone was badly broken, I can fix that." Lily went very still. "Not now," Harry added. "When he wakes up. But I can heal a compound fracture. I can do quite a lot, actually. I know that's terrifying and I'm sorry. I'll explain everything, I promise. But Mom, can we have breakfast first? I'm actually starving. And I think there's going to be a lot of people showing up today, and I'd rather talk to you and Dad before that circus starts." Lily looked at him for a long, searching moment. Then something shifted in her expression, not acceptance, exactly, but a decision. A choice to engage with the impossible on its own terms. "Applesauce or porridge?" she asked. "Toast, if you've got it. I have teeth." "Sort of." That sound again, the almost laugh, surprised out of her despite everything. "You've got 4 teeth, Harry. Toast might be ambitious." Story of my life. She carried him downstairs. The kitchen was warm, she'd had the fire going for hours, and the kettle was on, and there were 2 empty teacups in the sink that told Harry she and Dumbledore had sat here talking long after he'd fallen asleep. The morning light through the kitchen window turned everything gold. Lily put him in his high chair. Harry sat in it with as much dignity as a person could muster while wearing a onesie with cartoon hippogriffs on it and sitting in a piece of furniture with a tray decorated with dancing spoons. She made him porridge, not toast, overruling him with the quiet authority of someone who knew exactly how many teeth he had, and sat across from him and drank tea and watched him eat. Harry ate the porridge. It was good. Lily made excellent porridge, apparently, and his infant taste buds experienced it as the greatest culinary achievement in human history. He ate all of it and then seriously considered licking the bowl before his adult dignity reasserted itself. "More. Lily asked, and her voice was almost normal, almost the easy warmth of a mother feeding her child on a regular morning, and Harry loved her so much it physically hurt. Please. She made more porridge. Harry ate it. Somewhere upstairs, James began to stir. Harry heard the groan, the creak of bedsprings, the muffled swearing as he tried to roll over onto his broken arm. I really can fix that, Harry said. Eat your porridge. It's a simple episky combined with a bone-mending charm. Madame Pomfrey used it on me, on students at Hogwarts all the time. Quidditch injuries. Lily set down her teacup. You know about Madame Pomfrey. I know about a lot of things. Harry. Her voice was very quiet. Are you my son? Are you really Harry? The question hit him like a bludgeon to the chest. He set down his spoon, a plastic spoon with a hippogriff handle, because apparently everything he owned had hippogriffs on it, and looked at his mother. Yes, he said. I'm Harry. I'm your son. I will always be your son. What I am is complicated. But that part isn't complicated at all. Lily's eyes were bright. She blinked rapidly, took a breath, and nodded. Okay, she said. Okay. We'll figure it out. James came downstairs 20 minutes later, moving carefully, his slung arm cradled against his chest. He stopped in the kitchen doorway and looked at Harry sitting in the high chair, and Harry saw the same thing he'd seen in Lily's face: fear, love, confusion, determination. Morning, James said. So that all actually happened, then? Afraid so, Lily said. Right. Brilliant. Great. James shuffled to the table and sat down heavily. Any chance the tea is spiked? James. Kidding. Sort of. He looked at Harry. Morning, mate. Morning, Dad. Want me to fix your arm? James blinked. Looked at Lily. Lily shrugged in a way that communicated I know, just go with it. Sure, James said. Why not? My 15-month-old wants to practice medicine. This is fine. Everything is fine. Harry reached out with his magic, gently, precisely, threading it through the air between them like invisible fingers. He found the fracture in James's humerus without difficulty. The bone was badly set, someone, probably Dumbledore, had aligned it, but the healing was rough, more battlefield triage than proper mending. Harry dissolved the hasty repair, realigned the bone properly, and knit it together with a bone-mending charm so precise that Madame Pomfrey would have wept with approval. James made a strangled noise. His arm jerked, then relaxed. He slowly, cautiously, lifted it out of the sling. Rotated his shoulder. Extended his arm. Flexed his fingers. That's, Lily, that's perfect. It doesn't even ache. He looked at Harry. How? Long story. Very long story, actually. Can you close the kitchen door? James flicked his wand and the door swung shut. Harry took a breath. His infant lungs filled, such a small breath for such a big moment, and he began. I'm from the future. Or another timeline, or a possible future that now won't happen, I'm not sure of the exact mechanics. The last thing I remember before waking up in my crib yesterday was dying. Voldemort killed me in a forest when I was 17 years old. I chose to come back, there was a choice, at the end, and I made it, but instead of going back to where I'd been, I came here. To this body. To last night. The kitchen was absolutely silent. Lily's tea sat forgotten, cooling. James's newly healed arm rested on the table, motionless. In the timeline I came from, Harry continued, you were both dead. Voldemort killed you on Halloween night, 1981, tonight, the night that just happened. Dad, you died in the hallway. You told Mum to run and you tried to hold him off and he killed you in about 3 seconds because you didn't have your wand. Mum, you died in the nursery. You put yourself between me and the killing curse, and when you died, your sacrifice created more actions next to protection in my blood, ancient magic, love-based, something Dumbledore said Voldemort could never understand. The killing curse rebounded. It destroyed his body but not his soul, because of the horcruxes. A fragment of his soul latched onto me, the only living thing in the room, and I got this. Harry touched his forehead. Smooth skin. No scar. A lightning bolt scar. A piece of Voldemort living inside my head for 16 years. James made a sound like he'd been punched. I was sent to live with the Dursleys. Mum's sister Petunia and her husband Vernon. They kept me in a cupboard under the stairs for 10 years. They told me you died in a car crash. They told me magic wasn't real. Harry said this flatly, without self-pity, because he'd long since processed it and because the look on Lily's face told him that any emotional inflection at all would shatter her completely. When I was 11, Hagrid came and told me I was a wizard. I went to Hogwarts. I spent 7 years fighting Voldemort in various forms, a possessed professor, a memory preserved in a diary, a resurrected body. People died. A lot of people. And at the end, I walked into the forest and let him kill me because it was the only way to destroy the horcrux in my scar. He stopped. Took another breath. That's the short version. The long version takes about 7 years to tell, and I'll give you every detail you want, whenever you want it. But the important part, the part that matters right now, is that I know things. I know where every horcrux is. I know who every Death Eater is. I know what's going to happen if we don't act, because I lived through it. And I have the power to do something about it, because when I came back, I brought my magic with me. All of it. Plus something extra. Something extra, James repeated. His voice was hoarse. The Elder Wand. One of the Deathly Hallows. It's bonded to my magic. I don't have it physically, but its allegiance is mine. It makes me. Harry searched for the right word. More. More than I should be. More than anyone should be, probably. The silence that followed was the longest of Harry's life. Either life. Lily spoke first. The Dursleys. Of everything he'd said, time travel, horcruxes, death, resurrection, the most powerful wand in existence, his mother had locked onto the Dursleys. Harry would have laughed if it hadn't cracked something open inside him. Yeah. Petunia kept you in a cupboard. Mom, I'll kill her. That's really not, I will kill her, James. I will go to Surrey and I will, Lily. James's hand closed over hers. Focus. She hasn't done it yet. She's never going to do it. Because we're not dead. Lily's jaw worked. Her eyes were blazing, not with tears, not anymore. With fury. Pure, incandescent, maternal fury that made the teacups rattle in their saucers. Harry watched his mother's magic respond to her emotion and thought, so that's where I get it from. Right, Lily said tightly. Right. We're not dead. Fine. But I'm still going to have words with her. Absolutely. Terrifying words. I'll hold your coat. James squeezed her hand, then turned to Harry. His expression was complicated. Harry could read at least 4 emotions fighting for dominance: shock, grief, pride, and a deep protective anger that mirrored Lily's but ran quieter, more controlled, like a river with a strong current beneath a calm surface. You said you died, James said. At 17. Yes. And you chose to come back. Yes. Why? Harry frowned. Because there was still a war to finish. People I cared about were still fighting. No. I mean, why did you come here? To this specific moment. If you chose to go back, why not back to where you were? Why all the way back to being a baby? I don't think I chose this. I think the magic did it. Or the universe, or whatever's behind the curtain at the Department of Mysteries. I was supposed to go back to the forest. Instead I ended up here. James leaned back in his chair. He ran his hand through his hair, the exact gesture Harry made when he was thinking, and seeing it from the outside was deeply strange. So something sent you back. Deliberately. To the one moment where everything went wrong, with the power to fix it. James looked at Harry with those sharp hazel eyes. That's either a miracle or a trap. Harry stared at his father. In all the chaos, in all the planning and fighting and emotional upheaval, he hadn't considered that. Hadn't considered the why of it, the intelligence, if any, behind his displacement. He'd been so focused on the opportunity that he hadn't questioned the mechanism. I don't know which one it is, Harry admitted. But I'm here. And I'm not wasting it. No, James said quietly. I don't imagine you are. The fire crackled. Outside, a bird sang, oblivious, ordinary, the world continuing on as though nothing had changed when everything had. The horcruxes, Lily said, and her voice was steady again, focused, the voice of a woman who'd been top of her year in charms and potions and who processed crisis by turning it into a problem to solve. You said 5. You know where they are. A diary, hidden in Malfoy Manor. Lucius Malfoy is holding it for Voldemort, though he doesn't know what it really is. A ring, in the ruins of the Gaunt family shack near Little Hangleton. It's cursed, badly, a withering curse that'll kill anyone who puts it on. A locket, Salazar Slytherin's locket, hidden in a cave by the sea, protected by inferi and a basin of poison. A cup, Helga Hufflepuff's cup, in Bellatrix Lestrange's vault at Gringotts. And a diadem, Rowena Ravenclaw's diadem, hidden in the room of requirement at Hogwarts. He listed them the way he might have listed groceries. Matter of fact. Complete. He'd spent a year hunting these things in his other life, nearly died retrieving each one, lost friends along the way. Now he was sitting in a high chair reciting their locations from memory while porridge dried on his chin. Lily and James exchanged a look. It was the kind of look that married couples develop, a full conversation compressed into a glance. Harry couldn't read all of it, but he caught the gist. This is real. This is happening. Our son is a time-traveling war veteran in a nappy and we need to deal with it. We need Dumbledore, James said. He'll be back, Harry said. He was here last night. He heard me say the word horcrux. Trust me, he's not going to let that go. He's probably at Hogwarts right now losing his mind trying to figure out how a baby knows his deepest secret. You know him well, Lily observed. In the other timeline. You were close. Harry thought about that. About Dumbledore's office and the pensive and the long, painful conversations about sacrifice and necessity. About walking to his own death on Dumbledore's implied instructions. About King's Cross and the old man's tears. He was the most important person in my life for 6 years, Harry said. He was also the most infuriating. He kept secrets that got people killed, including himself. He manipulated me from the moment I entered the wizarding world, moved me like a chess piece, kept me ignorant so I'd walk to my death at the right time in the right way. And he loved me. Genuinely, I think. He just loved the greater good more. Lily's expression went very cold. He used a child as a weapon. He used me as the only weapon that could work. He wasn't wrong about the strategy. He was wrong about everything else. Harry shrugged, a baby's shrug, tiny shoulders rising and falling. I'm not angry at him anymore. But I'm not going to let him run things this time. He's brilliant and he's necessary and he's going to help us destroy the horcruxes. But I'm done being managed. James was grinning. It was inappropriate and he clearly knew it and couldn't stop. What? Lily said. Nothing. Just, he's definitely ours, isn't he? A knock at the front door interrupted whatever Lily's response would have been. 3 sharp raps, then 2 quick ones, a pattern, a code. James was on his feet instantly, wand drawn, body angled between the door and his family. Then his face changed. That's Sirius's knock. He crossed the hallway in 4 strides and pulled the door open, and Sirius Black nearly fell through it. Harry had seen Sirius in many forms. The gaunt, hollowed wreck of Azkaban. The fugitive in the cave above Hogsmeade, living on rats. The laughing man in the photograph, young and handsome and careless. The body falling through the veil, surprise on his face, there and then not there. This Sirius was none of those. This Sirius was 22 years old and vibrating with a manic energy that was equal parts terror, relief, and barely suppressed violence. He was wearing a leather jacket over what appeared to be pajama bottoms. His dark hair was wild, his gray eyes were red-rimmed, and he grabbed James by the shoulders and pulled him into a hug so fierce it lifted James's feet off the ground. "You're alive," Sirius said into James's shoulder. "You absolute bastard, you're alive." Dumbledore sent a Patronus saying Voldemort attacked and I flew here, I came straight here on the bike, I thought you were. I'm fine. Sirius. I'm fine. James gripped him back just as hard. We're all fine. Sirius pulled back. His eyes swept the hallway, the blast damage, the scorch marks still visible despite Dumbledore's repairs. His face went hard. Where is he? Is the body gone? Dust. It's over. Over. Sirius's voice cracked. Voldemort breaks into your house and you say it's over? James, what the hell happened? Dumbledore's message was, I couldn't even, he said. Harry, he stopped. He'd caught sight of the kitchen doorway, where Lily was standing with Harry in her arms. Sirius's gaze locked onto the baby. Harry looked back at him. And despite everything, despite the mission and the secrets and the war still to be fought, he felt his throat close up. Sirius. Alive. Young, whole, unbroken by 12 years of Dementors, unmarked by Azkaban's scars. Standing in his parents' hallway with his leather jacket and his stupid pajama bottoms and his whole life ahead of him. Padfoot, Harry said softly. Sirius went white. What did he? I'll explain, James said. Come inside. Sit down. Have you eaten? You look terrible. I look terrible. Your hallway looks like a bomb went off and you look like you've been crying for 6 hours and your infant son just called me Padfoot and I look terrible. Tea. Lily offered. Whiskey, Sirius said. Definitely whiskey. It took an hour. Harry let James and Lily do most of the talking this time, filling in details when they faltered or got things wrong. He kept it simple, he'd learned from the first telling. Time travel. Future knowledge. Voldemort dead. Horcruxes remaining. The basics. Sirius took it better than expected, which was to say he cycled through disbelief, horror, hilarity, and a kind of fierce protective rage before settling into something that looked like stunned acceptance. He sat at the kitchen table with a cup of tea he hadn't touched and a glass of fire whiskey he drained twice and stared at Harry with an expression that made Harry's chest ache. You know me, Sirius said. In the other timeline. You were my godfather. You are my godfather. Harry paused. You were the first person who ever offered me a home. Something broke behind Sirius's gray eyes. Not dramatically, no tears, no outburst. Just a small, quiet fracture, like ice cracking on a pond. He reached across the table and Harry grabbed his finger, the only part of Sirius's hand his tiny fist could manage, and held on. Well, Sirius said roughly. I'm glad I did that, at least. The other me. You did a lot more than that. Yeah. Yeah. Sirius nodded. Cleared his throat. Finished his fire whiskey. So, he said. Peter. The temperature in the kitchen dropped 10 degrees. Not literally, but close. James's jaw set. Lily's hand tightened on her wand. Even Harry felt his magic stir, and he consciously tamped it down. "He's the one who sold us out," James said. Harry confirmed it. The Fidelius, Peter was the secret keeper. He went to Voldemort. Sirius's expression didn't change. That was the frightening thing. His face went completely blank, wiped clean of everything, and for a moment Harry saw the man who would have committed murder on a London street, who had, in the original timeline, gone after Peter with a wand and a willingness to kill and only failed because Peter was faster at cutting off his own finger than anyone had a right to be. "Where is he?" Sirius asked. "We don't know yet. Dumbledore contacted the Auror office last night. I'm not asking about the Auror office. I'm asking where Peter is." "Sirius." James's voice was careful. "Don't. He tried to kill you. He tried to kill Lily. He tried to kill Harry. And he'll answer for it. In front of the Wizengamot. Properly. Properly." Sirius laughed, a short, ugly sound. "James, properly, is what got us into this. Properly is Barty Crouch handing out life sentences without trials. Properly is, in my timeline," Harry said, cutting through cleanly, "you went after Peter alone. You cornered him on a Muggle street. He screamed that you'd betrayed my parents, cut off his own finger, blew up the street, killed 12 Muggles, transformed into a rat and escaped into the sewers. You were arrested. You were sent to Azkaban without a trial. You spent 12 years there. 12 years with the Dementors, Sirius. You lost everything." The kitchen went very quiet. "I am telling you this," Harry continued, "because I am not going to watch it happen again. Peter Pettigrew will be caught, tried, and imprisoned. By Aurors. In a courtroom. With evidence and witnesses and all the proper legal protections that he denied my parents. And you are going to be here, free, alive, with your best friend and your godson, because that is what you deserve and I will not accept any other outcome. Are we clear?" Sirius stared at him. A 15-month-old baby in a high chair, porridge on his chin, pointing a plastic hippogriff spoon at him like a general issuing orders. "Merlin Saggy," Sirius started. "Language," Lily said automatically. "He's ordering me around," Sirius said, gesturing at Harry with his empty whiskey glass. "Your baby son is giving me tactical instructions about my own life and I can't even argue because he's right." "Welcome to the new normal," James said. Peter Pettigrew was captured 3 days later. He'd gone to ground immediately, probably the moment he'd felt the dark mark burn and fade on his forearm, signaling his master's destruction. But Peter had always been more cunning than brave, and his rat form, so useful for spying, was equally useful for hiding. He'd made it as far as Manchester before the Aurors caught up. It was Alastair Moody who brought him in. Harry heard the story secondhand from James, who'd heard it from Sirius, who'd heard it from Moody himself. The old Auror had tracked Peter's magical signature to a grain warehouse near the docks, cornered him in rat form behind a stack of barley sacks, and stunned him so hard the Animagus transformation broke on impact. The trial was fast and brutal. Bartemius Crouch Sr., head of magical law enforcement, wanted Death Eater convictions to cement his political reputation, and Peter Pettigrew, confessed secret keeper, proven spy, marked Death Eater, was the perfect target. Dumbledore testified. Sirius testified. James and Lily submitted memories via pensieve, because Lily refused to leave Harry and James refused to leave Lily. Peter got life in Azkaban. No possibility of parole. Harry felt nothing when he heard the sentence. He'd expected to feel satisfaction, or at least closure, but there was nothing. Peter Pettigrew was a small, scared man who'd made a monstrous choice, and he was going to spend the rest of his life paying for it, and Harry simply couldn't find it in himself to care. He had bigger problems. The first of those problems arrived at Godric's Hollow precisely 1 week after Halloween, wearing half-moon spectacles and an expression of carefully composed neutrality. Albus Dumbledore sat in the Potter's living room, newly repaired, the furniture rearranged to avoid the blast-scarred section of floor, and looked at the baby sitting on the carpet across from him. Harry had insisted on being put down. He was sitting cross-legged, or as close to cross-legged as a 15-month-old could manage, with the stuffed Niffler beside him and an expression of patient expectation on his round face. "Thank you for coming," Harry said. Dumbledore's right eyebrow rose approximately a quarter of an inch. "You are, I believe, the first toddler to ever invite me to a meeting. And you're the first century-old wizard I've had to look up at from this angle. We're both having new experiences." A flicker of something crossed Dumbledore's face, surprise, maybe, or the beginning of a reassessment. He'd known this visit would be unusual. He couldn't have known it would be like this. "Your parents have told me a remarkable story," Dumbledore said. "Time travel. Future knowledge. The destruction of Voldemort by means I have never encountered in my considerable experience. All true. The word you spoke in this kitchen, the night of the attack. Horcruxes. Also true. 5 of them. I listed the locations for my parents. I assume they passed them along." "They did." Dumbledore's blue eyes were fixed on Harry with an intensity that would have been intimidating to anyone who hadn't spent 6 years as his student. "I have spent over a decade pursuing the theory that Voldemort created horcruxes. I had evidence for only 1, possibly 2. You claim there are 5. I don't claim it. I know it. I destroyed them, in my timeline. Every single one. It took me and my friends 6 years of investigation and a year of active hunting. People died. Including you." Dumbledore went very still. "I died. Withering curse. The ring, the gaunt ring. You found it and put it on, because it contained the resurrection stone and you couldn't resist. The curse killed you slowly over the course of a year. In the end, you arranged for Severus Snape to kill you on top of the astronomy tower to spare Draco Malfoy from having to do it himself." Harry let that land, then added, "So when I tell you not to touch the ring when we go to retrieve it, I need you to listen." The silence in the living room was extraordinary. James and Lily were on the sofa, frozen. Sirius, who'd been at the house every day since the attack and showed no signs of leaving, was leaning against the mantelpiece with his arms crossed, watching Dumbledore's face with sharp attention. Remus Lupin, who'd arrived the day before looking 20 years older than his 21 years and hadn't stopped quietly crying for about 4 hours, was sitting in the armchair by the window. Dumbledore said nothing for a very long time. His blue eyes were distant, calculating, processing information at a speed and depth that Harry knew from experience was formidable. "The resurrection stone," he said finally. "You said the ring contains the resurrection stone." "Yes. One of the 3 Deathly Hallows. The stone, the cloak, and the wand. The cloak is upstairs in my parents' bedroom, Dad's invisibility cloak, passed down from Ignotus Peverell. The stone is in the ring. And the wand," Harry paused. "The wand is with me." Dumbledore's eyes sharpened. "I beg your pardon." "The Elder Wand. I won its allegiance in my timeline. When I came back, the allegiance came with me. I don't have the physical wand, that's in your possession right now, I believe. But its power answers to me. It's why I was able to do what I did to Voldemort." Harry watched Dumbledore carefully as he said this. He knew the significance. He knew what the Hallows meant to Dumbledore, the obsession that had consumed his youth, that had led to his friendship with Grindelwald, that had led to Ariana's death. The Elder Wand was in Dumbledore's office right now, taken from Grindelwald in 1945, the trophy and the burden of his greatest victory. And Harry had just told him that its allegiance belonged to a baby. To his credit, Dumbledore showed nothing. Or almost nothing. There was a tremor in his left hand, quickly stilled, and a brightness in his eyes that might have been pain or yearning or simple shock. "You are remarkably well informed," Dumbledore said quietly. "I had a good teacher." When he wasn't being deliberately cryptic. The ghost of a smile. A fair criticism, I suspect. Professor. Harry leaned forward. The stuffed Niffler toppled over beside him and he ignored it. I know about Ariana. I know about Grindelwald. I know about the letter and the plans and the greater good. I know every secret you're carrying, and I'm not telling you this to threaten you or leverage you. I'm telling you because in my timeline, your secrets ate you alive. They isolated you. They made you make terrible decisions because you couldn't trust anyone with the full picture. I'm offering you something different. And what is that? A partner. Someone who knows everything you know and isn't afraid of it. Someone you don't have to protect or manipulate or manage. I'm not your student this time, Dumbledore. I'm not your weapon. I'm an ally. And I'm asking you to be mine. The room held its breath. Dumbledore looked at Harry, really looked, with the full weight of his century and a half of experience brought to bear on this impossible child sitting on a carpet in a onesie. And Harry looked back with the full weight of his 17 years, his wars, his losses, his death and resurrection and second chance. You know, Dumbledore said slowly, in all my years, I have never been lectured by someone in nappies. I'm not wearing nappies. Mum switched me to training pants last month. Sirius made a choking sound. James pressed his face into Lily's shoulder. Even Remus, who'd been sitting in shocked silence for the entire conversation, let out a startled laugh. Dumbledore smiled. A real smile, warm and surprised and slightly wondering, and for a moment he looked not old and burdened and calculating but simply, human. Amused by the absurdity of his situation. Charmed by the audacity of this tiny, impossible person. Very well, Harry, Dumbledore said. Partners. Though I reserve the right to occasionally find this arrangement deeply surreal. Fair enough. And I will need to verify your information. The Horcrux locations, verify everything you want. I'll give you every detail I have. Memories, descriptions, locations, protections. But we move fast. Every day those Horcruxes exist is a day someone could find them and do something stupid. Agreed. I suggest we begin with the one that presents the least logistical difficulty. The diadem. It's at Hogwarts. It's been there for decades. You can walk into the room of requirement and pick it up. The room of requirement, Dumbledore repeated, and his eyebrows did something complicated. I had thought that room was merely a legend. 7th floor, opposite the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy. Walk past 3 times thinking about what you need. The diadem is in the room's incarnation as a storage space. It's been hidden there since Voldemort came to Hogwarts to interview for the defense against the dark arts position. It's sitting on top of a cabinet near a bust of an ugly warlock, roughly 200 meters in from the entrance. You can't miss it, it's tarnished silver with a sapphire. Dumbledore was staring at him. That is, remarkably specific. I spent a lot of time in that room. Indeed. Dumbledore stood, slowly, with the careful economy of motion that tall, elderly wizards develop. I will retrieve the diadem tonight. How should it be destroyed? Fiend fire works but it's uncontrollable. Basilisk venom works perfectly. There's a dead basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets at Hogwarts, has been since the school was founded, though in my timeline it was alive until I killed it in my 2nd year. In this timeline it's presumably still alive, so that's more complicated. The simplest option is the Sword of Gryffindor. It absorbed basilisk venom when I used it to kill the snake. But that hasn't happened in this timeline either, so the sword is just a regular goblin-made sword right now. Harry paused, thinking. His infant brain was perfectly capable of complex thought, the mind was the mind, regardless of the skull it inhabited, but there were moments when the mismatch between his mental age and his physical age produced a kind of cognitive dissonance that was deeply disorienting. He was strategic planning the destruction of soul fragments while sitting on a carpet next to a stuffed toy. Actually, he said, the simplest option might be me. You. The Elder Wand's power can unmake anything. I destroyed Voldemort's shade last night, not just his body, his actual soul fragment, the Wraith. If I can do that to a free-floating piece of soul, I can do it to one anchored in an object. Bring me the diadem. I'll destroy it. Dumbledore considered this. You are proposing that a toddler destroy one of the darkest magical artifacts in existence. I'm proposing that the most powerful wizard in the room destroy it. I just happen to be 17 months away from learning to use a toilet. That's 15 months, Lily said from the sofa, because she was keeping track. Mom. I'm just saying. Dumbledore departed with a promise to return within 48 hours. The diadem was first. Then the ring, then the locket. The diary and the cup presented unique challenges. One was in a private home, the other in the most secure vault in Gringotts, but Harry had plans for both. After Dumbledore left, Harry sat on the living room floor and felt the exhaustion settle over him like a heavy blanket. His body was demanding sleep, it always was, at this age, the biological imperative of infancy dragging at him constantly. He had maybe 30 minutes before he crashed. Remus, Harry said. Lupin startled. He'd been so quiet during the meeting that Harry had almost forgotten he was there, and then felt guilty, because in his other life, Remus Lupin had been the best defense against the dark arts teacher Harry had ever had, and one of the kindest men he'd ever known, and he'd died at the Battle of Hogwarts alongside his wife, leaving behind a baby son who'd grow up as an orphan just like Harry. Not this time. Remus leaned forward. He looked terrible, thin, prematurely lined, with the perpetual exhaustion of a man who transformed into a monster once a month and spent the intervening weeks hating himself for it. But his eyes were sharp, intelligent, and currently fixed on Harry with an expression of guarded wonder. Yes, Harry. The Wolfsbane potion. Damocles Belby is developing it right now, or he's close to finishing, I'm not sure of the exact timeline. When it's available, I want you to take it. Every month. We'll pay for the ingredients. Remus blinked. How do you know about future knowledge? The potion works. It lets you keep your mind during the transformation. You'll still transform but you'll be yourself, just tired and achy instead of dangerous. It'll change your life. Remus opened his mouth. Closed it. Opened it again. You're telling me, he said slowly, that there's a potion that can help me. And you know about it because you're a time-traveling baby. That's about the size of it, yeah. Remus looked at James. James shrugged expansively. Remus looked at Sirius. Sirius raised his freshly refilled glass of fire whiskey in a mock toast. Right, Remus said faintly. Right. Okay then. Also, Harry added, you should ask out Nymphadora Tonks in about 12 years. She's going to be brilliant. You'll try to talk yourself out of it because of the werewolf thing and the age gap. Don't. She won't care. And you'll be happy. Remus went very red. I don't even know who that is. Andromeda's daughter. Sirius's cousin's kid. She's about 8 right now, so maybe don't lead with that. I'm just planting the seed. He does this, James told Remus sympathetically. He just drops bombs and moves on. You get used to it. I absolutely will not get used to it. Give it a week. Harry felt his eyelids drooping. The room was warm, full of people he loved, people who were alive and safe and bickering gently, and his body was 15 months old and it wanted to sleep, and for once he let it. Lily scooped him up before he toppled. He curled against her shoulder, the spot that was becoming familiar, the warm curve of her neck where her heartbeat was steady and close, and felt her hand on his back, rubbing slow circles. Sleep, love, she murmured. You've done enough for today. I've done enough for a lifetime, Harry thought. 2 lifetimes, actually. He slept. The weeks that followed were the strangest of Harry's existence, which was saying something for a person who'd once attended a Death Day party and been hunted by a giant chess set. He settled into a routine, or as much of a routine as was possible when you were an infant genius with the accumulated trauma of a dead timeline and the power of an unbeatable wand. Mornings were for practice, fine-tuning his magical control, learning the boundaries of what his body could handle, running through the spell catalog in his head like a musician practicing scales. He couldn't do everything he'd been able to do at 17, some magic required physical maturity, wand movements his hands couldn't replicate, vocal precision his infant mouth couldn't manage, but what he could do wandlessly and wordlessly was staggering. Summoning, banishing, shielding, basic transfiguration, every charm in the first 4 years of the Hogwarts curriculum and most of the 5th. The Elder Wand's allegiance smoothed everything, turned effort into ease, made his magic flow like water downhill. Afternoons were for demolition. Dumbledore brought the diadem on November 3rd. He carried it into the Potter's living room wrapped in enchanted cloth, held at arm's length, his expression grave. Harry could feel at the moment it crossed the threshold, a wrongness in the air, a spiritual stench, like finding a dead rat behind a wall. The fragment of Voldemort's soul inside the diadem pulsed with malevolent awareness, and Harry felt it reaching for him, sensing his power, drawn to it like a moth to flame. "Set it down," Harry said from his position on the floor. He was surrounded by wooden blocks, Lily's insistence on maintaining some semblance of normal childhood activities, which Harry had accepted because building block towers with magic was actually quite relaxing. Dumbledore placed the wrapped diadem on the coffee table. James and Lily stood behind the sofa, wands drawn. Sirius was by the door. Even Remus had come, standing quietly by the window with the careful tension of a man who knew exactly how dangerous this was. Harry stood up. Walked to the coffee table, walking was getting easier, his body finally catching up to his mind's demands, and pulled the cloth away. Rowena Ravenclaw's diadem sat on the Potter's coffee table, tarnished silver gleaming dully in the November light. It was beautiful and horrible simultaneously, an artifact of incredible craftsmanship corrupted by the vilest magic imaginable. Harry could see it in his magical sight, the dark tendrils of the horcrux, wrapped around the diadem like a parasite, pulsing with a heartbeat that belonged to a man who was mostly dead. "Hello, Tom," Harry said. The diadem screamed. Not audibly, or not entirely. The sound existed on a frequency that was more magical than physical, a psychic shriek of recognition and rage that made everyone in the room flinch. Lily gasped. Sirius swore. Even Dumbledore took a step back. Harry didn't move. He looked at the diadem, at the fragment of soul writhing inside it, and he felt nothing but a cold, clear purpose. He reached out with his magic. The Elder Wand's power answered instantly, that vast, resonant bass note rising in his blood, amplifying his intent, turning his will into something that could reshape reality. He wrapped the diadem in his magic the way he'd wrapped Voldemort's wraith, forming a cage, a compression chamber, an inescapable fist. Then he squeezed. The diadem shattered. Not physically, the silver remained intact. But the horcrux inside it detonated like a dark star, the soul fragment ripping itself apart as Harry's magic crushed it out of existence. There was a flash of black light, if such a thing was possible, and a sound like a thunderclap played in reverse, and then silence. The diadem sat on the coffee table. Just a diadem now. Old, tarnished, beautiful. Empty. One down, Harry said. 4 to go. The ring was next, and it was harder. Dumbledore went to the gaunt shack alone, despite Harry's protests. "I am still a reasonably competent wizard, Harry," he'd said with mild amusement, and Harry had bitten back the response that Dumbledore's competence wasn't in question, his self-control around Hallow-adjacent objects was. But Harry had described every protection on the shack in exhaustive detail, the enchantments on the door, the curses on the box, and above all, the withering curse on the ring itself. "Don't put it on," Harry said for the 3rd time as Dumbledore prepared to leave. "I mean it. The stone calls to you." It'll show you Ariana. It'll promise you can speak to her again. It's lying. If you put on that ring, you'll be dead inside a year and I'll be very annoyed. Dumbledore paused at the door. You are, without question, the most unusual child I have ever encountered. Just don't touch the ring with your bare hands. Gloves, tongs, levitation charm, I don't care. Hands off. He came back the next day with the ring in an enchanted containment box, both hands intact and uncursed. Harry destroyed the horcrux the same way he destroyed the diadems, raw magical compression, Elder Wand amplified, the soul fragment screaming briefly before collapsing into nothing. 2 down. The resurrection stone sat in the ruins of the shattered ring, small and dark and cracked, and Harry picked it up with his tiny fingers and turned it over 3 times before anyone could stop him. Nothing happened. Or rather, something happened, but not what Harry expected. He felt the stone activate, felt it reach across the boundary between life and death, searching for someone to summon. But there was no one for it to find. In his first life, the stone had shown him his parents, Sirius, Remus, all dead, all waiting for him. Now they were alive, standing in this room, and the stone had nothing to offer. Harry smiled. Set the stone down. Looked up at Dumbledore, whose face was carefully blank. It works, Harry said. But I don't need it. No one I want to talk to is dead. Something moved in Dumbledore's blue eyes. Pain, maybe. Envy, perhaps. The old man who'd lost his sister, his friend, his innocence, who'd spent decades longing for the chance to say sorry, was looking at a child who held the resurrection stone in his fat little hand and had no use for it. Keep it safe, Harry told him. Don't use it. If you need to talk to Ariana, try talking to Aberforth instead. He could use the company. Dumbledore left that evening without his usual eloquence. James said later that he'd looked shaken, which was something James hadn't thought possible. The locket was the first real problem. Not the retrieval, Dumbledore handled that with characteristic brilliance, navigating the cave's defenses with the knowledge Harry had provided. The inferi never touched him. The poison in the basin was vanished rather than drunk, because Harry had said flatly, if you drink that poison, I will find a way to ground you, and I'm not even 2 years old yet. Dumbledore had laughed, then conjured a siphon that bypassed the enchantment entirely with a piece of magic so elegant Harry genuinely wished he could have watched. No, the problem was what happened when Dumbledore brought the locket back. It fought. The other horcruxes had resisted, the diadem had screamed, the ring had clawed at Harry's magic with withering dark energy, but the locket was different. The locket was smart. When Harry reached for it with his magic, it opened. And Voldemort's face looked out at him. Not the snake-faced monster. The young Tom Riddle, handsome, dark-eyed, smiling a smile that had no warmth in it. The image rose from the locket like a hologram, shimmering and translucent, and it looked at Harry and it spoke. You think you've won, it said. You think you can destroy me. But I know what you are, Harry Potter. I know what you've done. You've torn apart time itself to get what you want. How are you any different from me? The room went cold. Literally cold, frost crept across the windows, the fire in the grate guttered, and the temperature plummeted as the horcrux poured its malice into the air. I know your secrets, the shade continued. I can feel them. The arrogance. The pride. You didn't come back to save anyone. You came back because you couldn't stand to lose. You couldn't stand that the world didn't go the way you wanted, so you broke the rules of reality to make it go your way. That's not love. That's control. Harry looked at the shade of Tom Riddle. He was standing in the middle of the living room, 18 months old, barefoot, in a jumper Lily had knitted with a slightly lopsided stag on the front. The shade towered over him, pouring out poison and ice and doubt. Harry reached out and crushed the horcrux with one pulse of magic. It happened so fast the shade didn't even finish its next sentence. One moment it was there, words forming on its lips, darkness pouring from its eyes. The next, Harry's magic slammed into it like a closed fist and the locket crumpled, the soul fragment inside compressed past the point of existence, collapsing into that same dark point of nothingness that Voldemort's wraith had vanished into. The shade dissolved. The cold evaporated. The locket clattered to the floor, empty. "Nice try," Harry said. 3 down. The cup required breaking into Gringotts. In his first timeline, this had involved Polyjuice Potion, a half-blind dragon, and significant structural damage to the bank's marble lobby. Harry had no intention of repeating that experience. Instead, he had Dumbledore make a formal request through the Ministry. The political landscape had shifted dramatically in the weeks since Voldemort's death. The wizarding world was in a state of euphoric chaos, celebrations in the streets, Ministry reshuffling, Death Eater trials proceeding at breakneck speed. Barty Crouch was riding a wave of public approval, convicting former followers left and right. The Potters were celebrities, James and Lily couldn't go to Diagon Alley without being mobbed, and Harry was famous. The boy who lived, they called him, though the story had gotten mangled in the retelling. The public version, carefully managed by Dumbledore, was that Lily's sacrificial magic had rebounded Voldemort's curse, close enough to the original timeline story that it was easy to maintain, vague enough that the truly impossible details stayed hidden. Harry's actual role was known only to his parents, Sirius, Remus, and Dumbledore. Which meant that when Dumbledore went to Gringotts with a Ministry warrant to access the Lestrange vault, citing dangerous dark artifacts related to ongoing Death Eater investigations, the Goblins, while furious, had no legal ground to refuse. The political will was there. The legal authority was there. And Dumbledore's reputation, bolstered by the revelation that he'd been right about Voldemort all along, carried enough weight to override Goblin territorial instincts. It still took 3 weeks of negotiation, during which Harry celebrated his first birthday in his new timeline by destroying a cake Sirius had shaped like the Dark Mark, terrible taste, pat foot, Lily had said, while James laughed so hard he fell off his chair, and began working on his walking in earnest, not because he couldn't walk but because his body needed to catch up to his demands on it. The cup came to him in February 1982. Another containment box, another living room gathering, another moment of cold fury from the soul fragment inside, this one manifesting as a wave of suffocating despair that made Lily sob and James stagger and Sirius grip the mantelpiece so hard his knuckles went white. Harry dissolved it in 3 seconds flat. He was getting efficient. 4 down. The diary was last, and it was personal. Lucius Malfoy had the diary. Harry knew exactly where it was, in a hidden compartment beneath the drawing-room floor of Malfoy Manor, wrapped in protective enchantments that Lucius thought were clever but were actually mediocre by any serious standard. The question was how to get it. "We could just ask," Sirius suggested, feet up on the Potter's coffee table, a habit Lily had given up trying to break. "Walk up to the front door and say, 'Hello Lucius, terribly sorry, we've come for the soul fragment of your dead boss.'" He'd deny having it, Remus said. He'd deny breathing if it kept him out of Azkaban, James muttered. He denied everything at his trial, Harry said. He was sitting on Sirius's lap, which had become his default meeting position because Sirius's lap was the only seat in the house that gave him both height and access to the biscuit tin on the side table. "In my timeline," he claimed the imperious defense. "I was bewitched, Minister, I had no choice. Fudge bought it because Malfoy made generous donations to the right causes." "Fudge," James spat. "Cornelius Bloody Fudge. I don't think Fudge is Minister yet in this timeline." "Who is it now?" "Millicent Bagnold," Lily said from the kitchen, where she was making dinner with the efficiency of a woman who'd learned to cook while listening to war councils. "She's competent. She won't last, the political winds are shifting. But she's solid for now. Then we use her. Get a search warrant for Malfoy Manor. Dumbledore's testimony plus my knowledge of the diary's location, we can build a case." "A case based on what evidence?" Remus asked gently. The testimony of a toddler. Even a very unusual toddler. Harry conceded the point. Fine. Then Dumbledore goes to Malfoy directly. Off the record. He tells Lucius he knows about the diary, he knows what it is, and he gives Lucius a choice, hand it over quietly, or Dumbledore goes public with evidence of Malfoy's Death Eater activities. Lucius is smart. He'll calculate the odds and surrender the diary rather than risk exposure. That's blackmail, Lily said. Yes. I love it, said Sirius. It worked. Not quite as cleanly as Harry had hoped. Lucius Malfoy was shrewd, and there was an excruciating week of back-channel negotiation during which Dumbledore had to make assurances about Lucius's legal immunity that made Harry's teeth grind, but the diary arrived at Godric's Hollow on a grey March morning, wrapped in silk, smelling faintly of the expensive cologne Lucius apparently applied to everything he owned. Harry destroyed it on the kitchen table while eating breakfast. Porridge in one hand, raw magical annihilation in the other. The soul fragment didn't even have time to manifest. Harry hit it so hard and so fast that the destruction was instantaneous, a single pulse of power that turned the diary's contents to ash while leaving the physical book intact. That one was for Ginny, Harry murmured, too quietly for anyone to hear. 5 down. 5 horcruxes destroyed. Every anchor that Voldemort had driven into the world, ripped out and burned away. And no scar on Harry's forehead, because the 6th horcrux, the accidental one, the piece of soul that had lived in Harry's head for 16 years, had never been created. Tom Marvolo Riddle was gone. Completely, irrevocably, finally gone. Harry sat in his high chair in his parents' kitchen and felt the absence like a missing tooth, a gap where something had been for so long that its removal felt stranger than its presence. No connection. No visions. No burning scar. No voice in his head whispering in Parseltongue. Just silence. Just his own mind, undivided and unshared. Lily set a cup of juice in front of him. Apple juice, in a sippy cup with hippogriffs on it. Harry looked at it for a long moment, then picked it up and drank. All done? Lily asked. All done. Good. She kissed the top of his head. Now finish your porridge. You're 2 years old next month and you haven't gained a pound since Christmas. I've been busy. You've been destroying fragments of an evil wizard's soul. That's not an excuse to skip meals. Harry ate his porridge. The months that followed were, impossibly, almost normal. Almost. There was no truly normal life for a family that knew what the Potters knew, that had a child like the one they had. But there was a rhythm, a daily pattern of meals and naps and visitors and small domestic moments that accumulated like snowfall, soft and steady, building something Harry had never had before. He learned to walk properly by January. Not the lurching, drunken toddle of most children his age, but a steady, confident stride that made the healers at St. Mungo's. Lily had taken him for a checkup, partly for appearances and partly because she was a responsible parent regardless of her child's metaphysical status, exchange concerned glances and write, advanced motor development, in his file. He was speaking in full sentences by February, which was extraordinary enough to merit a visit from a developmental specialist at the ministry's Family Services Division. Harry sat through the evaluation with patient amusement, answered questions about colors and shapes and animal sounds with the weary tolerance of a combat veteran being asked to recite the alphabet, and was officially classified as profoundly gifted, a designation that satisfied the bureaucracy without requiring anyone to confront the truth. His magic was another matter. As his body grew, slowly, in the frustrating way of human biology, his control improved. By the time he was 2, he could perform most standard spells wandlessly and wordlessly with near-perfect reliability. By 3, he was reading his mother's old Hogwarts textbooks and correcting the marginalia. By 4, he was practicing non-verbal combat magic in the garden while James watched with a mixture of pride and existential crisis. He just cast a Patronus, James said to Lily one evening, standing at the kitchen window, watching their 4-year-old produce a fully corporeal silver stag that cantered around the garden before dissolving into mist. I know. A stag, Lily. His Patronus is a stag. I know. That's me. His Patronus is me. Lily put her hand on his arm. Are you crying? Absolutely not. It's allergies. Shut up. But the darkness hadn't gone away. It had just changed shape. The first sign came in December 1981, barely 6 weeks after Voldemort's death. Harry was napping, or trying to nap, fighting his body's insistence on sleep with the grim determination of someone who had too much to do, when Lily came into the nursery and sat in the rocking chair and said, in a voice like crushed glass, "The Longbottoms." Harry was awake instantly. What? Alice and Frank. They've been attacked. Bellatrix Lestrange and Bartemius Crouch Jr. and the Lestrange brothers, they went to the Longbottom house last night. Looking for information about Voldemort. They thought the Longbottoms knew something about what happened, about how he died. Harry's blood went cold. They tortured them, Lily said. The Cruciatus Curse. 4 hours. By the time the Aurors arrived, her voice broke. Alice and Frank are in St. Mungo's. The healers say they may never recover. Harry sat in his crib and felt the world tilt sideways. He'd known. He'd known this happened. In his timeline, the Longbottom attack had occurred shortly after Voldemort's fall, carried out by the same people for the same reasons. He'd known, and he'd forgotten to prevent it, because he'd been so focused on Voldemort, on the horcruxes, on his own family, that he'd let the Longbottoms slip through the cracks. No. That's not true. I didn't forget. I assumed. He'd assumed that destroying Voldemort so completely, so publicly, would deter the Death Eaters. That without their master, without even a wraith to cling to, they'd scatter and hide and the attacks would stop. He'd underestimated Bellatrix Lestrange's fanaticism. He'd underestimated the desperation of true believers confronting the death of their god. And Frank and Alice Longbottom had paid for his arrogance. The baby, Harry said. Neville. He's fine. He was in his crib upstairs. Augusta, Frank's mother, she's taken him. Neville Longbottom. Round-faced, anxious, chronically underestimated Neville, who'd been one of the bravest people Harry had ever known. Who'd pulled the sword of Gryffindor from the sorting hat and cut the head off Nagini while the world burned around him. Who'd grown up visiting parents who didn't recognize him, stuffing his pockets with the sweet wrappers his mother pressed into his hand because it was the only thing she could give him. That hadn't changed. Despite everything Harry had done, killing Voldemort, destroying the Horcruxes, saving his own parents, that hadn't changed. The universe had found its cruelty elsewhere, redirected its suffering to a different target, and Neville Longbottom was growing up without parents just the same. Harry's magic surged. The crib rattled. Frost spread across the window. Bellatrix, he said. Where is she? They've been captured. All 4 of them. Moody's team caught them trying to flee the country. Good. That's good. But it wasn't good. It was catastrophically, unforgivably too late. Mom, I should have warned you. I knew this could happen. The same thing happened in my timeline. I thought, with Voldemort gone, stop. Lily's voice was firm. She came to the crib and put her hand on his head, smoothing his impossible hair. You are not responsible for what Bellatrix Lestrange chooses to do. You're a baby, Harry. Even a baby with a grown-up's mind. You can't save everyone. I'm supposed to try. You did try. You killed Voldemort. You destroyed the Horcruxes. You saved us. You can't carry the weight of every bad thing that happens in the world. But he could, and he did, and the guilt settled into him like groundwater into stone, invisible, pervasive, permanent. He added it to the collection, Cedric. Sirius. Dumbledore. Fred. Remus. Tonks. And now Frank and Alice Longbottom, who were alive but unreachable, locked inside their own shattered minds, as lost to their son as Harry's parents had been to him. "I'll fix it," he promised himself. "I'll find a way. Somehow." But some things, he was learning, even the Elder Wand couldn't fix. Harry turned 3, then 4, then 5. The years moved with the strange, elastic pace of early childhood, each day lasting forever, each year passing in a blink. Godric's Hollow was home in a way nowhere had ever been home before. The cottage was repaired, expanded, warded so heavily that Dumbledore himself said it was the most protected private residence in Britain. James went back to work, not as an Auror, as he'd been before Voldemort's rise forced the family into hiding, but as a consultant for the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, using his animagus abilities and his considerable talent for creative problem-solving. Lily started a potions research practice from home, converting the garden shed into a laboratory that regularly produced clouds of multicolored smoke and once, memorably, a sentient fungus that chased Sirius around the yard for 20 minutes. Sirius was there constantly. He'd bought a house in the village, someone's got to keep an eye on you lot, but spent more time at the Potters than at his own place. He and Harry developed a relationship that defied easy categorization. Harry knew Sirius from a lifetime of loss and longing, the godfather he'd barely had, the father figure snatched away too soon. Sirius knew Harry as, well, as the strangest child in the history of the world, who called him Padfoot and told him stories about a life that hadn't happened and occasionally let slip knowledge of Sirius's innermost fears and dreams that no one else alive possessed. "You know things about me that I haven't told anyone," Sirius said one evening, after Harry had casually referenced Sirius's complicated feelings about Grimmauld Place and his mother's portrait. They were sitting on the back step of the cottage, watching the sun set. Harry was 5. He was eating an ice lolly. "I know things about everyone," Harry said. "Occupational hazard of coming from the future." "It's not that. It's," Sirius struggled with the words. "You look at me like you've missed me. Since the day we met. Since you were a baby in a high chair, you've looked at me like someone who lost me and got me back." Harry licked his ice lolly. "That's because that's exactly what happened. I died. In your timeline." "Yes." "How?" Harry looked at the sunset. Gold and red and purple, painting the sky above Godric's Hollow, beautiful and ordinary and impossible. "Bellatrix killed you," he said. "In a battle at the Ministry. You fell through a veil, an archway in the Department of Mysteries that separates life from death. I watched. I was 15. I tried to go after you and Remus held me back." Sirius was quiet for a long time. "Was it a good death?" he asked. "You were fighting. You were laughing. You were protecting me. Then yeah. That sounds about right." Sirius's arm came around Harry's shoulders, a warm, solid weight, the arm of a man who was alive and intended to stay that way. "But this time, I think I'll skip that part." "Please do. Ice lollies dripping on your shirt." "I know. Your mum's going to kill you. She's going to kill you. You gave it to me." "Fair point. Quick, eat faster." Harry ate faster. It wasn't perfect. Nothing was perfect, and the longer Harry lived in this new timeline, the more he understood that perfection had never been the offer. He'd been given a second chance, not a guarantee. There were nightmares. His body was a child's but his memories were not, and they surfaced at night with vicious clarity: Cedric's dead eyes, the green flash in the graveyard, Sirius falling, Dumbledore falling, the forest floor rushing up to meet him as the killing curse struck. He'd wake up screaming and Lily would come running and he'd press his face into her shoulder and shake, and she'd hold him and rock him and not ask what he'd dreamed about because she knew, they all knew, that the dreams were memories and the memories were real. There were arguments. Harry was, by nature and experience, autocratic. He'd spent a lifetime making life-or-death decisions alone, trusting his own judgment because no one else had the full picture. In this timeline, he still had the fullest picture, and the habit of unilateral action died hard. He clashed with Dumbledore over strategy. He clashed with James over security. He clashed with Lily over everything, because Lily Potter was exactly as stubborn as her son and twice as articulate, and their arguments were legendary. "You are 5 years old," Lily shouted during one memorable dispute about whether Harry should be allowed to attend an Order of the Phoenix meeting. "I don't care if you're mentally 35. You are 5. You have a bedtime. You are not attending a war council at 10 o'clock at night. The war is over, Mum. It's a strategy meeting. And my bedtime is arbitrary. Your bedtime is 8 o'clock and it is non-negotiable." Harry went to bed at 8 o'clock. But underneath the arguments, underneath the nightmares, underneath the guilt about the Longbottoms and the lingering unease about having changed the timeline in ways he couldn't predict, underneath all of it, there was something new. Something Harry had never had before, in either lifetime. He had a home. He had parents who fought over his bedtime and argued about his diet and read him stories even though he'd read the books himself years ago. He let them, because Lily did voices and James added sound effects and it was the best part of every day. He had a godfather who took him flying on a broomstick, "Don't tell your mother," and bought him ridiculous presents and treated him as simultaneously the most extraordinary and the most ordinary kid in the world. He had Remus, who came for dinner every Sunday and was quietly, steadily healing. The Wolfsbane potion had become available in 1983 and the transformation that month, the first one he'd retained his mind through, had left him weeping with relief in James's arms. He had Dumbledore, who visited monthly for tea that was actually strategic planning, and who was slowly, cautiously, allowing Harry to see the man behind the legend, the man who'd lost his sister and his best friend and his faith in his own judgment and was trying, one day at a time, to earn it back. Harry had what he'd always wanted. And the fact that it had come at the cost of another life, an entire timeline erased, friends who'd never meet, experiences that would never happen, was something he carried quietly, privately, in a part of himself that he didn't show anyone. Not yet. On the morning of Harry's 6th birthday, Dumbledore arrived at Godric's Hollow with a newspaper and a grim expression. "The Remnant," he said, setting the Daily Prophet on the kitchen table. The headline screamed, "Death Eater faction claims responsibility for Diagon Alley attack, 3 dead, 12 injured." Harry picked up the paper. The article described a coordinated assault on Diagon Alley, masked attackers, dark mark in the sky, hit-and-run tactics designed for maximum terror and minimum engagement with horrors. 3 shopkeepers dead. A dozen bystanders injured. The attackers had operated away before the response teams arrived. A group calling itself the Remnant had claimed responsibility via a message carved into the wall of Fortescue's ice cream parlor: "The Dark Lord lives. The Dark Lord returns. Prepare." Harry read the message twice, then set the paper down. "He doesn't," Harry said. "Live, I mean. Or return. I destroyed every horcrux. Every fragment. There is nothing left of Voldemort to return." "I know," Dumbledore said. "But they don't. Who's leading them?" "We believe it to be a coalition. Bellatrix Lestrange is in Azkaban, as are the Lestrange brothers and Bartemius Crouch Jr. But there were many Death Eaters who escaped justice, those who claimed the Imperious Defense, those who were never identified, those who operated in the shadows. Augustus Rookwood was an unspeakable, his intelligence connections run deep. Antonin Dolohov went underground after the fall. And there are others we haven't identified. Harry stared at the newspaper. The photograph showed the dark mark hanging over Diagon Alley, that grotesque skull and serpent, burning green against a grey London sky. He'd seen that image so many times in his first life that it had almost lost its power to shock. Almost. "They're not trying to win," Harry said slowly. "They can't win, they don't have the numbers, the leadership, or the power. They're trying to destabilize. Create fear. Keep the wizarding world off balance so that when they make their real move. Harry looked at Dumbledore. They're going to try to bring him back. You said that's impossible. I said there's nothing left of Voldemort. That doesn't mean they won't try. Fanaticism doesn't need facts, Professor. It needs belief. And these people believe. Dumbledore was silent for a moment. You think this will escalate? I know it will. The question is how far they'll go and how many people they'll hurt before we stop them. Through the kitchen window, Harry could see the garden. Sirius was there, throwing a quaffle for a 6-year-old Harry should have been playing with. The sun was shining. The roses Lily had planted along the fence were blooming, red and white, stubbornly cheerful. I'll stop them, Harry said. Not today. Today I'm going to go outside and let Sirius teach me things about Quidditch that I already know, because it's my birthday and my mum made cake. But this, the Remnant, the attacks, whoever's running this, I'll deal with it. You are 6 years old, Harry. And I've already killed the most powerful dark wizard in history. These people are pretenders worshipping a corpse. They just don't know it yet. Harry slid off his chair, walked to the back door, and went outside into the sunlight. Behind him, Dumbledore sat at the kitchen table and looked at the newspaper and the half-eaten birthday cake and the empty chair where a 6-year-old war veteran had been sitting, and for the second time in his long life, felt genuinely uncertain about the future. The first time had been the night Voldemort fell. He was beginning to think the two events were more connected than he'd realized. Chapter 3, The Hogwarts Express Doesn't Wait. The letter arrived on a Tuesday. Harry was in the garden, lying flat on his back in the grass, staring at the sky and running combat scenarios in his head. It was a habit he'd developed around age 7, using the long, empty stretches of childhood to wargame situations he might face. Not against Voldemort, who was comprehensively dead, but against the Remnant, whose attacks had grown steadily bolder over the past 5 years. Diagon Alley had been first. Then a bombing in Hogsmeade. Then a targeted assassination of a retired Auror in his home. Then a raid on the Department of Mysteries that had been repelled only because Dumbledore happened to be visiting the Ministry that day. They were getting smarter. More organized. More dangerous. And Harry, stuck in the body of an 11-year-old, had been unable to do much about it except feed intelligence to Dumbledore and the order and rage at the constraints of a childhood that wouldn't end fast enough. The owl dropped the letter on his chest. Heavy parchment, emerald ink, the Hogwarts crest embossed on the seal. Harry held it up against the July sky and felt something complicated move through him. He'd gotten this letter before. In another life, in a cupboard under the stairs, delivered by 100 owls and finally by Hagrid himself, smashing down the door of a hut on a rock in the sea. That letter had been a lifeline. An escape. The first proof that he was more than what the Dursleys had made him. This letter was different. This letter was a formality, a scheduled stop on a journey he'd been navigating for 10 years. He knew Hogwarts. He knew every corridor, every shortcut, every secret passage. He knew the teachers, the ghosts, the house elves. He knew the room of requirement and the chamber of secrets and the trick step on the staircase between the 3rd and 4th floors. Hogwarts held no mysteries for him. But it held people. Harry sat up. The garden was bright and warm around him, lilies roses in full bloom, the gnomes scuttling along the fence line, the faint sound of James and Sirius arguing about something Quidditch-related through the open kitchen window. He turned the letter over in his hands and thought about Ron Weasley. Red-haired, freckled, insecure, funny, loyal to the point of stupidity and brave to the point of insanity. His first real friend. The boy who'd sacrificed himself on a giant chess board at 11, who'd followed Harry into the Chamber of Secrets at 12, who'd stood on a broken leg and told a mass murderer he'd have to kill him before he touched Harry at 13. Who'd left during the Horcrux hunt, left and come back, because that was Ron, always circling back, always choosing right even when it hurt. Harry hadn't seen Ron in this timeline. The Weasleys existed, he knew that, had heard James and Lily mention Arthur in passing, but their paths hadn't crossed. There'd been no reason. In a world where Harry grew up loved and powerful and informed, there was no Hogwarts Express meeting, no shared compartment, no chocolate frogs and every flavor beans and the tentative beginning of the most important friendship of his life. He was going to have to build it from scratch. And Ron was going to be 11 years old and Harry was going to be 11 on the outside and 28 on the inside, and somehow he was going to have to bridge that gap without being condescending or distant or weird. Same with Hermione. Brilliant, bossy, big-hearted Hermione, who'd been the best of them in every way that mattered. Who'd petrified Neville and set a teacher on fire and punched Draco Malfoy in the face and brewed Polyjuice Potion in a bathroom and obliviated her own parents to keep them safe. She'd be 11 too. A Muggle-born girl with big teeth and bigger ambitions, desperate to prove she belonged in a world she'd just discovered. And Neville. Harry's chest tightened at the thought. Neville Longbottom, whose parents were in the Janus Thicky ward at St. Mungo's, who was being raised by a grandmother who loved him fiercely but showed it through expectation rather than warmth. Harry had visited the Longbottoms, twice, with Lily, because Alice Longbottom had been Lily's friend and Lily was not the kind of person who abandoned her friends to institutional silence. The visits had been awful. Alice, blank-eyed and gentle, pressing sweet wrappers into Harry's hand. Frank, staring at the ceiling, occasionally making sounds that might have been words. And Augusta Longbottom sitting ramrod straight in the visitor's chair, dry-eyed and brittle, holding her grandson's hand. Harry had sat in that ward and looked at Alice and Frank and felt the guilt like acid in his veins. He could have prevented this. If he'd warned someone. If he'd thought beyond his own family. If he'd remembered that killing the Dark Lord didn't kill the darkness. "I'll look after their son," he promised silently. "I'll make sure Neville knows how brave they were. How brave he is. Harry." Lily's voice from the kitchen window. "Is that your letter?" He held it up. Lily's whoop was so loud it startled the gnomes. Within 30 seconds she was in the garden, snatching the letter from his hands, tearing it open, reading it with shining eyes. James materialized behind her, peering over her shoulder. Sirius appeared from nowhere. He had an almost supernatural ability to be present for significant Potter family moments, and the three of them clustered around the letter making noises of exaggerated delight while Harry stood in the grass and watched his family lose their collective minds over something he'd known was coming for 10 years. "Hogwarts!" Sirius bellowed, seizing Harry under the arms and hoisting him into the air. Harry was getting too big for this. He was on the small side for 11, genetics being what they were, but he still weighed enough that Sirius staggered slightly. "My godson's going to Hogwarts. James, break out the fire whiskey." "It's 11 in the morning," Lily said. "Fire whiskey doesn't have a time zone. That's not how time zones work. Fire whiskey." James was already reaching for the bottle. Lily rolled her eyes but she was laughing, and Harry, suspended in Sirius's arms, watching his family celebrate around him, felt the complicated thing in his chest resolve into something simpler and warmer. He was going to Hogwarts. Not for the magic. Not for the education. For the people. He was going home. Diagon Alley was the same and different. The same cobblestones, the same leaning buildings, the same riot of color and noise and casual magic that had stunned him speechless as an 11-year-old orphan walking beside Hagrid. But the differences were everywhere once you knew to look. Fortescue's ice cream parlor had been rebuilt after the Remnant attack, the new facade slightly too clean against its weathered neighbors. Ollivander's window display was unchanged, but Harry noticed the security enchantments layered over the glass, subtle, professional, post-war. The crowd was thinner than he remembered, and people moved faster, with less lingering. A faint tension ran beneath the surface bustle, like a city that had learned to expect the unexpected. James and Lily flanked him. Sirius trailed behind, in his human form but with the coiled alertness of a man who'd been a dog too often not to trust his hackles. They discussed this, whether to come as a family, whether the attention would be worth it. In the end, Harry had decided that hiding was stupid and counterproductive, so here they were, the Potters, walking through Diagon Alley, famous and visible and completely unbothered by it. People stared. Of course they stared. James and Lily Potter, the couple who'd survived Voldemort. And Harry, the boy who lived, 11 years old, smaller than expected, with his mother's eyes and his father's hair in a calm self-possession that made adults uncomfortable and children curious. Gringotts first, Lily said briskly, steering them through the crowd with the practiced ease of a woman who'd been navigating public attention for a decade. The goblin at the front desk looked at Harry. Harry looked back. There was a moment, brief, waited, where the goblin's dark eyes narrowed in recognition. Not of the boy who lived. Of the magical signature. Goblins could sense power the way sharks sensed blood, and Harry radiated it like a bonfire. The Potter vault, James said cheerfully, producing his key. And a private word with Director Ragnarok, if he's available, Harry added. The goblin's eyebrows climbed. James shot Harry a look. Harry shrugged. Long-term financial planning, Harry said. I want to set up a trust for the Longbottom boy. And I have some ideas about the Lestrange vault forfeiture that Ragnarok might find interesting. You're 11, James muttered. And financially literate. Let's not make it weird. The meeting with Ragnarok took 20 minutes and resulted in a trust fund for Neville Longbottom, a series of investments in goblin-run enterprises that Harry knew would be profitable, and a grudging respect from the director that would prove useful in years to come. Goblins valued competence, and Harry had it. They bought his school supplies in a whirlwind tour. Cauldrons, scales, telescope, parchment and quills. Lily handled the apothecary, her professional eye selecting ingredients with a precision that made the shopkeeper nervous. James dragged Harry to quality Quidditch supplies and spent 20 minutes agonizing over broomstick models while Harry stood patiently and didn't mention that he'd been flying since he was 4 and could outmaneuver James on his worst day. First years aren't allowed brooms, Lily said when they emerged. First years aren't allowed their own brooms, James corrected. Subtle but critical distinction. We are not smuggling a broom into Hogwarts. Who said smuggle? I said distinction. James. Fine. But I'm lodging a formal protest. Flourish and Blots was next, and Harry allowed himself to enjoy it. Books had been a refuge in his first life, one of the few pleasures the Dursleys hadn't been able to take from him, since the school library was free and Dudley never went near it. In this life, he'd had access to the Potter family library, Sirius's collection, heavy on defense, light on organization, and Dumbledore's personal recommendations, which tended toward the obscure and the brilliant. But there was something about a bookshop, the smell of new parchment, the creak of leather spines, the sense of knowledge stacked to the ceiling, that made him feel 11 again in the best way. He collected his required textbooks without fuss, added 3 that weren't on the list, an advanced defense text, a history of ward construction, and a book on magical theory that he'd found invaluable in his first life, and was heading toward the counter when he heard a voice he knew. But I've already read the standard curriculum. Hermione Granger was standing at the information desk, her arms full of books, her bushy brown hair enormous, her expression a perfect mixture of earnestness and frustration. She was arguing with a clerk about whether first years were permitted to purchase books from the upper-level shelves, and she was losing, and she clearly couldn't understand why knowing the answer wasn't the same as being allowed to have it. Harry stopped. Watched. Felt his heart do something stupid. She was so young. Not just physically, that was obvious, the knobby knees and the 2 big front teeth and the air of a child who'd grown up more comfortable with pages than people. She was young in the way she held herself, defensive, overcompensating, trying so hard to prove she deserved to be here that she couldn't see she was pushing people away. In 4 months, she'd be crying in a bathroom while a mountain troll tried to kill her. In 7 years, she'd be the most extraordinary witch of her generation and one of the bravest people Harry had ever known. But right now she was 11 and alone and scared and too proud to show it. Harry walked over. She's right, you know, he said to the clerk. There's no rule restricting book purchases by year level. The school list is a recommendation, not a limit. Hogwarts Charter, Section 12, Paragraph 3, no student shall be denied access to knowledge on the basis of age or year of study. He'd made that up. There was no Hogwarts Charter Section 12, Paragraph 3. But Harry said it with the confident authority of someone who expected to be believed, and the clerk, a young man who clearly didn't know the charter any better than Harry did, hesitated. Hermione turned to look at him. Her eyes were sharp, appraising, the same eyes that would one day see through Polyjuice disguises and identify horcruxes and decode Dumbledore's deliberate obfuscations. Right now they were assessing an 11-year-old boy with messy black hair and round glasses who just quoted a regulation she was fairly certain didn't exist. "That's not actually in the charter," she said. Harry grinned. "No. But it should be." Hermione's mouth opened. Closed. Opened again. And then she did something Harry recognized from a lifetime of watching Hermione Granger encounter someone who surprised her. She smiled. Reluctantly, suspiciously, but genuinely. "I'm Hermione," she said. "Hermione Granger." "Harry Potter." Her eyes went wide. You're the, yeah. Don't make it weird. I've read about you. In the rise and fall of the dark arts and great wizarding events of the 20th century, and I bet I'm taller in the books." She laughed. An actual laugh, startled out of her, and Harry felt something click into place, a piece of the puzzle returning to where it belonged. "What books are you trying to get?" he asked. "Intermediate Transfiguration and a Theoretical Basis for Charm Construction. They're second-year and third-year texts, respectively, and I don't see why being a first-year should prevent me from reading ahead. It shouldn't. Here." Harry leaned past the clerk, who'd given up and retreated to the back room, and pulled both books off the shelf. Handed them to Hermione. "The Transfiguration text is solid. The Charms one is a bit dry. If you want something more practical, try Windemere's Applied Charm Work for the Dedicated Student. Third shelf from the left, halfway up." Hermione stared at him. "You've read them? Cover to cover?" "My mum's a researcher. Our house is basically a library with a kitchen attached." "That sounds wonderful." "It really is. Are your parents here?" Hermione's expression flickered, a brief shadow of the anxiety she carried everywhere, the not quite belonging of a muggle born in a wizard's bookshop. "They're at the Leaky Cauldron. They can't really see most of this. It's strange for them. Bring them in next time. The alley looks different to muggle eyes, but it's still there. My mum's muggle-born, she can help them navigate if they want." The shadow lifted. "Really? Really?" Here, Harry scribbled the Potter's Flu address on a scrap of parchment. "If you or your parents have questions before September, reach out. First-generation wizards shouldn't have to figure everything out alone." Hermione took the parchment. Her eyes were bright in a way that had nothing to do with the bookshop's lighting. "Thank you," she said. Thank you. See you on the train, Hermione." He walked away before the conversation could get awkward, before the age gap in his head could make things weird, before he could slip and say something that only made sense if you'd known someone for 7 years and a war. He'd planted a seed. That was enough for now. Lily was watching him from the front of the shop, her expression knowing. "Friend of yours?" she asked. "Not yet. But she will be." Ollivanders was last. Harry had debated this. He didn't need a wand. The Elder Wand's allegiance gave him more wandless power than most wizards achieved with the finest instruments money could buy. But a wand was expected, and going to Hogwarts without one would raise questions he didn't want to answer. Besides, there was a part of him that was curious. In his first life, the Hollyann Phoenix Feather Wand had chosen him because of his connection to Voldemort, twin cores, brother wands, a relationship forged in prophecy and dark magic. That connection didn't exist anymore. No scar, no soul fragment, no Voldemort. So what wand would choose Harry Potter now? The shop was exactly as he remembered. Narrow, dusty, stacked floor to ceiling with long, thin boxes. The air thrummed with dormant magic, thousands of wands waiting, sleeping, each one a potential partnership between wood and core and wizard. Ollivander emerged from the shadows like a spider from a web. Silver eyes, wild white hair, that unsettling intensity that made you feel like he was reading your soul through your skin. "Ah," he said. "Harry Potter. Mr. Ollivander. I have been expecting you." Ollivander's silver eyes fixed on Harry with an intensity that went beyond professional interest. "I remember selling wands to your parents. Your mother, Willow, 10¼ inches, excellent for charm work. Your father, Mahogany, 11 inches, pliable, ideal for transfiguration. But you." He trailed off. His head tilted. "You are different. So I've been told." Ollivander was already moving, pulling boxes from shelves, muttering to himself. He set the first wand on the counter, beechwood, dragon heartstring, 9 inches. Harry touched it. "Nothing. No, no. I thought not." Ollivander whisked it away, produced another. Maple, unicorn hair, 7 inches. Harry picked it up. A faint warmth, like holding a hand near a candle, but nothing more. Not a match. They went through 12 wands. 15. 20. Ollivander's excitement grew with each rejection. This was, Harry understood, the old wandmaker's version of a really good puzzle. Each failed match told him something about the wizard, narrowed the field, refined his understanding. Curious, Ollivander murmured after the 23rd wand, ebony, phoenix feather, 13 inches, produced a shower of dark sparks but no connection. Your magical signature is, layered. As though there are two of you in there. A child and something older. Harry said nothing. Ollivander's silver eyes sharpened. Wait here. He disappeared into the back of the shop. Harry heard rummaging, the sound of boxes being moved, a distant clatter. Lily, James, and Sirius waited in uncomfortable silence. The shop felt charged, expectant, as though the wands on their shelves were holding their breath. Ollivander returned with a box that was different from the others. Older. The wood was dark, almost black, and there were symbols carved into the lid that Harry didn't recognize, not runes, exactly, but something older, more primal. I made this one 30 years ago, Ollivander said, setting the box on the counter with unusual care. It was an experiment. A departure from my usual methods. I have never sold it. I have never offered it to a customer. In truth, I was not certain it would ever find a match. He opened the box. The wand inside was beautiful. Not in the polished, ornamental way of display pieces, but in the way a well-forged blade was beautiful, functional, balanced, purposeful. It was pale wood, almost white, with a faint grain that caught the light like mother of pearl. 11 inches, Harry estimated. Slightly flexible. The handle was unadorned, smooth, shaped to fit a hand rather than impress an eye. Elder wood, Ollivander said softly. Thestral tail hair core. The shop went very quiet. Harry stared at the wand. Elder wood. Thestral tail hair. The same materials as the Elder Wand itself, the Death Stick, the Wand of Destiny, the most powerful wand in existence. Not the Elder Wand, that was in Dumbledore's office, ancient and storied and bound to Harry's magic through allegiance rather than physical possession. This was something new. Something that had been made, perhaps, to echo that original power. Harry reached out and picked it up. The wand didn't warm. It didn't spark. It didn't produce a shower of light or a burst of music or any of the theatrical displays that wands sometimes offered when meeting their wizard. It sang. Not audibly, there was no sound. But Harry felt it in his bones, in his blood, in the place where the Elder Wand's allegiance lived. A harmony. A resonance. Two notes becoming a chord, two instruments finding the same key. The wand in his hand recognized the power in his magic and answered it, not with submission but with partnership, like a hawk settling onto a falconer's glove. Magic erupted from the wand's tip, not a spell, not a charm, just raw power, a column of white gold light that punched through the ceiling of the shop and kept going, up into the sky above Diagon Alley where, for 3 breathless seconds, it was visible as a pillar of light above the rooftops before it faded. Harry stood in the wreckage of the ceiling, plaster dust settling on his hair, sunlight streaming through the hole, and held the wand and breathed. "Oh my," Ollivander whispered. His silver eyes were enormous. "Oh my, oh my. How much?" Harry asked. "That wand," Ollivander said, "is not for sale." It is not for sale because it was never meant to be sold. It was meant to be given. To the one wizard it would answer to. I have waited 30 years, Mr. Potter." Ollivander's voice was trembling. "Please. Take it." Harry looked at the wand in his hand. Pale elder wood, warm and alive against his palm, humming with a power that complemented rather than competed with the elder wand's allegiance. For the first time in 10 years, his magic had an instrument. A focus. A partner. "Thank you," Harry said. He meant it. Ollivander nodded. Then he looked up at the hole in his ceiling. "I'll pay for that," James said quickly. Platform 9 3/4 was chaos. It was chaos every year. Harry remembered that from his first life, the press of bodies and trunks and owls, the steam and the shouting and the peculiar anguish of parents letting go. But this year it felt different, because Harry was experiencing it from the inside rather than watching through the eyes of a lonely orphan who didn't know where to push his trolley. Lily hugged him on the platform, fierce and slightly too long. "Write every week," she said. "I will. Eat properly. 3 meals a day. I know you forget when you're focused, I won't forget." "And Harry," she pulled back. Her green eyes searched his face with the particular intensity of a mother who knew her child was walking into a building full of people who had no idea what he was. "Try to have fun. Please. You've spent 10 years being the most responsible person in the room. You're going to school. Let yourself be a student." "I'll try. That's not a commitment. It's the best I can do." She kissed his forehead, the smooth, unmarked forehead that bore no scar, no legacy, no fragment of a Dark Lord's soul, and let him go. James's goodbye was simpler. He gripped Harry's shoulder, met his eyes, and said, "Give them hell, kid. Planning on it. And if McGonagall sends a letter home about you in the first week, I'll be very proud." "James." Lily snapped. "What?" "It's tradition. I got a letter home on day 2, which is not something to be proud of. I was exceptionally creative." Harry left them arguing on the platform, grinning despite himself. Sirius, who'd come in his dog form, trotted alongside him to the train and gave his hand a warm, wet lick before bounding back to James. Harry boarded the Hogwarts Express. The train was exactly as he remembered. Red and gleaming, belching steam, packed with students in various states of excitement and terror. Harry made his way down the corridor, trunk floating behind him, levitation charm, subtle enough that most people wouldn't notice, looking for a compartment. He found Ron Weasley in the 3rd car. The compartment door was open. Ron was sitting alone, surrounded by the evidence of a large family's economy, a battered trunk, a second-hand wand, robes that had clearly been worn by at least 2 older brothers. He was staring out the window with the expression of someone trying very hard to look like they weren't nervous. Harry stood in the doorway. 11 years old. Messy black hair. Round glasses. A trunk and an owl and a wand made of elder wood and thestral hair. And underneath all of it, a 28-year-old man looking at his best friend for the first time in a decade and trying not to fall apart. "This seat taken?" Harry asked. Ron looked up. Freckled, long-nosed, ears going slightly red. No. Go ahead. Harry sat down across from him. The train lurched into motion. Platform 9 3/4 slid away, and with it the last familiar territory. Harry was in motion now, heading toward Hogwarts, toward the future, toward whatever this new timeline had in store. "I'm Harry," he said. Ron's eyes did the familiar flick upward, looking for the scar. Finding nothing. "Ron Weasley," Ron said. Then, because Ron had never been able to resist, "You're Harry Potter, aren't you?" "My mum told me, I mean, everyone knows, yeah. Try not to hold it against me." Ron grinned. It was the same grin, lopsided, slightly goofy, entirely genuine, and Harry felt something in his chest that he hadn't felt since waking up in that crib 10 years ago. The bone-deep comfort of being in the right place with the right person. "Chocolate frog?" Ron offered, producing a battered box. "My brother Charlie sent them. He's in Romania studying dragons." "Dragons? Brilliant. It's mental, is what it is. Mom has a fit every time she gets a letter. Last month he sent a photo of a Hungarian horntail and she nearly what? Well, she set the photo on fire. Accidentally. Dad had to put the kitchen out." Harry laughed. A real laugh, surprised out of him, and Ron's ears went less red and his shoulders came down from around his ears, and just like that, just that easily, they were friends again. The compartment door slid open 20 minutes later. Hermione Granger, already in her robes, already carrying a book, already wearing an expression of anxious determination that Harry knew better than his own reflection. "Has anyone seen a toad? A boy named Neville's lost one." "Hermione," Harry said. "Come in. We'll find the toad in a minute." She blinked, surprised to be recognized. Then she saw who was speaking and her face lit up. "Harry. From the bookshop. Have you read the Windermere? Cover to cover." "Hermione, this is Ron Weasley." "Ron, Hermione Granger." Ron looked at Hermione. Hermione looked at Ron. Harry watched the first sparks of a relationship that would take 7 years, a war, and a near-death experience to resolve into romance, and felt an almost unbearable tenderness. "Pleased to meet you," Hermione said crisply. "Yeah," Ron said. "Likewise." He had chocolate on his chin. Hermione noticed and chose not to mention it, which Harry counted as a promising start. "The toad," Harry said. "Neville's toad." "Ron, what's the name?" "How would I know?" "Trevor. The toad's name is Trevor." Harry drew his wand, the Elder Wand, pale and warm in his hand, and cast a summoning charm so precise it threaded through the walls of 4 train compartments, located a toad hiding under a seat in car 7, and delivered it gently through the compartment door into his waiting palm. Trevor croaked indignantly. Hermione stared. Ron stared harder. "That's a summoning charm," Hermione said. "That's 4th-year magic." "I read ahead," Harry said. Ron looked at the toad, then at Harry, then at the wand. "Mate." "What?" "Long story. Let's go find Neville." They found him 3 compartments down, a round-faced boy with his grandmother's stern mouth and his mother's kind eyes, tearing through his trunk with increasing panic. He looked up when they arrived, saw 3 strangers in his doorway, and his face crumpled with the particular misery of an 11-year-old who'd lost his pet and his dignity in a single afternoon. "Trevor." Neville gasped, lunging forward to take the toad. "Where did you, how, Harry summoned him," Hermione said, still slightly awed. "Summoned, but that's 4th-year magic, yes, we've established that," Ron said. "Harry's weird. You get used to it." "You've known me for 20 minutes, Harry pointed out. "I'm a fast learner." Neville looked at Harry. Something flickered in his expression, recognition, maybe, or the instinct that makes one lonely person recognize another. "I'm Neville Longbottom," he said. "I know." Harry handed Trevor over gently. Your mum was friends with mine. I'm Harry Potter. Neville's eyes went wide, but not with the starstruck awe Harry had braced for. With something more complicated. Harry watched it happen, the connection forming, the realization. Lily Potter had visited Alice Longbottom. Neville knew that. Which meant Neville knew that the boy who lived's mother sat with his mother in St. Mungo's and held her hand and talked to her even though she couldn't talk back. Thanks for finding Trevor, Neville said quietly. He's always escaping. Come sit with us, Harry said. We've got chocolate frogs and Hermione's read every book on the curriculum and Ron's brother works with dragons. Neville hesitated. The hesitation of a boy who'd been told his whole life that he wasn't enough, not brave enough, not talented enough, not enough like his parents. Harry recognized it because he'd seen it for 7 years and watched it slowly, painfully transform into the quiet steel of the man who'd defied Voldemort to his face. Yeah, Neville said. Okay. They settled into the compartment, for 11-year-olds, a toad, and about 17 years of unshared history sitting in the corner pretending to be one of them. The countryside rolled past, green and gold. Ron told stories about his brothers, Fred and George's pranks, Percy's pompousness, Charlie's dragons, Bill's curse-breaking. Hermione asked questions about everything with the relentless curiosity that was her defining trait. Neville sat quietly, listening, stroking Trevor, gradually relaxing into the warmth of inclusion. Harry sat by the window and watched his friends and let himself feel, for 1 hour, like an 11-year-old going to school for the first time. Then the compartment door opened and Draco Malfoy walked in. He was the same. Pointed face, white blonde hair, the practiced sneer of a boy who'd been taught from birth that he was better than everyone else. He had Crabbe and Goyle flanking him like a pair of bookends, large, dim, and vaguely threatening. So it's true, Draco said, looking at Harry. Harry Potter. I'm Draco Malfoy. Son of Lucius and Narcissa. I know who you are. Draco blinked. His prepared speech, Harry remembered the gist of it from their first meeting at Madame Malkin's in the original timeline, stalled on his lips. You'll find some wizarding families are better than others, Draco tried, recovering. I can help you there. No thanks, Harry said. I'm sorted for friends. You're sitting with a Weasley and a... Draco's gaze flicked to Hermione. Something ugly moved behind his eyes, the reflexive bigotry of a pure-blood upbringing. What are you? Hermione Granger, Hermione said, chin up. Muggle-born. Is that a problem? Draco's lip curled. Harry spoke before he could. Draco. His voice was quiet. Not threatening, not angry. Just flat and certain, the voice of someone who'd been through too much to waste energy on an 11-year-old's prejudice. Your father served Voldemort. Your aunt tortured people for fun. You've been raised to believe blood purity matters, and I understand that's not entirely your fault, you're 11 and you're repeating what you've heard. But I'm going to tell you something once, and I'd suggest you listen. The compartment went silent. Ron's chocolate frog was frozen halfway to his mouth. Hermione's hand had drifted toward her wand. Neville's eyes were wide. Blood doesn't matter, Harry said. It never has. The most brilliant witch I've ever known was Muggle-born. The bravest man I've ever met was a half-blood. And the most pathetic, cowardly person I've ever encountered was a pure-blood who sold his best friends to a monster because he was too scared to say no. Draco's sneer had frozen. Behind him, Crabbe and Goyle shifted uncertainly. You have a choice, Harry continued. Right now, today, you can decide what kind of person you're going to be. Not what your father told you to be. What you decide. And I hope you decide well, because the alternative isn't something you want. Trust me on that. For 3 seconds, something real flickered behind Draco's gray eyes. Something young and uncertain and not yet fully calcified into the person his family wanted him to be. Then the walls came back up, the sneer reasserted itself, and Draco turned and walked away without another word. Crabbe and Goyle followed. The compartment door slid shut. "Bloody hell," Ron said. "Language," Hermione said automatically. "He just told off Draco Malfoy. On a train. That deserves at least one bloody hell." "That was." Neville started, then stopped. Started again. "That was really something." "He might come around," Harry said. "He might not. But he deserved the chance to hear it." Hermione was looking at Harry with an expression he recognized, the Hermione is figuring something out expression, sharp and focused and slightly terrifying. "You spoke about those people, the brilliant Muggleborn, the brave half-blood, like you knew them personally." "I did. But you're 11. "I am." She waited. Harry didn't elaborate. After a moment, Hermione's jaw set in a way that said she was filing this away for future interrogation and would absolutely not be letting it go. "Fine," she said. "But I have questions." "I know you do. You always do." Her eyes narrowed. "What do you mean, always?" "There's the castle," Neville said, pointing out the window. They all turned. And there it was, Hogwarts, rising from the darkness like something out of a dream, towers and turrets and 1,000 lit windows reflected in the black mirror of the lake. Harry had seen it hundreds of times. He'd lived in it for 6 years, fought in it, bled in it, watched people die in it. He knew every stone. But seeing it now, through the window of the Hogwarts Express, with Ron and Hermione and Neville beside him, it still took his breath away. Not because it was beautiful, though it was. Because it was the place where everything that mattered had started. Where he'd found his friends, his purpose, his identity. Where he'd become, for better or worse, the person he was. The sorting was a formality, but Harry let it have its moment. He sat on the stool and McGonagall lowered the hat onto his head and the great hall went deathly quiet because Harry Potter was being sorted and everyone wanted to see where the boy who lived would land. "Well, well," said the hat's voice in his mind. "This is unprecedented." Hello again, Harry thought. Again. Oh. Oh my. Good heavens. I've never seen anything like this. The depth of your mind, the layers, you're not 11 at all, are you? Not exactly. Gryffindor would be the obvious choice. It was the obvious choice last time, if what I'm seeing in your memories is accurate. But with a mind like this, the strategic acumen, the accumulated knowledge, the sheer power, Ravenclaw would serve you well. Or Slytherin, for that matter. You have ambition that most Slytherins would envy. Gryffindor, Harry thought. My friends are going there. My parents were there. It's where I belong. Loyalty. Love. A willingness to sacrifice strategic advantage for emotional connection. The hat sounded approving. Yes. You're right. You're exactly where you should be. Gryffindor, the hat bellowed, and the Gryffindor table erupted. Ron went to Gryffindor. Hermione went to Gryffindor. Neville went to Gryffindor, though Harry had to resist the urge to shout encouragement when the hat took its time. Draco went to Slytherin, which surprised no one. The world sorted itself into houses and tables and allegiances, and Harry sat at the Gryffindor table eating roast chicken and feeling, for the first time in a very long time, like he was exactly where he was supposed to be. The first month was everything Lily had asked for and nothing Harry had expected. Hogwarts as a student, a real student, not a war asset masquerading as one, was revelatory. Harry had spent his first life lurching from crisis to crisis, barely keeping up with coursework between assassination attempts and Dark Lord confrontations. Now, with Voldemort dead and the world mostly at peace, he could actually learn. Not the material, he knew the material backwards and forwards, but the experience. The texture of daily life in a magical school, breakfast in the Great Hall with its enchanted ceiling, the particular acoustics of a classroom full of 11-year-olds attempting transfiguration, the smell of potions ingredients and old stone and something indefinably Hogwarts that he'd missed more than he'd realized. He went to classes. He sat in the front row, Hermione's influence, and he let her have it because it made her happy. He answered questions when called on but didn't volunteer constantly, having learned from first life observation that being the kid with all the answers was a fast track to isolation. But he couldn't completely dim himself. It wasn't possible, and he promised himself he wouldn't try. Professor Flitwick discovered it first, during a charms lesson on the levitation charm. The class was struggling with Wingardium Leviosa, the usual first-year difficulties with pronunciation and wand movement, and Harry, who'd been performing this charm wandlessly since he was 2, was trying to look like he was having an appropriate amount of difficulty. He failed. His feather rose on the first attempt, smooth and controlled. But the feather next to it rose too. And the one next to that. And within 3 seconds, every feather in the classroom was floating, drifting gently toward the ceiling in a lazy spiral, held aloft by the overflow of Harry's casual magic. The class went silent. 30 feathers hung in the air like a flock of very small, very confused birds. "Oh my," Flitwick said from atop his stack of books. His eyes were the size of galleons. "Oh my, Mr. Potter. That's quite extraordinary." Harry pulled his magic back. The feathers drifted down. He felt every eye in the room on him and thought, well, so much for subtle. "Sorry, Professor. Got a bit carried away." Carried away. My boy, that was simultaneous levitation of 30 separate objects with a single, non-verbal, seemingly effortless casting. I've seen certified charms masters who couldn't manage half that. Flitwick was practically vibrating with excitement. 20 points to Gryffindor. No, 30. 40. Is 40 too many? I don't care. 40 points. Hermione, sitting next to Harry, was staring at him with an expression that combined admiration, competitive fury, and the burning need to understand how he'd done it. Ron, on his other side, leaned over and whispered, "Mate, you're going to make enemies. I've had worse." "Yeah, but those enemies didn't have to share a dorm with you." Transfiguration was similar. McGonagall set the class to turning matches into needles, a basic exercise, first day stuff. Harry turned his match into a needle, then turned it back, then turned it into a silver thimble, then into a small silver cat that sat on his desk and washed its paws before he vanished it. McGonagall stood at the front of the classroom and looked at him over her spectacles with an expression he knew well from another lifetime. It was the expression she wore when she was simultaneously impressed and deeply suspicious. "Mr. Potter. Where did you learn to do that?" "I've been practicing at home, Professor." "At home. Independently. You independently taught yourself transfiguration to a level that most students don't reach until their 5th year. I have good parents. And a lot of free time." McGonagall's nostrils flared. It was the closest she came to expressing exasperation. 20 points to Gryffindor. "And Mr. Potter? Do try to leave something for the rest of the class to learn." Harry nodded. But he didn't dim himself. He wouldn't. The real test came in defense against the dark arts. The professor was a young witch named Emmeline Vance, not Quirrell, because there was no Voldemort parasitically attached to anyone's skull, and Dumbledore had hired competently for once. Vance was sharp, practical, and a former Auror who'd fought in the last war. She taught defense the way it should be taught, with an emphasis on actual defense, practical application, and the understanding that dark magic was real and required real preparation to counter. Harry liked her immediately. And she, being a former Auror with excellent instincts, noticed Harry immediately. It happened during a practical lesson on the shield charm, advanced for first years, but Vance believed in pushing her students. The class was paired off, one person casting minor jinxes, the other blocking. Harry was paired with Seamus Finnegan, who threw an enthusiastic if poorly aimed jellylegs jinx. Harry's shield snapped into place without him thinking about it, instinct, reflex, the muscle memory of 100 real fights. The jinx bounced off the shield and hit the ceiling, where it made a chandelier wobble gelatinously. "Not bad, Potter," Vance said, circling the room. "Now try it without your wand." She'd meant it as a joke. Or maybe a challenge, the way good teachers throw out impossible tasks to see who reaches for them. She did not expect Harry to lower his wand, extend his empty hand, and produce a shield charm so solid that when she tested it herself, a stunner, casually thrown, the way Aurors tested each other, it rebounded hard enough to crack the blackboard behind her. Vance staggered. Caught herself. Stared at Harry. "Staff room," she said. "After class." "Am I in trouble?" "No, Mr. Potter. You're about 12 years ahead of the curriculum and I need to figure out what to do with you." The staff room meeting resulted in Harry being given permission to work independently during defense classes, attending when he chose, self-studying when he didn't, with monthly assessments from Vance to ensure he was progressing. It was an unprecedented arrangement, and it raised eyebrows across the faculty, but Vance had Dumbledore's quiet support and McGonagall's grudging approval and nobody was going to argue with both of them. Harry used the freed time to train. Not in classrooms, in the room of requirement, which materialized for him exactly as it always had, responding to his need with the same reliable magic. He asked for a training room and got one, a vast space with practice dummies, a dueling platform, and walls that absorbed stray spells without complaint. He practiced combat magic. Not the careful, theoretical, exam-oriented magic of the Hogwarts curriculum. Real combat magic, the kind he'd learned through blood and terror and desperation. Blasting curses that could demolish walls. Shield charms that could stop killing curses, the Elder Wand specialty, proven in the nursery 10 years ago. Apparition distance summoning. Environmental transfiguration, turning the floor to quicksand, the walls to barriers, the air to obstacles. The full repertoire of a war veteran, honed and refined and amplified by the Elderwood wand in his hand and the Elder Wand's allegiance in his blood. He was, by any objective measure, the most powerful wizard at Hogwarts. Including the teachers. Including Dumbledore, though that was a closer comparison than most and Harry had no desire to test it. He didn't hide it. He didn't flaunt it either, there was a difference between refusing to dim yourself and showing off, and Harry walked the line carefully. But when Hermione asked how he'd managed the feathers, he told her the truth, "I've been doing magic since I was very young. My abilities are unusual." When Ron asked if Harry could teach him some of the things he did, Harry said yes and started running informal tutoring sessions in the Gryffindor common room that quickly became the worst-kept secret in the school. When Neville struggled with his wand, an ill-fitting heirloom, his father's wand, Augusta's insistence, Harry pulled him aside and said, gently but firmly, "That wand doesn't suit you. It was your dad's and it's loyal to your dad. You need your own. Write to Ollivander. Gran says, your Gran loves you. But she's wrong about this. You're not your father, Neville. You're you. And you needs a wand that recognizes that." Neville looked at him with those eyes, Alice's eyes, soft and deep, and something in them shifted. Not confidence, not yet. But the beginning of it. The first crack in the wall of self-doubt that had been built around him by a grandmother's expectations and a childhood defined by absence. "Okay," Neville said. "I'll write." He did. The new wand, cherry wood, unicorn hair, arrived 2 weeks later, and the difference was immediate. Neville's spells stopped fizzling. His transfiguration improved. His herbology, already his strongest subject, bloomed. And Harry watched and felt the particular satisfaction of seeing someone become who they were always meant to be. The Remnant attacked Hogsmeade on the first Saturday in November. Harry was in the Great Hall eating breakfast when he felt it, a distant shockwave in the wards, like a bass drum struck underground. He was on his feet before the sound reached the castle, his wand in his hand, his magic already surging. "What?" Ron started, looking up from his toast. "Stay here." Harry was already moving. "All of you. Stay in the castle." He didn't wait for an answer. He ran, Out of the great hall, through the entrance hall, down the front steps. He could feel it now, clearer, dark magic, multiple sources, concentrated in the village. Explosions. Screaming. The sick green pulse of unforgivable curses. He was halfway across the grounds when McGonagall caught up to him. She was sprinting, something Harry had never seen her do, and she was surprisingly fast for a woman of her age. Potter. Stop. Students are not permitted, people are dying, Professor. The Aurors have been notified. The staff are responding. You are an 11-year-old student. Harry stopped. Turned. Looked at her. Professor McGonagall. In about 4 minutes, I'm going to apparate into Hogsmeade and end whatever's happening there. You can either let me go or try to stop me, but I should warn you, I respect you enormously and I don't want to go through you. McGonagall stared at him. Her mouth opened. Closed. Opened again. You can't apparate. You're 11. And you can't apparate on Hogwarts grounds regardless, Harry apparat. Not from the grounds, he couldn't bypass Hogwarts anti-apparition wards, powerful as he was. But he could get creative. One running leap carried him across the boundary line of the wards. He'd mapped them years ago in his first life and their locations hadn't changed, and the moment his feet touched grass beyond the boundary, he twisted and vanished with a crack that echoed off the castle walls. He materialized in the center of Hogsmeade High Street and found a war zone. 6 remnant fighters. Masked, robed, moving in coordinated pairs through the village with the disciplined precision of trained combatants. Not amateurs, these were former Death Eaters or their protégés, people who'd learned dark magic from the best and worst teachers available. They'd hit the village fast and hard, the 3 broomsticks was burning, Honeydook's front wall was demolished, and there were bodies in the street, civilians, shopkeepers, a witch lying motionless outside Scrivenshafts with her wand still in her hand. Harry took it in with one sweep of his eyes. Assessed. Decided. He did not hesitate. His first spell crossed 30 meters of open ground and hit the nearest remnant fighter with a stunning charm so overpowered it launched the man off his feet and through the wall of the Hog's Head. The second spell was a shield charm, thrown wide, covering the entire width of the high street, a shimmering dome of protective magic that materialized between the remaining fighters and the civilians who were scrambling for cover. The remnant fighters spun. 5 wands pointed at a small figure standing alone in the middle of the street, and for 1 second, there was confusion. They'd expected Aurors, not a child. Then one of them recognized him. Potter. The voice was muffled by a mask but the hatred in it was unmistakable. The boy who lived. Kill him. Kill him. 5 killing curses fired simultaneously. 5 streaks of green light, converging on Harry from 5 different angles, a crossfire pattern designed to be inescapable. Harry raised his wand. The shield charm he produced was not a standard protego. It was not any spell that existed in any textbook at any level of magical education. It was something he'd developed himself, in the room of requirement, combining the Elder Wand's reality-bending power with his own hard-won understanding of how killing curses worked, what they were, at their deepest mechanical level, and what could counter them. 5 killing curses hit Harry's shield and stopped. The green light splashed across the barrier like water against glass, spreading, dissipating, turning from killing force to harmless light. The shield held. Harry held. His feet were planted, his wand steady, his expression calm with the terrifying calm of someone who'd done this before and knew exactly how it ended. My turn, he said. He moved. 5 spells, 5 targets, fired in a sequence so fast it looked simultaneous. Not killing curses, Harry wouldn't use those, not ever, not even against people who'd use them on him. But what he did use was almost as devastating. A blasting curse that detonated the ground beneath one fighter's feet, launching him skyward. A full-body bind so powerful the target hit the cobblestones like a felled tree, rigid from head to toe. A banishing charm that slammed a 3rd fighter into a 4th, sending them both through the burning wall of the 3 broomsticks. And for the 5th, the one who'd recognized him, the one who'd called for his death, a targeted disarming charm that not only took his wand but shattered it, snapping the wood clean in half, the broken pieces clattering to the ground at Harry's feet. 6 fighters. 6 seconds. All down. The silence that followed was absolute. Smoke drifted from the burning buildings. Glass crunched under Harry's feet as he walked forward, checking the downed fighters, securing their wands, binding them with conjured ropes. His movements were efficient, practiced, the movements of someone who'd done battlefield cleanup before. The first Aurors operat in 90 seconds later. They found a village half destroyed, 5 civilians dead, a dozen injured, and 6 remnant fighters bound and unconscious in a neat row in the middle of High Street. And standing over them, wand in hand, not a scratch on him, an 11-year-old boy with messy black hair and green eyes who looked up at the arriving Aurors and said, "You're late." The fallout was immediate and enormous. By evening, the story was everywhere. The Daily Prophet ran a special edition, Boy Who Lived Defeats 6 Dark Wizards in Hogsmeade, 11-year-old Hogwarts student single-handedly ends Remnant attack. The article was breathless, sensationalized, and approximately 40% accurate, which was par for the course. Rita Skeeter's column called Harry the most powerful wizard of his generation, possibly of any generation, which was closer to the truth than she knew. The Ministry's response was split. Amelia Bones, who'd replaced Barty Crouch as head of magical law enforcement after Crouch's fall from grace, publicly praised Harry's intervention while privately sending a strongly worded letter to Dumbledore about student safety. Cornelius Fudge, who'd recently been elected minister, God help us all, James muttered when the appointment was announced, made vague noises about proper channels and the rule of law while clearly enjoying the positive press. The Auror office was embarrassed, grateful, and confused in roughly equal measure. At Hogwarts, the reaction was more complex. The students were, predictably, awestruck. Harry went from famous but mysterious to famous and terrifying overnight. First years looked at him with wide eyes. Upper years re-evaluated their assumptions about the scrawny kid in their midst. The Slytherins went very quiet. Fred and George Weasley, who befriended Harry almost instantly upon discovering he was as subversive as their father had hinted, started a betting pool on what Harry would do next. The teachers were less uniformly impressed. Snape, who'd been watching Harry with barely concealed suspicion since the sorting, made a pointed comment in potions about students who think rules don't apply to them. Harry, who knew everything there was to know about Severus Snape's life, loyalties, and motivations, looked the man dead in the eye and said nothing, which was far more unsettling than any comeback. Dumbledore called Harry to his office the evening after the attack. The gargoyle leapt aside without a password. It recognized Harry's magical signature, which was either a security feature or a commentary on how often Dumbledore expected him to visit. Harry rode the spiral staircase up and entered the circular office and found the headmaster sitting behind his desk with Fawkes on his shoulder and 2 cups of tea on the desk. "Sit down, Harry." Harry sat. The office was exactly as he remembered, the silver instruments whirring on their tables, the portraits of former headmasters pretending to sleep, the sorting hat on its shelf. But something was different, and it took Harry a moment to identify it. The case where the Elder Wand normally rested, on a shelf behind Dumbledore's desk, in a glass-fronted cabinet, was empty. "You moved it," Harry said. "I did. It seemed prudent, given the circumstances. A wand whose allegiance belongs to someone else is less a possession than a liability." Dumbledore's blue eyes met his. "I placed it somewhere safe. You'll have it when you want it." "I don't want it. The allegiance is enough. The physical wand is a target, anyone who knows the legend will try to take it. Better it stays hidden." Dumbledore nodded. "On that, at least, we agree." He sipped his tea. "Now. About Hogsmeade. I did what was necessary. You left the castle without permission, operat illegally, you are well below the legal age, engaged in combat with 6 dangerous criminals, and caused approximately 12,000 galleons in property damage, not counting the wall of the Hog's Head through which you launched the first attacker. Aberforth has been wanting to renovate anyway. Dumbledore's lips twitched. Be that as it may. 5 people died in that attack, Harry. 12 were injured. Without your intervention, the numbers would have been far worse, of that I have no doubt. But you are 11 years old, and you walked into a kill zone alone, and I am having considerable difficulty reconciling my gratitude with my responsibility for your safety. Harry set down his teacup. Professor. I'm going to say something, and I need you to hear it. Not as a headmaster talking to a student. As one person to another. Dumbledore waited. You know what I am. You've known since the night Voldemort died. I'm not an 11-year-old. I haven't been an 11-year-old since I landed in that crib. I'm a war veteran with the power of the Elder Wand and the knowledge of a lifetime of combat. When people are dying and I can stop it, I will stop it. Every time. Without hesitation. And no school rule, no legal restriction, no amount of concern for my safety is going to change that. He let the word settle. Then he continued, quieter. But I know what you're really worried about. You're not worried I can't handle the fighting. You're worried about what happens to an 11-year-old body carrying a 28-year-old's trauma. You're worried I'll break. You're worried I'm turning into a weapon. Dumbledore said nothing. His silence was confirmation enough. I'm not breaking, Harry said. I have parents. I have friends. I have people who love me and argue with me and make me eat vegetables and go to bed on time. I'm more grounded in this life than I ever was in the last one. But I'm also not going to pretend I'm something I'm not. The Remnant is escalating. People are dying. And I'm the best equipped person in the wizarding world to stop them. That's not arrogance. It's just true. Dumbledore was quiet for a long time. Fawkes trilled softly on his shoulder, a low, musical sound that seemed to fill the gaps in the silence. You remind me, Dumbledore said finally, of someone I knew a very long time ago. Someone brilliant and powerful and absolutely certain they knew what was best for the world. Grindelwald. Myself. Dumbledore's voice was gentle. I was 17. I had just met Gellert. I believed that my power gave me the right, the obligation, to reshape the world according to my vision. For the greater good, we said. And we meant it. We genuinely believed our power made us qualified to decide for others. Harry met his eyes. I'm not trying to decide for anyone. I'm trying to keep people alive. So was I. In the beginning. Dumbledore set down his tea. I am not comparing you to Grindelwald, Harry. Your heart is better than mine was at your apparent age. But power, real power, the kind you possess, has a gravity. It pulls everything toward it. People, events, decisions. The more you use it, the more the world bends around you, and the harder it becomes to tell the difference between what's necessary and what's convenient. The office was silent except for the whirring of silver instruments. Harry thought about this. Really thought about it, not with the dismissive impatience of someone being lectured, but with the serious consideration it deserved. You're right, he said. That's a real danger. And I don't have a perfect answer for it. But I have something you didn't have at 17. What's that? People who'll tell me when I'm wrong. Mum didn't let me attend an order meeting because it was past my bedtime. Ron told me yesterday that I chew too loudly and it's annoying. Hermione is currently compiling a list of questions about my abilities that I'm fairly sure will take 4 hours to answer. And Sirius calls me short stuff and steals my dessert and treats me exactly like an 11-year-old nephew even though he knows I'm not, because he thinks it's important and he's right. Dumbledore looked at him. And something in the old wizard's expression shifted, from concern to something warmer, something almost like relief. Sherbet lemon? Dumbledore offered. Please. They sat in the headmaster's office and ate sweets and talked, not about war or power or the Remnant, but about Quidditch and classes and whether Filch's cat was actually part Kneazle, Harry's position, obviously, and the trick to getting the room of requirement to produce really good hot chocolate. Think about warmth, not chocolate. It was, in its way, the most important conversation they'd had, not for what was said, but for what it proved. That Harry, for all his power, for all his impossible history, was still capable of sitting in a chair and eating sweets and talking about nothing. That he was still, in some essential way, a boy. That the weapon had a soul. He went to bed that night in the Gryffindor dormitory, in a four-poster bed with red curtains, listening to Ron's snoring and Neville's murmuring and Seamus's occasional explosive sleep-talking, and he stared at the canopy above him and thought about what Dumbledore had said. Power has a gravity. It was true. He could feel it, the way events bent toward him, the way people looked to him, the way the world seemed to organize itself around his decisions. It had been happening since the nursery. Since the moment he'd killed Voldemort and become, whether he wanted it or not, the fulcrum on which the wizarding world balanced. He couldn't undo that. Couldn't give the power back, couldn't pretend it didn't exist. But he could choose how to carry it. And he'd meant what he said to Dumbledore. He had people. Family, friends, a life that was about more than fighting. That was the anchor. That was what would keep him human. Harry closed his eyes. Tomorrow there would be classes and Quidditch tryouts and Hermione's 4-hour interrogation and Ron's terrible chess strategy and Neville's new wand and 1,000 small, ordinary, beautiful things that had nothing to do with war or power or destiny. He'd deal with the Remnant. He'd protect the people he loved. He'd be what the world needed him to be. But first, he was going to sleep in a Gryffindor four-poster and have breakfast with his friends and be, for as long as he could manage it, just a boy at school. The room was dark. The castle was quiet. And Harry Potter, the boy who lived twice, slept. Chapter 4, The Remnant War. The interrogation of the 6 Hogsmeade attackers yielded exactly one useful piece of information before the prisoners stopped talking entirely. A name, Rookwood. Augustus Rookwood. Former Unspeakable, former Death Eater, former occupant of Azkaban until his escape during a coordinated breakout in the summer of 1985 that the Ministry had kept embarrassingly quiet. The man had spent a decade inside the Department of Mysteries, knew its secrets, its layout, its experimental programs, and had another decade of experience as Voldemort's intelligence operative. He was, by any reasonable assessment, one of the most dangerous wizards alive. Harry learned this in December of his first year, sitting cross-legged on the floor of the room of requirement with Dumbledore's latest intelligence briefing spread on the carpet in front of him. The room had obligingly provided a crackling fire, 2 armchairs, and a pot of tea. Harry hadn't asked for the armchairs, but the room had a habit of editorializing on his posture. Rookwood's running it, Harry said, more to himself than to the empty room. Not from the front, he's too smart for that. He'll have lieutenants, cells, layers of separation. Classic intelligence tradecraft. But he's the mind behind it. He knew Rookwood from his first life. The man had fought at the Battle of Hogwarts, had killed Fred Weasley with a curse that took out a wall, though Harry had never been certain whether Fred was the intended target or collateral damage. In this timeline, Fred was alive and 12 years old and currently engaged in an escalating prank war with Peeves that had already resulted in 2 flooded corridors and a suit of armor that wouldn't stop singing. Harry stared at the intelligence reports and thought about Fred Weasley laughing in a corridor that hadn't collapsed on him, and his jaw tightened. "I'll find you, Rookwood. And when I do, you're done." But finding Rookwood was proving harder than killing Voldemort had been, which was ironic and infuriating in roughly equal measure. Voldemort had been arrogant, had left horcruxes in symbolically significant locations, had surrounded himself with sycophants, had announced his return with theatrical flair. Rookwood was the opposite. Rookwood was patient, disciplined, invisible. He left no magical signature at attack sites. His fighters operated in independent cells that didn't know each other. His communications used a cipher system he developed during his years as an unspeakable, something that even Dumbledore's considerable code-breaking abilities had yet to crack. The Remnant's attacks continued through Harry's first year. Not large-scale, nothing on the level of Hogsmeade, but steady, persistent, designed to erode confidence rather than seize territory. A Muggle-born family threatened in Exeter. An incendiary device in the Ministry atrium that was defused by an alert security wizard. A series of threatening messages sent to prominent Order members, including one to the Potter's home that Lily intercepted and burned without telling James, though Harry knew because Harry always knew. He tracked the pattern. Late nights in the room of requirement, pinning reports to a conjured map of Britain, drawing connections, looking for the logic underneath the chaos. Hermione found him there in February, because Hermione found everything eventually. "You've been disappearing after dinner every night for 3 weeks," she said from the doorway. "Ron thinks you're sneaking food from the kitchens. I told him that was ridiculous because the kitchens are in the basement and you go upstairs. Come in. Close the door." She did. Her eyes swept the room, the map, the reports, the web of colored string connecting locations and dates and names, and her expression shifted from curiosity to something harder. "This is the Remnant." "Yes. You're tracking them. Trying to. Alone. For now." Hermione walked to the map. She studied it in silence for a full minute, really studied it, the way she studied everything, with total focus and a mind that processed information like a sorting algorithm. "The attack in Devon is connected to the one in Yorkshire," she said. "Same magical residue, I read the aura reports, they were leaked to the Prophet. Fiendfire derivatives. Not many people can produce those." Harry looked at her. 12 years old, bushy hair, wearing a Gryffindor jumper with ink stains on the cuffs, and she'd just made a connection that the aura office had missed. "You're right," he said. "Antonin Dolohov. He specializes in fire-based dark magic. He's one of Rookwood's cell leaders." "How do you know that?" "I know a lot of things, Hermione." She turned to face him. Her expression was the one he'd been expecting since the train, the one that said, "I've been patient and I've been polite and I have watched you do impossible things for 4 months and I am done waiting for an explanation." "You're not a normal 11-year-old, she said. "You've never been a normal 11-year-old. You speak like an adult, you fight like a soldier, you know things about people that you shouldn't know, and every professor in this school defers to you in ways that don't make sense unless they know something I don't." "Hermione, I'm your friend, Harry. At least I think I am. But I can't be your friend properly if I don't understand what's going on. And I think," she swallowed. "I think whatever it is, it's big. And I think you're carrying it alone. And I think that's stupid." Harry sat down in one of the armchairs the room had provided. He looked at the fire, then at Hermione, then at the map with its web of connections and its unanswered questions. "Sit down," he said. "This is going to take a while." He told her everything. Not the abbreviated version he'd given his parents, or the strategic summary he'd shared with Dumbledore. Everything. The cupboard under the stairs. The troll in the bathroom. The Philosopher's Stone, the Chamber of Secrets, the Time Turner, the Triwizard Tournament, the Graveyard. Sirius and the Veil. Dumbledore and the Tower. The Horcrux Hunt. The Battle of Hogwarts. His death in the forest and the choice at King's Cross and waking up in a crib with his dead mother's perfume in the air and the most powerful wand in history fused to his soul. He told her about her. About them, their friendship, their year in a tent, the torture at Malfoy Manor that she'd survived with her mind intact because Hermione Granger was the toughest person he'd ever known. He told her about Ron, the jealousy, the loyalty, the leaving and coming back. He told her about Neville and the sword and the snake. He told her about the people who'd died and the people who'd lived and the world that had existed and now didn't because he'd unmade it in a nursery when he was 15 months old. Hermione listened without interrupting. Her face went through a dozen expressions: shock, horror, grief, wonder, anger, a profound analytical concentration that meant she was processing at maximum capacity. When he finished, the fire had burned low and the room had quietly provided blankets and hot chocolate and a box of tissues that Hermione pretended not to notice. "So," she said after a long silence. "In another timeline, we were best friends." "Yes." "And you fought a war together." "Yes." "And now you're doing it again." "The war part, at least." "With the Remnant." "Trying not to." "Failing." Hermione picked up her hot chocolate. Sipped it. Set it down. "Right," she said. "Then I'm helping." "Hermione, you don't have to, don't tell me what I have to do. You've just told me that in another life, I was brave enough to stand beside you against the worst dark wizard in history. You're not going to sit there and tell me I'm not brave enough to help you track a bunch of second-rate Death Eaters with a map and some string." Harry looked at her. 12 years old, ink-stained, fierce as a dragon. "Okay," he said. "Welcome to the war effort. I have conditions." "Of course you do. You tell Ron. And Neville. They deserve to know too. Hermione, Ron is your best friend. Neville's parents were tortured by these people. If you're building a team, build a real one. Don't make the same mistake Dumbledore made with you, keeping people in the dark, for their own good. You said yourself that was wrong. She had him and she knew it." Harry rubbed his face, a gesture that looked strange on an 11-year-old but felt natural to him, and nodded. "Fine. But not all of it. Not the time travel, not yet. Ron and Neville get the strategic picture. The Remnant, the threat, what we're dealing with. The personal stuff, that's harder. That needs the right moment." "Agreed. But you will tell them. Promise me." "I promise." Hermione nodded crisply, pulled her chair up to the map, and began reorganizing his filing system. He told Ron the next day, in the dorm, after lights out. Not the full story, not the time travel, as he'd agreed with Hermione, but the truth about the Remnant, who they were, what they wanted, why Harry was tracking them, and what was at stake. Ron sat on his bed with his knees drawn up and his red hair sticking in every direction and listened with the quiet intensity that people who didn't know him mistook for slow-wittedness. Ron Weasley wasn't slow. He was a chess player. He thought in patterns, in positions, in the arrangement of pieces on a board. He didn't process information the way Hermione did, through analysis and categorization. He processed it through strategy. "So Rookwood's the king," Ron said when Harry finished. "The cells are his pieces. He's playing a defensive game, small attacks, keep the other side reacting, don't commit to anything that can be traced back to him. Classic chess." "Exactly. The Hogsmeade attack was a gambit. He sacrificed 6 fighters to test your response. Now he knows what you can do." Harry blinked. He hadn't thought of it that way, but Ron was right. The Hogsmeade attack had been a probe. Rookwood had sent 6 fighters to die, had written them off from the start, just to see how Harry would react, how fast, how powerful, what tactics he'd use. "That means he's been watching you for a while," Ron continued. "Since before Hogsmeade. Probably since you killed Voldemort. You're the biggest threat on the board. He's been studying you the way you study him. You're good at this," Harry said, and meant it. Ron's ears went red. "It's just chess, mate. Bigger board, real pieces, but the logic's the same." He paused. "I'm in, by the way." "Obviously. I haven't asked." "You don't have to. You're my friend, there's a war on, and I'm a Weasley. We don't sit things out." Neville was harder. Harry found him in the greenhouses on a Thursday afternoon, elbow-deep in soil, tending to a venomous tentacula with the gentle competence of someone who spoke the language of growing things. The plant, which tried to bite anyone else who came near it, was practically purring under Neville's hands. "I need to talk to you about something," Harry said. Neville looked up. Soil on his cheeks, determination in his eyes. Is this about the Remnant? Harry stopped. How did you? I'm not stupid, Harry. You disappear every night. Hermione started carrying a notebook with coded entries. Ron keeps saying, it's just chess when anyone asks what you three are doing, which is the most suspicious thing anyone's ever said. And you look at me sometimes with this expression like. He trailed off. Like you feel guilty about something. Neville set down his trowel. The tentacula made a disappointed noise. The people who tortured my parents, Neville said quietly. Bellatrix and the Lestrange brothers are in Azkaban. Barty Crouch Jr. is in Azkaban. But there were others who helped Voldemort, who believed in what he believed, who are still out there. That's who the Remnant are, isn't it? Yes. And you're going after them? Yes. Neville nodded. Something old and hard moved behind his soft eyes, something that lived in the space between the round-faced boy who lost his toad and the man who'd pulled a sword from a burning hat and cut the head off a snake. My gran takes me to see my parents every Christmas and every birthday, Neville said. Mum doesn't know who I am. She gives me sweet wrappers. She thinks they're presents. His voice was steady. Matter of fact. The voice of someone who'd made peace with a grief that never ended. Dad stares at the ceiling. Sometimes he blinks when I talk to him and I tell myself he's listening, but I don't know. I'll never know. Neville, I'm in, Harry. Whatever you need. Whatever it takes. I'm in. Harry looked at Neville Longbottom, 12 years old, dirt under his fingernails, eyes like his mother's, and saw the man he'd become in another life. The man who'd kept the resistance alive when Harry was gone. The man who'd defied Voldemort to his face. Thank you, Harry said. Don't thank me. Just point me at them. The four of them, Harry, Ron, Hermione, Neville, began meeting in the room of requirement every evening after dinner. The room provided what they needed, maps, reports. Harry had a standing arrangement with Dumbledore for intelligence sharing, a pensieve for reviewing memories, practice dummies for combat training, and an apparently unlimited supply of hot chocolate and biscuits that Hermione suspected were being provided by the Hogwarts house elves at the room's request. They called themselves nothing. No name, no title, no dramatic acronym. They were four friends in a room, trying to find a man who didn't want to be found. Harry trained them. Not the theoretical, exam prep training of the Hogwarts curriculum, real combat magic, the kind he'd taught Dumbledore's army in another life. Shield charms and stunning spells and the Patronus charm and how to duel someone who was trying to kill you rather than just disarm you. Ron took to it with surprising aptitude, his chess player's mind translated naturally to the spatial awareness and tactical thinking of combat. Hermione absorbed technique like a sponge and then improved on it, because Hermione. Neville was slowest to start and fastest to progress, his new cherrywood wand singing in his hand, his spells going from uncertain to solid to devastating over the course of weeks. You're a natural, Harry told him after a training session in which Neville had stunned 3 practice dummies in rapid succession, pivoting between targets with a fluidity that belied his reputation as clumsy. I'm not, Neville said. I'm just angry. That works too. Meanwhile, the Remnant continued its campaign. Spring of Harry's first year brought a wave of attacks that were qualitatively different from what had come before. More targeted, more sophisticated. A Muggle-born arithmancy professor at a small wizarding school in Wales was kidnapped from her home, held for 3 days, and returned with her memory erased and a message carved into her arm, "Mud runs thin." An explosion at a magical Muggle integration event in Bristol killed 2 Muggles and a wizard and made the national Muggle news, requiring a massive obliviation effort. And most disturbingly, a shipment of restricted potion ingredients, components that could be used to brew a bastardized form of regeneration potion, was stolen from a ministry storehouse. Harry caught that last detail in an intelligence report and went very still. Regeneration potion, he said to Hermione, who was cross-referencing attack dates with lunar cycles. She'd found a correlation, because of course she had. They're trying to bring him back. Hermione looked up from her notes. But you destroyed all the horcruxes. There's nothing left to regenerate. A standard regeneration potion needs a piece of the master, bone, blood, flesh. The horcruxes would have provided the sole anchor. Without them, any attempt at resurrection should fail. Harry paced the room. But Rookwood was an unspeakable. He spent 10 years studying the boundary between life and death. If anyone could find a workaround, he can't resurrect what doesn't exist, Harry. You destroyed Voldemort's soul. Every piece of it. There's nothing to bring back. I know that. You know that. Rookwood doesn't. He believes Voldemort can return because he needs to believe it. His entire movement is built on that faith. And faith makes people creative in dangerous ways. Hermione set down her quill. So what do we do? We find him. Before he builds something that matters. The summer between first and second year was a strange interlude. Harry went home to Godric's Hollow and spent 8 weeks being 11 in a way he'd never been able to in his first life. He flew with James in the garden. He helped Lily in her potions lab. He sat on the back step with Sirius on warm evenings and talked about motorcycles and music and whether Puddlemere United would ever win the league again. Not in our lifetimes, Padfoot, Harry said, and Sirius threw a biscuit at him. He had Remus over for Sunday dinners and watched the man slowly, carefully allow himself to believe that he deserved good things. But the remnant was always there, lurking at the edges. Harry tracked them through the summer, letters from Dumbledore, intelligence drops, his own research. The stolen potion ingredients had vanished. The remnant cell structure was tightening, attacks became less frequent but more precise, the hallmarks of an organization consolidating rather than expanding. Rookwood was pulling his pieces inward, preparing for something. Harry could feel it the way he'd felt Voldemort's approach in the nursery. A gathering darkness on the edge of his awareness. Not magical, not the soul-deep wrongness of a Dark Lord. Something more mundane but no less dangerous, the pressure of an approaching storm. Second year began. Harry returned to Hogwarts, to his friends, to the Room of Requirement and its ever-expanding map. Hermione had spent the summer assembling a comprehensive dossier on every known and suspected remnant member, photographs, backgrounds, known abilities, last known locations. Ron had been corresponding with Bill, who'd agreed to quietly check Goblin intelligence channels for unusual financial movements. Neville had spent the summer at his parents' bedside, reading aloud from herbology textbooks, and had returned to school with a quiet intensity that made even the older students step aside in the corridors. They were ready. For what, exactly, none of them could say. But they were ready. The answer came in November, a year almost to the day after Hogsmeade. Harry was asleep in the Gryffindor dormitory when it hit him, not a vision, not a scar pain, nothing connected to Voldemort. A ripple in the ambient magic, like a stone dropped into a pond he hadn't known he was standing in. He sat up in bed, instantly alert, his wand in his hand before his eyes were fully open. Something was wrong at Hogwarts. He dressed in 30 seconds, cast a silent disillusionment charm over himself, and slipped out of the dormitory. The common room was empty, 2 in the morning, the fire banked to embers. Harry moved through the portrait hole and into the corridor beyond, his senses extended, his magic humming at combat readiness. The wrongness was coming from below. Deep below, sub-basement levels, lower than the dungeons, lower than the Slytherin common room. Harry followed it down staircase after staircase, through corridors that grew darker and colder, until he reached a stretch of wall he recognized. The entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. The snake-carved tap in the second-floor bathroom was one way in. But there were others, service passages, maintenance tunnels, the architectural arteries of a 1,000-year-old castle that most people had forgotten existed. Someone had found one of them. Someone was inside the chamber right now. Harry didn't hesitate. He found the nearest entrance, a concealed panel behind a suit of armor on the first sublevel, which opened to a narrow passage that spiraled down through the rock, and descended. The chamber of secrets opened around him like a cathedral of stone and shadow. The same high ceiling, the same pillared walkway, the same enormous stone face of Salazar Slytherin glaring down from the far wall. The water channels on either side reflected a faint, sourceless green light. And there, in the center of the chamber, standing before a ritual circle drawn in what appeared to be blood, was a woman Harry had never met in person. But he knew her. She was tall, gaunt, with a mane of dark hair that fell in wild tangles past her shoulders. Her robes were black and ragged and she wore them like a queen wore a crown, not as clothing but as a statement. Her face was sharp, angular, with dark eyes that burned with an intensity that went beyond sanity into somewhere more dangerous and more pure. Bellatrix Lestrange. Who was supposed to be in Azkaban. Who was, apparently, no longer. And she wasn't alone. Two figures flanked her, hooded, robed, wands drawn. Guards or assistants, Harry couldn't tell. Behind them, against the far wall, sat a complex apparatus of glass and metal that Harry didn't recognize, tubes, flasks, a central chamber filled with a roiling silver substance that looked like liquefied memory. Connected to the apparatus by a web of silver threads was an object Harry did recognize. The Resurrection Stone. His stomach dropped. He'd given the stone to Dumbledore. He'd told Dumbledore to keep it safe. And someone, Rookwood's people, it had to be, had stolen it. Bellatrix was chanting. Low, rhythmic, in a language that wasn't Latin and wasn't English and made Harry's skin crawl. The blood-drawn circle on the floor was pulsing with a dark, ruddy light, and the apparatus behind her was humming, and the resurrection stone at its center was spinning, slowly, impossibly, turning of its own accord, and with each revolution, the air in the chamber grew colder. Harry assessed the situation in 2 seconds. 3 enemies. 1 ritual in progress. 1 stolen artifact being used for purposes that were almost certainly catastrophic. Unknown variables, how far along the ritual was, what it was designed to do, whether Bellatrix had additional defenses he couldn't see. He could feel the basilisk, somewhere in the deeper tunnels beyond the chamber. Not dead, not in this timeline, where no 12-year-old had come down here with a sword. Alive, sleeping, its massive magical presence a background hum that made the stones vibrate faintly underfoot. Bellatrix had gotten past it somehow. Or it didn't care about her. Or Rookwood, with his unspeakable knowledge, had found a way to neutralize it. Harry dropped his disillusionment charm. There was no point in stealth, Bellatrix would have warded the ritual space, and any covert approach would trip her alarms. Better to come in hard and fast and overwhelming. He stepped into the light. Evening, Bellatrix. The chanting stopped. 3 wands swung toward him. Bellatrix's dark eyes found him across the chamber and her face did something complicated, surprise, recognition, a manic glee that was worse than either. The boy, she breathed. The Potter boy. I had hoped, Harry's disarming charm crossed the chamber in a blink. Not aimed at Bellatrix, she'd shield against it instinctively, and he needed her off balance, not defended. He targeted her left flank guard, whose wand ripped from his grip and sailed through the air to Harry's waiting hand. In the same motion, Harry flicked his wand at the right flank guard and hit him with a body bind so powerful he toppled like a felled tree. 2 down. 1 second. Bellatrix was fast. God, she was fast, Harry had known she would be, had remembered from the Battle of the Department of Mysteries, but knowing and experiencing were different things. Her shield charm snapped into place before the echo of Harry's first spell had faded, and her countercurse was already in the air, a streak of violet light that Harry recognized as a bone-shattering hex, nasty and precise and aimed at his center mass. Harry sidestepped. The hex passed close enough to ruffle his hair. He fired back, a blasting curse, aimed not at Bellatrix but at the floor beneath her feet, which erupted in a shower of stone fragments that forced her to jump sideways, breaking her stance. You're 12, Bellatrix snarled, and there was something in her voice that was almost admiration. You're 12 years old and you duel like someone who's done this before. Yeah. I get that a lot. He pressed the attack. Not recklessly. Bellatrix Lestrange was the most dangerous duelist he'd ever faced after Voldemort himself, and underestimating her was suicide. But Harry had something she didn't, the Elder Wand's allegiance and a decade of preparation. His spells came faster, harder, more precisely than anything a 12-year-old should have been able to produce. Each one was aimed not at Bellatrix directly but at her environment, the floor, the pillars, the water channels, forcing her to react, to dodge, to shield, keeping her on the defensive while Harry controlled the tempo. Bellatrix fought back with savage creativity. A whip of fire that coiled and struck like a serpent. A killing curse, she threw killing curses the way other people threw stunners, casual and frequent and lethal. A transfiguration that turned the stone floor into a mass of grasping hands that clutched at Harry's ankles. Harry burned the hands away with a pulse of raw magic and hit Bellatrix with a spell chain, stunner, disarmor, blasting curse, all in the space of a heartbeat, each one arriving from a slightly different angle, each one requiring a separate defense. Bellatrix blocked the first two and the third caught the edge of her shield and she staggered, her hair wild, her eyes blazing. "The Dark Lord will return," she screamed. "You think you've won? You think killing him matters? He is eternal. He is beyond death. And when he rises, he's not rising, Bellatrix. He's dead. All of him. Every piece. I destroyed them myself." Something cracked behind her eyes. Not her composure, that had been gone from the start. Something deeper. Faith. The bedrock belief that had sustained her through Azkaban, through capture, through whatever escape Rookwood had engineered. "You're lying." The word tore from her throat like a physical thing. "The Dark Lord cannot die. He made himself immortal. He told me, he promised, he lied. He lied to everyone, because that's what Tom Riddle did. He was a scared, broken orphan who was so afraid of death that he ripped his own soul apart, and none of it worked, and he's gone." The ritual circle flared. The apparatus hummed louder. The resurrection stone spun faster, and Harry felt something reaching through the boundary between worlds, not Voldemort, not a soul, but a force, a pull, a raw gravitational tug from the other side. Bellatrix smiled. It was the worst smile Harry had ever seen, a rictus of triumph and madness and grief so profound it had curdled into something toxic. "It doesn't matter what you destroyed," she said. "The stone calls. The boundary thins. Something will answer." She poured her magic into the ritual circle. The blood lines blazed crimson. The apparatus screamed, a mechanical, grinding shriek of metal and glass under forces they weren't designed to contain. The resurrection stone, at the center of it all, cracked. Harry felt the crack in his bones. The stone, one of the three Hallows, an artifact older than recorded history, fractured along a line that ran through the symbol of the Deathly Hallows engraved on its surface. And through that crack, something pushed. Not Voldemort. Harry had been right about that, there was nothing left of Voldemort to summon. But the ritual didn't care about specifics. It had been designed to tear open the veil between life and death, to create a conduit, a door, and now that door was opening, and what was coming through was not a person or a soul but raw, undifferentiated death, the fundamental force of ending itself, drawn into the physical world by a broken Hallow and a madwoman's grief. The chamber went cold. Not winter cold. Absolute cold. The cold of the void, the cold that existed between stars, the cold that was the absence of everything that had ever lived. Harry's breath crystallized. The water channels froze solid. The green light that suffused the chamber flickered and dimmed. Bellatrix screamed, not in triumph now. In terror. The ritual had worked, but it had worked wrong, and what was pouring through the crack in the stone was not her master returned from death but death itself, unbound and hungry, and it was reaching for her with invisible hands that left frost wherever they touched. Harry moved. Not toward Bellatrix. Toward the stone. He crossed the chamber in a flat sprint, hurdling the frozen water channels, ignoring the death cold that tore at his skin and the suffocating pressure of a boundary between worlds that was tearing open like a wound. The apparatus shattered as he passed, glass exploded outward, silver fluid splashed across the stones and froze instantly, and he reached the resurrection stone and grabbed it. The cold hit him like a freight train. He felt death's pull, felt it reaching for him, recognizing him, the boy who'd walked willingly into its arms and then walked back out. It knew him. It wanted him. He was unfinished business, a debt unpaid, a soul that had slipped through the cracks. Harry closed his hand around the cracked stone and said, "No." His magic erupted. Not a spell, something beyond spells, beyond incantations, beyond the carefully structured framework of wizarding magic. The Elder One's power, fully unleashed for the first time since the nursery, pouring through him and into the stone and through the stone into the crack between worlds. He wasn't attacking. He wasn't defending. He was closing, pouring his will into the breach like concrete into a crack, forcing the boundary shut by sheer, undiluted, reality-bending power. The stone fought him. Death fought him. The crack widened and the cold deepened and Harry felt his heartbeat slow, felt his vision tunnel, felt the edges of his consciousness begin to fray. Not today. He thought of his mother humming in the nursery. His father's laugh. Sirius on the back step. Remus on Sunday evenings. Ron's grin. Hermione's fierce eyes. Neville's quiet courage. Every person he'd lived for, fought for, died for, and come back for. Not today and not ever. I paid that debt already. I owe you nothing. The crack closed. Not slowly. Not gradually. It slammed shut like a door in a hurricane, and the force of it blew Harry off his feet and across the chamber. He hit a pillar, felt something crack in his ribs, dropped to the stone floor in a heap. The resurrection stone, in his hand, was no longer cracked. It was whole, reformed, the fracture sealed, the deathly hallows symbol complete again. As though whatever he'd done had not just closed the breach but healed the instrument that opened it. Harry lay on the floor and stared at the ceiling of the Chamber of Secrets and tried to remember how to breathe. Bellatrix was screaming. Not the scream of a fighter or a fanatic. The scream of someone who just watched her last hope die. She was on her knees in the center of the ritual circle, which had gone dark, and she was screaming at the ceiling with tears running down her gaunt face and her wand lying forgotten beside her. "He's gone," she howled. He's gone, yes," Harry said from the floor. His voice was raw. Something was definitely broken in his ribs. "He's gone, Bellatrix. He's been gone for 11 years. It's over." She turned to look at him. And for one moment, one single, terrible, human moment, the madness receded from her eyes and what was left was just grief. Raw, total, consuming grief. The grief of a woman who had loved something monstrous and devoted her life to its return and had finally, irrevocably, been forced to accept that it was never coming back. "He promised," she whispered. "He promised he'd never leave." Harry looked at her. This woman who had tortured Neville's parents into insanity. Who had killed Sirius in another life. Who had carved a slur into Hermione's arm. Who had, in every timeline and every version of events, been a monster by choice and by conviction. And who was, in this moment, just a broken woman crying on a stone floor. "I know," Harry said. "I'm sorry." He meant it. Not for her specifically, not for the things she'd done or the person she'd chosen to be. But for the waste. For the brilliant, powerful, pure blood who'd been born into a family that valued cruelty and married into one that demanded it and given her formidable talent to a cause that deserved none of it. For the version of Bellatrix Lestrange that might have existed in a better world. Then he stunned her, because sympathy didn't mean stupidity. He was still lying on the floor when the reinforcements arrived. Dumbledore came first, as always, appearing in the chamber entrance with his wand drawn and his expression terrible. Behind him, McGonagall. Behind her, Snape, who took one look at the unconscious bodies, the destroyed apparatus, and Harry lying against a pillar with broken ribs and a reformed Hallow in his hand, and said, "Of course. Nice to see you too, Professor," Harry wheezed. Dumbledore knelt beside him. His hands were gentle as he assessed the damage, broken ribs, magical exhaustion, frostbite on his fingers from the death cold. He healed what he could and conjured a stretcher for the rest. "The stone," Harry said, pressing it into Dumbledore's hand. "She stole it. From wherever you had it. You'll need better security." Dumbledore looked at the stone. His thumb traced the Deathly Hallows symbol, complete, unbroken, as though it had never been cracked. "You sealed the breach," he said. "Not a question. Someone had to. You could have died. I've done that before. Didn't care for it." Dumbledore's eyes were very bright. He slipped the stone into his robes without looking at it again. "The basilisk," Harry added, as the stretcher carried him toward the exit. "It's still alive down here. Might want to deal with that at some point. I will add it to the list. It's a long list. It grows daily." Harry was in the hospital wing for 3 days. Madame Pomfrey healed his ribs, force-fed him potions, and lectured him about reckless behavior with the weary familiarity of a woman who treated this particular patient before, or would have, in another timeline. Ron, Hermione, and Neville visited every day, bringing news and chocolate and, in Hermione's case, homework assignments that Harry completed from his hospital bed because arguing with Hermione about the importance of the Transfiguration essay was harder than just writing it. Lily and James came on the second day. His mother's face when she walked into the hospital wing was a study in controlled fury, the kind that didn't explode but rather contracted, becoming denser and more dangerous, like a collapsing star. 3 broken ribs, she said, standing at the foot of his bed. Magical exhaustion. Frostbite. A concussion that Madame Pomfrey says was impressively severe. "I've had worse," Harry said, and immediately regretted it. "You've had worse." "He's had worse, James." James, standing slightly behind Lily with the survival instincts of a man who'd been married for 13 years, said nothing. "I fought Bellatrix Lestrange in the Chamber of Secrets, closed a breach between life and death, and saved the Resurrection Stone from being used to destroy the boundary between the living and the dead," Harry said. "I'd call that a successful evening. I'd call it suicidal. Mum, you are 12 years old. I don't care about your other life, I don't care about the Elder Wand, I don't care that you're the most powerful wizard since Merlin himself. You are my son and you went into a fight alone without telling anyone and you could have died." Her voice broke. Not dramatically, just a small crack, a hairline fracture in the fury, and through it Harry could see the terror. The absolute, bone-deep terror of a mother who'd nearly lost her child. Again. Harry reached out and took her hand. "I'm sorry," he said. "You're right. I should have told someone. I should have brought backup. I'm used to doing things alone and it's a habit I need to break. I'm sorry." Lily's jaw worked. Her eyes were wet but the tears didn't fall, because Lily Potter did not cry in hospital wings, she saved it for the shower at home, where James would find her later and hold her and say nothing. "You're grounded," she said. "I'm at school." "Then you're grounded at school. No leaving the castle. No combat. No room of requirement after 9 p.m. Mum, the Remnant, can be handled by adults. You are going to go to classes and eat meals and sleep 8 hours a night and be a child for 5 minutes. That's not a request." Harry looked at his mother. Fierce, furious, terrified, loving. The woman who died for him once and would clearly do it again without hesitation. "Okay," he said. "Okay. I'll try." "You'll do." "I'll do." She kissed his forehead. The unmarked forehead. And when she pulled back, she was almost smiling. "Also," she added, "Sirius sends his love. He wanted to come but he's busy." Busy with what? He punched Cornelius Fudge in the face at the ministry this morning. Something about inadequate prison security. He's in a holding cell. Naturally. Your father is going to bail him out after we leave. Naturally. Harry lay in the hospital bed and laughed, and it hurt his ribs, and he didn't care. The aftermath of the chamber incident reshaped the war. Bellatrix's escape from Azkaban, orchestrated, it emerged, by Rookwood using contacts inside the prison, was a scandal that brought down the head of the DMLE's Azkaban division and resulted in a comprehensive security overhaul. The two fighters captured alongside her were interrogated under Veritaserum and provided the first real intelligence on the Remnant's internal structure, cell locations, communication methods, a partial chain of command that led, inevitably, toward Rookwood. Hermione cracked the cipher. She'd been working on it for months, the Remnant's coded communications, intercepted by the Auror office but never decoded. It took her 3 weeks, a stack of Muggle cryptography texts she'd had her parents send from London, and a revelatory conversation with a portrait of a former headmaster who'd been an amateur codebreaker. The cipher was a modified Vigenère system using Parseltongue phonemes as the key alphabet, brilliant, obscure, and, once understood, completely breakable. The decoded messages painted a picture. Rookwood had 5 remaining cells operational across Britain. 2 in London, 1 in the Midlands, 1 in Scotland, 1 in Wales. Each cell operated independently, receiving orders through the cipher, carrying out attacks, reporting results. Rookwood himself moved between safe houses, never staying more than 3 days, never using the same location twice. But the messages also revealed something else, doubt. The cells were losing faith. The Hogsmeade attack had been a disaster. The chamber ritual had failed. Bellatrix, the movement's spiritual leader, the most devoted of Voldemort's followers, was back in Azkaban, broken and raving. And Harry Potter, the boy who lived, was apparently unkillable. They're cracking, Ron said, studying the decoded messages in the room of requirement. He'd arranged them on the floor like chess pieces, grouping them by cell, date, and content. The London cells are talking about disbanding. The Scotland cell hasn't reported in 3 weeks. But Rookwood hasn't, Harry said. Look at his messages. Same tone, same discipline. He's not panicking. He's planning something, Neville said quietly. He was sitting in the corner, cleaning his wand with methodical care. Something big enough to rebuild morale. A victory. Or a statement, Hermione added. Something so dramatic it forces the wizarding world to take the Remnant seriously as a threat, regardless of whether Voldemort actually returns. Harry looked at his friends. 12 and 13 years old, sitting in a secret room analyzing intercepted intelligence like veterans of a shadow war. Which, in a sense, they were. He's going to hit Hogwarts, Harry said. The words settled into the room like stones into water. Think about it, Harry continued. Hogsmeade was a probe. The chamber was an infiltration, testing our defenses, learning the castle's weak points. Rookwood's an intelligence operative. He's been gathering data for years. And the one target that would make the biggest statement, cause the most chaos, and directly challenge my reputation, is the school, Ron finished. He attacks Hogwarts, he's saying nowhere is safe. Even the boy who lived can't protect you. When? Hermione asked. Harry thought. Rookwood would want maximum impact. Maximum witnesses. An event that drew the most people together in one place. The Quidditch final, Harry said. May. The whole school in the stands. Parents invited. Press. Maximum casualties, maximum visibility. That's 4 months away, Neville said. Then we have 4 months to get ready. They spent them well. Harry brought Dumbledore into the planning, not as the leader, not as the authority figure, but as a partner. Equal footing, shared intelligence, coordinated strategy. The old wizard, to his credit, adapted. He'd spent a lifetime running things from the top, manipulating events from behind a desk, moving people like chess pieces. Working alongside a 12-year-old war veteran who refused to be managed was a new experience, and there were friction points, disagreements about acceptable risk, about how much to involve the ministry, about how far to go in preparing Hogwarts defenses. But they agreed on the fundamentals: Hogwarts would be ready. The attack would not succeed. And Rookwood would be caught. Harry trained with a focus that bordered on obsessive. The room of requirement became his second home, hours every day, running drills, perfecting techniques, pushing his magic to its absolute limits. The Elder Wand sang in his hand, responsive and eager, and the Elder Wand's allegiance amplified everything, made his already formidable power into something that frightened even him sometimes. He trained his friends too. Not just Ron, Hermione, and Neville. The word had spread, quietly, through the Gryffindor common room and beyond. By March, 20 students were meeting in the room of requirement twice a week, learning combat magic from a 12-year-old who taught with the patient authority of a veteran instructor. Fred and George Weasley, who'd been in on it from the start, handled logistics. Ginny Weasley, a first year with her mother's temper and her brother's courage, proved to be the best hexcaster in the group. Susan Bones, Hannah Abbott, Ernie Macmillan, Hufflepuffs who'd lost family in the First War and had no intention of being unprepared for the Second. Even a handful of Ravenclaws joined, including a dreamy-eyed girl named Luna Lovegood who'd wandered in looking for her shoes and stayed to master the Patronus charm in a single session. "You're building an army," Dumbledore observed during one of their planning meetings, watching through a pensive memory of a training session. "I'm building a defense force." "There's a difference." "Is there?" "An army marches. A defense force holds. I'm not attacking Rookwood, I'm making sure his attack fails. The students are a last resort, not a first strike. And if the Aurors handle the external threat? If the school's wards hold? Will you stand down?" Harry met his eyes. "If nobody's in danger, I'll be the first one to put my wand away. But I won't bet other people's lives on a plan that has to go perfectly. I've been in too many battles where the plan went sideways. The students aren't going to fight unless they have to. But if they have to, they're going to be ready." Dumbledore nodded slowly. "You are, I think, a better leader than I was at your age. I had a better teacher." Dumbledore's eyebrows rose. "You, Professor. In another life. You taught me everything I know about leadership. Mostly by showing me what not to do." The ghost of a smile. "I shall take that as the compliment it barely is." Sirius, who'd been released from his holding cell after paying a fine that he described as absolutely worth it, arrived at Hogwarts in April. He'd pulled strings with McGonagall, or possibly just shown up and refused to leave, the accounts varied, and installed himself as an unofficial security consultant, which meant he spent his days prowling the castle in dog form, checking the wards, and his evenings in the room of requirement, helping Harry prepare. "You know," Sirius said one evening, watching Harry run a fourth-year Hufflepuff through a shielding drill, "when I agreed to be your godfather, I thought it would involve more Quidditch games and fewer war councils. Life's full of surprises. This lot is good, though." Sirius nodded at the students, 30 of them now, working in pairs, the room echoing with the crack of spells and the shimmering of shields. "Better than good. You've taught them well. They taught themselves. I just pointed them in the right direction." Modest. "That's new." "Shut up, Padfoot. There he is." The Quidditch final was scheduled for the second Saturday in May. Gryffindor vs. Slytherin, the traditional blood match, the one fixture guaranteed to fill the stands and draw visitors. The Prophet had announced it would be covering the game, a rare event that reflected the post-war wizarding world's hunger for normalcy. A week before the match, Hermione decoded a final intercepted message. "It's confirmation," she said, her face pale, the parchment trembling slightly in her hands. "Rookwood's given the order. All remaining cells converge on Hogwarts. May 14th. During the match." "Numbers?" Ron asked. The message references 5 cells. Average 6 to 8 fighters per cell. That's 30 to 40, plus Rookwood himself. Against the school wards, the entire teaching staff, the horror detail I've requested from Bones, and us, Harry said. And Dumbledore. And Dumbledore, Hermione confirmed. And me, Sirius added from the doorway, where he'd been leaning with studied casualness. I'm very helpful. And Sirius. Harry looked at his friends. His soldiers. His family, in every way that mattered. This is it. Rookwood's going all in. One attack, everything he has, winner take all. Then we win, Neville said. It was that simple. And it was that complicated. But Neville said it like it was a fact, like it was inevitable, predetermined, not a question of if but how, and Harry looked at him and saw the man who'd held the sword and faced the snake and said, I'll join you when hell freezes over. Yeah, Harry said. We win. The morning of May 14th dawned clear and warm, the kind of perfect spring day that made you believe the world was a fundamentally good place. The Hogwarts grounds were green and bright, the Quidditch pitch gleaming, the stands filling with students and parents and reporters and ministry officials who had no idea what was coming. Harry ate breakfast in the Great Hall with his friends. Eggs, toast, pumpkin juice. Normal food on a normal morning in a castle that was, beneath its cheerful exterior, a fortress. The wards had been tripled. Dumbledore had spent 3 nights reinforcing them personally, layering his own magic over the ancient protections until the castle hummed with defensive energy. The Auror office had sent a detail of 20, Amelia Bones's doing, a favor to Harry that was also good politics. The teaching staff had been briefed and armed. The student defense force, Harry refused to call them an army, was on alert, positioned at key points throughout the castle, ready to protect the younger students and hold the interior if the outer defenses fell. Everything that could be done had been done. Harry looked across the great hall at the 4 house tables, at the hundreds of students eating and laughing and arguing about Quidditch, oblivious to the storm bearing down on them. He thought about the Battle of Hogwarts in his first life, the dead lined up in the great hall, the broken tables and the blood and the terrible silence afterward. He'd sworn it wouldn't happen again. He'd remade the entire timeline to prevent it. Not today. Not ever. I didn't come back for this. Harry. Ron's voice, low and steady beside him. It's time. Harry stood. Nodded to Hermione and Neville. Caught Dumbledore's eye across the hall, the old wizard inclined his head, a barely perceptible acknowledgement. Caught McGonagall's eye, she gave him a look that combined maternal worry with absolute confidence, which was a very McGonagall combination. Caught Snape's eye, Snape stared back with his usual impenetrable expression, but his wand hand was on the table and his fingers were curled, ready. Harry walked out of the great hall and into the bright spring morning and went to end a war. They came at 11 o'clock, during the second hour of the match. Harry was in the stands when the first ward fell. He felt it like a punch, a deep, resonant boom in the magical fabric of the castle, Dumbledore's outermost defense shattering under coordinated assault. Then the second ward. Then the third. Rookwood had brought ward breakers, specialists, people who knew how to dismantle magical defenses with surgical precision. The crowd didn't notice. The match was tight, Gryffindor up by 30, Slytherin pressing hard, and the sound of exploding wards was lost in the roar of the spectators. Harry stood in the top row of the Gryffindor stands and watched the tree line at the edge of the Forbidden Forest and saw them emerge. 40 figures. Masked, robed, moving in disciplined formation through the trees. They crossed the ward boundary and fanned out, surrounding the pitch on 3 sides, cutting off the exits. And at their center, unhurried and unmistakable, Augustus Rookwood. He was smaller than Harry expected. Thin, gray-haired, with a forgettable face and a quiet manner that was the opposite of Voldemort's theatrical menace. He looked like an accountant. He looked like nobody. And that, Harry understood, was exactly the point. Rookwood had survived by being invisible. By being the man nobody noticed until it was too late. The first curse hit the stands. A blasting curse, aimed at the Slytherin section, designed to cause maximum panic and casualties. It struck the protective ward Harry had placed on the stands 3 days ago and detonated harmlessly, a ball of fire that bloomed and died against an invisible wall. The crowd screamed anyway, the sound, the flash, the sudden understanding that this was not part of the game. Everyone down. Harry's voice, amplified by a sonorous charm, cut through the panic like a blade. Stay in your seats. The stands are protected. Do not run. He was already moving. Up onto the railing of the top row, balanced on the narrow bar, his wand in his hand, the wind in his hair. Below him, the remnant fighters were spreading out, firing curses at the stands, at the castle, at anything that moved. The aura detail had engaged. Harry could hear the crack of combat magic, see the flashes of red and green. Harry stepped off the railing and dropped 30 feet to the pitch. He landed hard, rolled, came up with his wand leveled at the nearest cluster of remnant fighters. 3 of them. They saw him, saw the 12-year-old boy standing alone on the Quidditch pitch between them and 1,000 potential victims, and raised their wands. Harry dismantled them in 2 seconds. 3 spells, 3 hits, 3 bodies on the ground. He didn't pause, didn't check them, didn't stop moving. He was a knife cutting through the battlefield, fast and focused and absolutely lethal in every way that didn't involve killing. The Aurors were holding the north side. McGonagall and Flitwick had the east, working in terrifying tandem, McGonagall's transfiguration turning the ground into obstacles while Flitwick's charms picked off fighters with the casual precision of a man swatting flies. Snape was in the western approach, silent and devastating, his dueling style a revelation of efficiency that would have shocked his students. Dumbledore was at the main gate, and he was a force of nature. Harry caught glimpses between his own engagements, the old wizard moving through remnant fighters like a storm through wheat, his magic vast and precise and utterly controlled. Dumbledore didn't fight like Harry. Harry fought like a soldier, aggressive, dynamic, always moving. Dumbledore fought like a chess master, economical, positional, placing each spell where it would do the most good with the least effort. But the remnant was prepared. They'd known about the Aurors, the wards, the student defense force. They'd planned for Harry. And their plan, Harry realized with a sinking feeling, wasn't to win a pitched battle. It was to get Rookwood inside. The outer assault was a distraction. 20 of the 40 fighters were throwing themselves at the defenses with suicidal abandon, not trying to win, just trying to hold attention, keep the defenders engaged, create chaos. The other 20, led by Rookwood, were using the cover to push toward the castle through a route that bypassed the main gate entirely. Harry felt it. Felt Rookwood's magical signature, subtle, controlled, the mark of an unspeakable, moving along the edge of the forbidden forest, skirting the pitch, heading for the passage beneath the Whomping Willow. Ron! Harry's voice cut through the noise. Ron was in the stands, coordinating the student defense force, his chess player's mind tracking the battle like a game in progress. He's flanking. Whomping Willow. 20 fighters. Ron didn't hesitate. Neville, take Group B to the west entrance. Hermione, ward the corridor from the Willow. Everyone else, hold the stands. The student defense force moved. Not with the precision of trained soldiers, they were 12 and 13 years old, scared and shaking and fighting because there was no other choice. But they moved. They held their positions, cast their shields, protected the younger students who were huddled in the stand under the protective wards Harry had placed days ago. Harry ran. Across the pitch, past the ongoing firefight, through the gap between the stands and the castle, sprinting for the Whomping Willow with his magic blazing and his wand singing in his hand. He reached the Willow just as Rookwood's team emerged from the passage. 20 fighters, pouring out of the tunnel entrance like wasps from a nest. Rookwood at their center, calm, controlled, his wand in his hand and his forgettable face arranged in an expression of professional focus. Their eyes met. "Mr. Potter," Rookwood said. I've wanted to meet you for some time. Can't say the feeling's mutual. Rookwood smiled. It was a small, polite, genuinely amused smile, the smile of a man who appreciated a good line, even from an adversary. You're remarkable, Rookwood said. I mean that sincerely. What you did as an infant, destroying the Dark Lord, I didn't believe the reports. I investigated. Ran my own analysis. And what I found was, extraordinary. The magical signature you left in that nursery. The power required to do what you did. You're not just talented, Mr. Potter. You're something new. I'm a 12-year-old in a school full of children that you're trying to attack. That's all that matters right now. On the contrary. What matters is that you represent an unprecedented concentration of magical power in a single individual. The Dark Lord had the same potential, but he squandered it on immortality schemes and political theater. You could be so much more. I'm not interested in being more. I'm interested in you putting down your wand. Rookwood's smile widened slightly. You know I can't do that. I know you won't. There's a difference. 20 wands pointed at Harry. He stood alone on the grass with the whomping willow thrashing behind him and the sounds of battle echoing across the grounds and 20 experienced dark wizards ready to fire. You can take some of us, Rookwood said. Even most of us. But 20 at once? Even you have limits, Mr. Potter. Maybe. Want to find out? The air between them crackled. 20 wands, steady and aimed. One 12-year-old boy, apparently insane. Then Sirius Black burst from the forest in dog form, transformed mid-leap into a man, and hit the left flank of Rookwood's formation with a blasting curse that sent 3 fighters sprawling. Remus Lupin, when had Remus arrived? Emerged from behind the whomping willow and opened up on the right flank, his spells precise and devastating. And from the castle, sprinting across the grounds with his robes billowing and his wand blazing, came James Potter, who had never sat out a fight in his life and wasn't about to start now. Hey, kid! Sirius shouted, dueling 2 fighters simultaneously with the reckless glee of a man born for this. You forgot to invite us. I had it under control. You were outnumbered 20-1. That's what under control looks like. Harry plunged into the fight. With Sirius, Remus, and James at his back, the odds shifted from impossible to merely difficult. Harry tore through Rookwood's fighters like a blade through silk, stunners, disarmers, body binds, each spell placed with surgical precision, each target down in a single hit. His friends fought beside him and it was everything, it was the Department of Mysteries and the Battle of Hogwarts and every fight he'd ever been in, but this time, nobody was going to die. Rookwood saw it going wrong. Saw his fighters falling, his formation collapsing. He was a strategist, an intelligence operative, he knew when a battle was lost. Harry saw the calculation in his eyes, the moment he decided to cut his losses and run. No, Harry said, an apparat. Not far. 10 feet. Just enough to close the distance between them, to materialize directly in Rookwood's path as the man turned to flee. Rookwood's wand came up, fast, professional, a killing curse already forming, and Harry slapped it aside with a wandless disarming charm that sent the wand spinning into the grass. Rookwood staggered. Looked at his empty hand. Looked at Harry. It's over, Harry said. All of it. The cells, the attacks, the resurrection plans. Voldemort is dead. He's not coming back. And you're done. Rookwood stared at him for a long moment. The sounds of battle were fading, the remaining fighters being overwhelmed by the combined force of Aurors, teachers, and extremely motivated students. It was over. It was clearly, obviously, undeniably over. You know, Rookwood said quietly, I never actually believed he'd return. Harry blinked. I'm not a fanatic, Mr. Potter. I'm a pragmatist. Voldemort is dead. I knew it. I've known it since you destroyed the horcruxes. He said the word casually, like it was common knowledge. Harry's eyes narrowed. Oh yes, I know about those. I was an unspeakable. I know about many things. Then why? All of this, the cells, the attacks, Bellatrix, the chamber, if you knew he couldn't come back, why? Rookwood's smile was thin and bitter. Because the alternative was admitting that everything I'd done was for nothing. Every person I'd hurt. Every life I'd ruined. Every year in Azkaban. If Voldemort was truly gone, if the cause was truly dead, then I was just a man who'd wasted his life on a lie. He shrugged. It's easier to keep fighting. Even when you know you've lost. Harry looked at him. A thin, gray-haired man standing in the spring sunshine, surrounded by the ruins of his last campaign, and there was nothing grand about him, nothing monstrous. Just a man who'd been too proud to stop. You killed people, Harry said. Yes. You're going to prison. Yes. Was it worth it? Rookwood considered this. No, he said. But I did it anyway. That's the human condition, Mr. Potter. We know better and we do worse. Harry bound him with conjured ropes and handed him to the arriving Aurors and stood on the Hogwarts grounds in the spring sunshine and breathed. Around him, the battle was ending. The last remnant fighters were being rounded up, some unconscious, some surrendering, none dead. The stands were intact, the students safe, the castle undamaged. Madame Pomfrey was already on the grounds, triaging the injured with the efficient fury of a woman who'd seen too many battles for one lifetime. And there, crossing the pitch toward him, Ron, with a black eye and a grin. Hermione, with her hair even wilder than usual and her wand still crackling with residual energy. Neville, with dirt on his face and his cherrywood wand in his hand and an expression of quiet, fierce satisfaction. Everyone okay? Harry asked. Couple of bruises, Ron said. Seamus got hexed but he hexed himself more often in practice, so he's fine. Luna stunned 3 Death Eaters and then went looking for Nargles, Hermione reported. I'm choosing not to question it. I got Dolohov, Neville said. Simply, quietly. The man who'd led the cell that had operated in the area near St. Mungo's. The man whose fighters had attacked the Longbottom's ward once, in a show of force, leaving threatening messages on the walls. Good, Harry said. That's good, Neville. Neville nodded. He didn't smile. But something in his eyes had changed, a settling, a resolution, the look of a man who'd balanced a scale that had been tipping his whole life. Sirius appeared, limping slightly, grinning enormously. James was behind him, glasses cracked, robes singed, looking like he'd just had the time of his life. Remus brought up the rear, exhausted but whole, a cut on his cheek that he kept touching as though to confirm it was real. Not bad, Sirius said, surveying the battlefield. Not bad at all. You're limping, Harry said. Battle wound. Very heroic. You tripped over a root. It was a tactical root. James pulled Harry into a hug. Didn't say anything. Didn't have to. Harry held on for a moment, just long enough to feel his father's heartbeat and remember why all of this mattered, and then stepped back. Dumbledore was approaching across the grounds. Behind him, the castle. Above him, the sky, blue and clear and completely indifferent to the violence that had occurred beneath it. It's over, Dumbledore said, reaching them. Rookwood's cells have been dismantled. The fighters are in custody. The Remnant, as an organized force, is finished. Harry looked at the old wizard. Dumbledore looked back. 2 people who'd fought a war across 2 timelines, who'd saved a world and lost one, who'd been partners and adversaries and something in between. Thank you, Professor, Harry said. Thank you, Harry. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled, the first real twinkle Harry had seen in months. Though I do wish you'd stop giving me heart attacks. I am 112 years old. I'll try. That's not a commitment. It's the best I can do. The spring afternoon stretched out, golden and warm. The students emerged from the stands, tentative at first, then with growing confidence, filling the grounds with noise and life and the particular resilience of young people who'd been frightened and had come through it. Madame Hooch, who had spent the battle protecting the Quidditch teams with the fierce territorialism of a woman whose brooms were sacred, announced that the match would be replayed the following weekend. Harry sat on the grass by the lake with his friends and his family and watched the sun move across the sky. Sirius was telling a wildly embellished version of the battle to anyone who'd listen. James was holding Lily, who'd arrived by float 20 minutes after the fighting ended and hadn't let go of him since. Remus was sitting quietly, staring at the water, occasionally touching the cut on his cheek. Ron was playing chess against himself. Hermione was already writing an account of the battle, for historical accuracy. Neville was examining a plant he'd found on the battlefield, which appeared to be a rare species of self-pruning shrub and which he was significantly more excited about than the actual combat. They were alive. All of them. Every single one. Harry lay back on the grass and stared at the sky and felt something he'd been carrying for a very long time begin, slowly, carefully, to set down. It wasn't done. There would be trials, and politics, and the long, complicated work of rebuilding a world that had been at war for too long. There would be arguments with the Ministry and debates with Dumbledore and articles in the Prophet that got everything wrong. There would be nightmares. But the Remnant was over. Voldemort was over. The war, both wars, the one he'd lived and the one he'd prevented, was finally, truly, over. And Harry Potter was 12 years old, sitting by a lake with the people he loved, and the sky was blue, and the grass was warm, and somewhere nearby, Sirius had just said something that made James laugh so hard he snorted pumpkin juice out of his nose, and it was, despite everything, a beautiful day. Chapter 5, The Boy Who Chose 3 Years Passed, and the World Learned to Breathe Again. Harry felt it in small ways. The Daily Prophet started running more stories about Quidditch and fewer about dark wizards. The security checkpoints at the Ministry entrance went from 3 to 1. Diagon Alley stayed open past dark. Parents stopped pulling their children close when strangers approached, and the flinch, that universal, war-born flinch at sudden noises, faded from public life like bruises fading from skin. The Remnant trials dragged on through the summer after the Hogwarts battle and into the following autumn. Rookwood received life in Azkaban, which he accepted with the mild equanimity of a man who'd already decided how his story ended. Dolohov got 30 years. The rank-and-file fighters received sentences ranging from 5 to 20 years depending on their involvement, their crimes, and the quality of their legal representation. Lucius Malfoy, who'd been implicated in Remnant funding through a labyrinthine paper trail Hermione had untangled, lost a significant portion of his fortune to Ministry fines and spent 6 months under house arrest, which Draco apparently found more devastating than any prison term. Bellatrix Lestrange was moved to a secure ward at St. Mungo's. Not the Janice Thicky ward where Alice and Frank Longbottom stared at their ceilings and pressed sweet wrappers into visitors' hands, a different wing, a locked wing, where the criminally insane lived out their days under permanent supervision. Harry visited her once, in the summer before his 4th year, and found a woman who barely resembled the screaming duelist in the chamber. She sat in a white room and stared at the wall and said nothing, and the fire that had burned behind her eyes, the fanatical, all-consuming devotion that had made her the most dangerous witch alive, was simply gone. Extinguished. Not by force or punishment but by the final, irrevocable acceptance that what she'd worshipped was dead and wasn't coming back. Harry stood in the doorway and watched her and felt nothing he could name. "Do you want anything?" he asked. Bellatrix turned her head. Her dark eyes found him, recognized him, he thought, though it was hard to tell. Her lips moved. "He's really gone," she whispered. Not a question. A statement. The last station on a journey she'd been making since the chamber. Yes. She turned back to the wall. Harry left. On the walk out of St. Mungo's, he stopped at the Janice Thicky ward. He'd been visiting regularly since he was 6 years old, with Lily at first, then alone. Alice Longbottom was sitting in her usual chair by the window, her hair white and fine as spider silk, her hands busy with something in her lap. She looked up when Harry entered and smiled, not a smile of recognition, just the automatic warmth of a gentle person responding to a presence. "Hello, Alice," Harry said, sitting in the visitor's chair. Alice held out her hand. In it, crumpled and smoothed and crumpled again, a Dribble's best blowing gum wrapper. Harry took it. He had a drawer full of them at home, every wrapper Alice had given him over 8 years of visits, saved in a small wooden box on his bedside table. He didn't know why he kept them. He didn't examine the reason too closely. "Thank you," he said. "That's lovely." Alice smiled again. Behind her, Frank stared at the ceiling. His hands twitched occasionally, a pattern, repeating, that might have been the wand movements for a spell he couldn't quite remember. Harry sat with them for an hour. He told Alice about Neville, how well he was doing at school, how brilliant he was at herbology, how he'd fought in the Battle of Hogwarts and been brave beyond anyone's expectations. He didn't know if she understood. He told her anyway. When he left, the wrapper went into his pocket, and later into the box, and he didn't cry about it because he'd stopped crying about the Longbottoms around age 8. The grief had calcified into something harder and more useful, determination. He'd read everything, every healer's report, every research paper, every experimental treatment proposal, and none of it had worked, and he hadn't stopped looking. He would never stop looking. 4th year at Hogwarts was, by Harry's standards, almost aggressively normal. No Dark Lord. No Remnant. No battles, no infiltrations, no midnight duels in underground chambers. Just classes and Quidditch and homework and the ordinary, glorious tedium of being a teenager at a boarding school. Harry played Seeker for Gryffindor, had since 2nd year, when McGonagall watched him fly during a lesson and marched him to Oliver Wood's office without a word. He was, predictably, the best Seeker Hogwarts had seen in a generation, though he deliberately held back during house matches because winning 500-0 every game took the fun out of it. He studied. Not because he needed to, he'd mastered the curriculum years ago, but because Hermione had convinced him that there was always more to learn, and she was right. He dove deep into arithmancy, which he'd never taken in his first life, and found it fascinating. He took ancient runes with Hermione and surprised her by being genuinely good at it. He continued his independent study in defense, pushing into territory that most adult wizards never reached, not because he anticipated needing it but because understanding magic, really understanding it, at the fundamental level, had become a kind of meditation for him. A way of making sense of what he was. He spent time with his friends. Real time, not mission briefing time or training session time. He played chess with Ron in the common room on rainy afternoons and lost consistently, because Ron was a genius at chess and Harry had never been able to beat him in any timeline. He studied with Hermione in the library and argued about magical theory and ate too many biscuits from the tin her parents sent monthly. He worked in the greenhouses with Neville, who'd been given a personal project plot by Professor Sprout and was growing things that made the other herbology students nervous. He discovered, to his profound surprise, that he was happy. Not the sharp, desperate happiness of a reprieve, not the "we survived another day" happiness he'd known in his first life, or the "my parents are alive" happiness of his early childhood in this one. A deeper, quieter, more sustainable happiness. The happiness of a person who had things to care about and people to love and enough peace to enjoy both. It terrified him. Happiness had always felt temporary. Borrowed. Something that would be snatched away the moment he let his guard down. He'd spent 2 lifetimes bracing for the next catastrophe, and the absence of catastrophe didn't make him relax, it made him vigilant, waiting, scanning the horizon for the threat that must be coming because threats always came. Sirius was the one who called him on it. They were in Hogsmeade. A Saturday in February, bitter cold, the village dusted with snow. Harry was 14, tall enough now that he didn't have to look up at everyone, though still shorter than Ron, which was a source of ongoing and entirely unjustified mockery. They were sitting in the 3 broomsticks, rebuilt, warmer than ever, Madame Rosmerta's butterbeer as good as Harry remembered, and Sirius was watching him with that look. The one that said he'd figured something out and was deciding whether to be gentle about it. "You're doing it again," Sirius said. "Doing what?" "Sitting with your back to the wall. Facing the door. Cataloging the exits." Harry looked around. He was, indeed, sitting with his back to the wall, facing the door. His wand was on the table within easy reach. He'd noted 3 exits: front door, kitchen entrance, window to the alley, without consciously thinking about it. "Force of habit," he said. "Harry. There's no one coming." "I know that." "Do you?" "Because you're sitting in a pub with your godfather drinking butterbeer and you're positioned like you're expecting an assault team." Harry picked up his butterbeer. Set it down. Picked it up again. "It's hard to turn off," he said quietly. "I know." Sirius's voice was gentle in a way he reserved for moments like this, moments when the mask slipped and the war veteran showed through the teenager's face. "I know, kid. But you've won. All of it. Voldemort, the horcruxes, the Remnant. You've done what you came back to do. The question is, what do you do now?" Harry stared at his butterbeer. The foam was making patterns on the surface, swirls and eddies, chaos resolving into order. "I don't know," he admitted. "I've been fighting or preparing to fight since I was 15 months old. That's 13 years. My entire life in this body. I don't know how to just be. Welcome to the aftermath. It's rubbish." Sirius took a long drink. "When the first war ended, the original one, Voldemort's fall in your new timeline, James and Lily and I spent about 6 months walking into walls. Not literally. Well, James literally, once, but he'd been drinking. Figuratively. We'd spent years living in crisis mode. Constant threat. Constant readiness. And then one day it was over and we were supposed to go back to normal and none of us remembered what normal looked like. What did you do?" "Panicked, mostly. Threw myself into work. Bought a motorbike. Made some spectacularly bad decisions about women." He grinned. "Eventually, I just let it happen. Stopped fighting the peace. Stopped waiting for the next war. Started living in the actual present instead of bracing for a future that might not come. That's terrifyingly mature advice from a man who punched the Minister of Magic. He deserved it. My point stands." Sirius leaned forward. "You're 14, Harry. I know you're also 28 or 30 or whatever the math works out to. But your body is 14. Your friends are 14. Your life is now, not the war you fought and not the war you prevented. Let yourself have it." Harry looked at his godfather. 45, with gray at his temples and laugh lines around his eyes and the easy confidence of a man who'd lived well and intended to keep doing so. So different from the hollowed wraith who'd escaped Azkaban. So much more than the photograph in the Order's old headquarters. "You got old," Harry said. "Watch it. You got old and happy and it suits you." Sirius's gray eyes softened. "Yeah, well. I had some help." Harry finished his butterbeer and moved his wand from the table to his pocket and, for the first time, chose not to catalog the exits. It felt like standing at the edge of a cliff and deciding not to look down. Uncomfortable. Vertiginous. Necessary. "Let's go," he said. "Ron wants to hit Zonkos before it closes." Now there's a man with his priorities straight. They walked out of the 3 broomsticks into the February cold, and Harry let himself feel it, just the cold, just the snow, just the ordinary discomfort of a winter afternoon in a village where nothing was trying to kill him. And it was strange and unfamiliar and almost unbearable in its simplicity. But he let it happen. That was the point. He let it happen. Spring came early that year, and with it, a letter from Dumbledore. Not an official communication. Dumbledore saw Harry regularly at school, their monthly teas having evolved into something less strategic and more personal as the war receded. This was a handwritten note, delivered by Fawkes during breakfast, which caused a minor sensation in the Great Hall because a phoenix landing on the Gryffindor table was not an everyday occurrence. Harry, I would appreciate your presence in my office this evening at 8. There is something I wish to discuss with you, not a crisis, I hasten to add, merely a conversation long overdue. I have obtained an excellent treacle tart from the kitchens. Consider that incentive rather than bribery. Albus Harry went at 8. The gargoyle leapt aside. The spiral staircase carried him up. The office was warm and golden, fire crackling, Fawkes drowsing on his perch, and Dumbledore was sitting behind his desk looking older than Harry had ever seen him. Not infirm. Not weak. Just, old. 113 years old, give or take, and every one of those years visible in the lines of his face and the deliberate care of his movements. His blue eyes were as sharp as ever, but they sat in deeper sockets, and his hands, those long, clever hands, trembled slightly when he poured the tea. Harry sat down and took the offered treacle tart and waited. I am retiring, Dumbledore said. Harry's fork stopped halfway to his mouth. At the end of this academic year. Minerva will succeed me as headmistress, she's been ready for decades, and it's long past time I stopped standing in her way. He sipped his tea. I have spoken to the Board of Governors. They agree. Why? Because I am old, Harry. Because I have been headmaster for 34 years and the school deserves fresh leadership. Because the war is over and there is no longer a strategic reason for me to occupy this office. He paused. And because I wish to spend my remaining time on things that matter to me personally, rather than things that matter to the world. Harry set down his fork. What things? Dumbledore smiled. It was a private smile, quiet and slightly sad, and Harry had seen it before, at King's Cross, in the white space between life and death, when the old man had looked at him with love and regret and something like envy. I have a brother I have barely spoken to in 50 years, Dumbledore said. I have mistakes I have never properly acknowledged. I have a grave I visit too rarely and a guilt I have carried too long. I would like to address some of these things before I am no longer able to. Ariana. Among other things. Harry looked at him. 113 years old, the most powerful wizard of his age, the architect of 2 wars' resolution, the man who'd shaped the destiny of the wizarding world for half a century. And underneath all of it, the titles, the reputation, the 1,000-year-old office, just a man who missed his sister and wanted to make peace with his brother. The resurrection stone, Harry said. You still have it. Dumbledore's hands tightened fractionally around his teacup. I do. Don't use it. I know. I mean it, Professor. The stone doesn't bring people back. It brings echoes. Shadows. It'll show you Ariana and she'll look like Ariana and sound like Ariana, but she won't be there, not really. And the gap between what the stone shows you and what you actually lost will eat you alive. Dumbledore set down his cup. His eyes were very bright. You speak from experience. Harry thought about the forest. Walking to his death, the stone turning in his hand, his parents and Sirius and Remus walking beside him like ghosts made of moonlight. They'd been comforting. They'd been kind. And they'd been unbearable, because they were reminders of everything he'd lost, and the warmth they offered was the warmth of a fire that had already gone out. In another life, I used the stone, Harry said. On the way to die. I called my parents. My godfather. Remus. They walked with me into the forest and they told me they were proud of me and it was beautiful and it was the worst thing that ever happened to me. Because they were gone and the stone couldn't change that. It could only make me feel the shape of what was missing. The office was very quiet. Fawkes stirred on his perch, ruffling his feathers. Talk to Aberforth, Harry said. Go to Godric's Hollow and visit her grave and bring flowers and cry if you need to. Write a letter and burn it. Do all the messy, painful, human things that people do when they're grieving. But don't use the stone. Please. Dumbledore was silent for a long time. The fire crackled. The silver instruments whirred softly on their tables. You have grown up remarkably well, Harry, he said at last. All things considered. I had good people around me. You had people who loved you. That is not the same as good. Love can be misguided, selfish, suffocating. Your parents could have been destroyed by the knowledge of what you were, could have feared you, controlled you, treated you as something other than their son. They didn't. They loved you as a child and respected you as, well, as whatever you are. I'm their kid. That part was never complicated. Dumbledore smiled again. No. I suppose it wasn't. He reached into his desk drawer and produced a small object wrapped in cloth. He set it on the desk between them. Harry knew what it was before the cloth fell away. The resurrection stone sat on Dumbledore's desk, dark and smooth and whole. The Deathly Hallows symbol on its face caught the firelight. It looked harmless. It looked like a pebble. It was one of the 3 most powerful magical artifacts in existence. I would like you to take it, Dumbledore said. I have kept it safe, as you asked. But I am retiring, and I do not trust myself with it for the rest of my days. The temptation. He trailed off. You understand. Harry looked at the stone. In his pocket, the Elder Wand hummed, the faintest vibration, an awareness of the other Hallows' proximity. At home, in his parents' bedroom closet, the cloak of invisibility hung on its hook. 3 Hallows. If Harry took the stone, he would possess, or command the allegiance of, all 3. The Master of Death, the stories called it. The one who united the Hallows and conquered mortality itself. I'll take it, Harry said. But I'm not keeping it. Oh. The Hallows shouldn't belong to anyone. They're too powerful, too dangerous. The wand's allegiance can't be given away, it stays with me until someone takes it, and nobody's going to take it. The cloak is a family heirloom and it's harmless enough. But the stone, he picked it up. It was warm in his hand, as it always was. The stone needs to go somewhere no one can find it. Do you have a location in mind? The bottom of the lake. Right here, at Hogwarts. The deepest part, where the mere people don't go. Wrapped in protective enchantments, buried in the silt. It'll be safe there. And no one, not Rookwood, not the next Voldemort, not even me, will be able to get to it without a very good reason and a very long swim. Dumbledore considered this. The lake is quite deep. I'm a strong swimmer. You are 14. And the master of the Elder Wand. I think I can manage a bubblehead charm. The corner of Dumbledore's mouth twitched. Very well. The lake. But Harry, one more thing. Yes. Thank you. The words were simple and they carried the weight of 14 years, of a baby who'd spoken in sentences, a toddler who'd destroyed horcruxes, a child who'd refused to be managed, a boy who'd fought a war and won it and then sat in this office eating sweets and talking about Quidditch. For everything you've done. For the world you've built. For allowing an old man to be part of it. Harry's throat tightened. He'd heard Dumbledore say many things over 2 lifetimes, brilliant things, cryptic things, infuriating things, kind things. But he'd never heard him say thank you. Not like this. Not with the simple, unguarded sincerity of a man who meant it completely. Thank you, Professor. For listening. For being different this time. Was I very bad before? You were very Dumbledore. Which is wonderful in some ways and terrible in others. Dumbledore laughed. A real laugh, full-bodied and warm, the laugh of a man who'd lived a long time and learned, late in life, to find himself funny. I shall take that as the definitive review of my character, he said. Now eat your treacle tart. I didn't bribe the house elves for nothing. Harry ate his treacle tart. It was excellent. He dropped the stone in the lake the following weekend. Rowed out to the deepest point in a borrowed boat, applied a bubblehead charm, and dove with the stone in his hand and his magic blazing bright in the dark water. The merpeople watched from a distance, curious, wary, recognizing the power that moved through the water like a current. Harry found the deepest trench, a gash in the lake bed where the rock fell away into blackness, and he placed the stone at the bottom and wove enchantments around it that would last 1,000 years. Ward upon ward, layered and interlocked, powered by the Elder Wand's limitless energy. When he was done, the stone was buried under 50 feet of silt and a fortress of protective magic that would take a century to dismantle. He surfaced to find Ron, Hermione, and Neville waiting in the boat. "Done?" Ron asked, hauling him aboard. "Done. 1 hallow down. 2 to go," Hermione said. "The cloak stays. It's a family thing. And the wand, the allegiance, I can't exactly give that away." "You could lose a duel on purpose," Ron suggested. "Transfer the allegiance to someone else." "To who?" "Me. I'd look brilliant with an unbeatable wand. You'd hex yourself inside a week." "Accurate," Hermione said. "Oi." They rowed back to shore as the sun set, for friends in a boat on a lake, the castle rising gold and warm against the darkening sky. Harry sat in the prow and watched the water and felt the stone's absence like a missing tooth, there and then not there, a small surrender that felt larger than it was. 1 hallow given up. 2 remaining. And me, whatever I am, in between. He didn't know what he was. That was the truth he'd been circling for 14 years, and it was still circling, unresolved. He was Harry Potter, son of James and Lily, godson of Sirius, friend of Ron and Hermione and Neville. He was also someone else, a war veteran, a time traveler, the master of the Elder Wand, the boy who'd killed Voldemort in a nursery and rewritten history. He was 14 and 28 simultaneously, a child's body carrying an adult's soul, and no matter how well he hid it, no matter how completely he inhabited the life he'd built, there was always that gap. That distance. The sense of being slightly out of phase with a world he'd created but couldn't fully belong to. Hermione knew. She'd known since second year, and she'd kept knowing, quietly, fiercely, watching him with those sharp brown eyes that missed nothing. She'd never pushed, not since the night in the room of requirement when he told her everything. She'd waited for him to be ready. He wasn't ready. But he was getting closer. He told Ron and Neville the full truth on a Thursday evening in May, 2 weeks before the end of 4th year. They were in the room of requirement, their room, their space, the walls still bearing the scorch marks of 3 years of combat training and the coffee stains of 1,000 late-night strategy sessions. Harry sat on the floor with his back against the wall and told them. Time travel. The other timeline. The war he'd fought and the world he'd lost. The cupboard under the stairs and the scar on his forehead and the walk through the forest to die. All of it, holding nothing back, his voice steady and his hands not quite steady and his eyes fixed on the fire because he couldn't look at their faces while he said it. When he finished, the room was silent except for the crackle of flames. Ron spoke first. The chess set. In the other timeline. You said I sacrificed myself on a chess set. First year. To get past McGonagall's protection for the Philosopher's Stone. You played the game, you took the hit so Hermione and I could get through. You were 11. Ron was quiet for a moment. Was I good? At chess, I mean. In the game. Harry almost laughed. Of all the things to focus on. You were brilliant. Best game of chess I've ever seen anyone play. Ron nodded. Something settled in his expression, not surprise, exactly. Recognition. As though Harry had confirmed something Ron had always suspected about himself but never been sure of. Neville took longer. He sat with his elbows on his knees and his head bowed and processed it in the way Neville processed everything, slowly, thoroughly, with a depth of consideration that people often mistook for slowness. "My parents," he said finally. "In the other timeline. They were attacked too. Same people. Same way. Same result. And me? The other me?" Harry looked at him. "You want to know the truth?" "Always. In the other timeline, you were the bravest person I ever knew. When Voldemort had won, when I was dead and the castle had fallen and everyone thought it was over, you stood up to him. Alone. In front of everyone. He put the sorting hat on your head and set it on fire and you pulled the sword of Gryffindor out of it and cut the head off his snake and that was the beginning of the end." Neville's eyes were wide. "I did that? You did that? But I'm not, Harry, I can barely manage a switching spell. In the other timeline, you couldn't manage a switching spell either. You were rubbish at most magic and brilliant at herbology and terrified of Snape and you still pulled a flaming sword out of a hat and faced down the darkest wizard in history. That's who you are, Neville. That's who you've always been. The magic doesn't matter. The courage does." Neville's jaw worked. His eyes were bright. He didn't cry, Neville rarely cried, he'd used up his tears in St. Mungo's, but something in him rearranged itself. Something that had been bent straightened. Something that had been uncertain became sure. "Thank you," he said. "For telling me. You deserve to know. And for visiting my parents. All those years. My mum, she gives you the wrappers, doesn't she?" "Yeah. She gives them to me too. I keep them. Every one." Harry's voice was very quiet. "So do I." They sat in the room of requirement, for friends, no secrets between them, the fire burning low, and the silence that settled over them was not awkward or painful but comfortable. The silence of people who understood each other completely. "So," Ron said eventually. "You're from the future, you killed Voldemort as a baby, you have the power of an unbeatable wand, and you've been lying to us for 4 years. 3 years. Hermione's known since second year." "Of course she has." Ron looked at Hermione. Hermione shrugged. Ron shook his head. "And here I thought you were just naturally weird." "I am naturally weird. The time travel just adds context. Mate." Ron leaned forward. "You lived in a cupboard." "Yeah. For 10 years. Yeah. And you didn't tell us because I didn't want you to look at me differently. Because I wanted to just be Harry, your friend, not Harry the time-traveling war veteran." Ron considered this. Then he reached over and punched Harry in the arm. Not hard, Ron hard, which was to say affectionate and slightly too forceful and exactly right. "You're an idiot," Ron said. "You're my friend. Nothing changes that. A cupboard and a prophecy and a whole other timeline don't change that. Got it?" Harry's eyes burned. He blinked it away. "Got it. Good. Now, the chess game. Tell me about the chess game. I want every detail." Harry told him. And Ron listened with shining eyes, and Hermione corrected Harry's account in 3 places because she had a better memory for details, and Neville asked questions about the herbology puzzles in the gauntlet, and the fire burned and the room provided more hot chocolate and biscuits and the night went on and on. It was the best night of Harry's life. Either life. The end of 4th year came with the quiet finality of a book closing. Exams were taken, Harry topped the year in defense, arithmancy, and charms. Hermione topped everything else. Ron, to his own astonishment, topped the year in history of magic, which he attributed to finally having something interesting to compare it to. Bags were packed. Goodbyes were said. The Hogwarts Express carried them south through the green English countryside, and Harry sat by the window of the compartment he'd shared with his friends for 4 years and watched the landscape scroll past and thought about time. 14 years since the nursery. 14 years since he'd opened his eyes in a crib and heard his mother humming and felt the weight of an impossible mission settle onto shoulders too small to carry it. He'd carried it anyway. He'd killed Voldemort, destroyed the horcruxes, survived the Remnant, saved his family, built friendships, attended school, played Quidditch, eaten too many chocolate frogs and not enough vegetables, argued with his mother about bedtimes, flown with his father on summer evenings, sat with his godfather on the back step watching the sun go down. He'd lived. Not the half-life of a weapon or a chess piece or a martyr. A real, full, messy, complicated life, complete with happiness and grief and boredom and joy and all the ordinary, unspectacular moments that made up the vast majority of a human existence. And it wasn't over. That was the thing. In his first life, the story had ended, or nearly ended, with a battle and a victory and a sense of completion that was also a sense of loss. This life didn't feel like that. This life felt like a middle chapter, not a final one. There were years ahead, decades, if he was lucky, and they were unwritten, unpredicted, full of possibilities he couldn't foresee. It was, when he let himself feel it, extraordinary. King's Cross Station was crowded and noisy and smelled of diesel and pigeons and the faint ozone of dissipating magic from the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. Harry pushed through the barrier with his trolley and emerged into the Muggle side, and there they were. James and Lily, standing together near the exit, Lily in a blue summer dress and James in jeans and a Puddlemere United t-shirt that Sirius had bought him as a joke and that he'd started wearing unironically. Sirius, in his leather jacket, leaning against a pillar with the studied nonchalance of a man who'd been counting the minutes. Remus, slightly behind them, his hair grayer than last September but his face more relaxed, more at peace than Harry had ever seen it. Harry walked toward them and felt the compartment door close behind him, not just the train compartment but the chapter, the phase, the war years that had defined his existence since the cradle. Something was ending. Something else was beginning. Lily reached him first. She always reached him first. Her arms went around him and she smelled like lavender and tea and home, and Harry held on and breathed her in and thought, this is what I came back for. Not the war. Not the power. This. Welcome home, sweetheart, she said. Hi, Mum. James pulled them both into a hug, a Potter group hug, all elbows and messy hair and James's glasses digging into someone's head. Sirius joined uninvited, wrapping his arms around the whole cluster, and Remus stood slightly apart until Harry reached out and grabbed his sleeve and pulled him in. They stood in King's Cross Station, 5 people tangled together in a graceless embrace, drawing stares from passing Muggles who saw nothing more remarkable than a family reuniting and looked away because that was ordinary, that was unremarkable, that was just people loving each other in public. It was the least extraordinary thing Harry had ever been part of. It was the most important. They went home. Godric's Hollow in summer was a postcard, the cottage at the end of the lane, roses climbing the fence, the garden green and wild. Lily had made dinner, roast chicken, potatoes, the treacle tart that she'd started making after Harry mentioned, at age 4, that it was his favorite. The kitchen was warm and full of noise, James and Sirius arguing about the Wasps match, Remus quietly helping Lily with the washing up, the wireless playing something soft and old that Harry didn't recognize but that made Lily hum along. Harry sat at the kitchen table and ate treacle tart and watched his family and let the warmth of it fill him up like light filling a glass. The Elder Wand hummed in his blood, quiet and constant, a power he'd carry for the rest of his life. His Elderwood wand sat in his pocket, warm and patient. Somewhere at the bottom of a lake, the resurrection stone slept. Somewhere in a closet upstairs, the invisibility cloak hung on its hook. The Hallows, distributed and contained and harmless. The sun set. The kitchen grew golden, then amber, then the deep blue-purple of an English summer twilight. Sirius fell asleep on the sofa with a dog's instinct for comfortable surfaces. Remus said his goodbyes and fled home, promising to come for Sunday dinner. James carried a stack of dishes to the sink with the careful concentration of a man who'd broken 3 plates this month and was trying to improve his record. Lily sat down next to Harry at the table. She put her hand over his. Her green eyes, his eyes, were warm and steady. "How are you?" she asked. Not casually. The real question, the deep one, the one she'd been asking in various forms for 14 years. Harry thought about it. Really thought, the way she deserved. "I'm good," he said. I think I'm actually good, Mum." Not good for a time-traveling war veteran in a teenager's body. Just good. Regular good. Regular good, she repeated. It's a new experience. I'm adjusting. She squeezed his hand. "You know, when you were very small, I mean, when you were a baby, before I understood what you were, I used to watch you sleep and worry. Not normal new parent worry. Deep worry. Because you slept so carefully. Like you were keeping watch even in your dreams. Babies aren't supposed to sleep like that. Babies are supposed to sprawl and drool and make ridiculous faces. You slept like a soldier. I probably was keeping watch. Old habits. But lately, the last year or so, you've been different. I can see it. You're relaxing. Not just performing relaxation, actually doing it. You laughed at the dinner table tonight and it sounded." She searched for the word. "Unguarded. Like you weren't checking if it was safe to laugh first." Harry's throat was tight. "I'm trying. You're succeeding." She leaned over and kissed his forehead. The smooth, unmarked forehead that had never borne a scar, never carried a fragment of a Dark Lord's soul, never burned with pain at the approach of evil. Just skin. Just her son. "I'm proud of you," she said. Not for the war. Not for the magic. For surviving all of it and still being someone who can sit at a kitchen table and eat treacle tart and laugh. The treacle tart helps. "I'll make more tomorrow. You're the best mum in any timeline." "I know. Go to bed. You look exhausted." "I'm 14. I'm supposed to look exhausted. It's a hormonal thing." "Bed. Now." "Yes, Mum." Harry went upstairs. His bedroom was exactly as he'd left it, books stacked on every surface, a Gryffindor banner on the wall, the box of Alice Longbottom's sweet wrappers on the bedside table. His broomstick leaned in the corner. Hedwig, his owl, white and imperious, the one indulgence he'd insisted on from his first life, dozed on her perch by the window. He sat on his bed and pulled off his shoes and looked around the room and thought about the nursery. The nursery with its painted snitches and its crescent moon nightlight and its enormous stuffed niffler. The room where everything had started. The room where a baby had looked up at the most feared wizard in history and said his name and fought him and won. The niffler was still there, actually. On a shelf, slightly singed, worse for wear after surviving the destruction of Voldemort. Lily had kept it. Harry had never asked her to. She just had. He reached up and took the niffler off the shelf. It was old and battered and missing one button eye. He held it and it was very soft and he was not embarrassed about this because there was no one here to see and because some things didn't need justification. Harry lay down on his bed with the niffler on his chest and stared at the ceiling and let himself feel everything he'd been holding at arm's length for 14 years. The grief, for the other timeline, the other life, the friends who'd existed and now didn't, the versions of Ron and Hermione and Neville who'd fought a different war and would never know this peace. The guilt, for the Longbottoms, always for the Longbottoms, for every person he hadn't saved because he'd been focused on saving others. The fear, residual, habitual, the war veteran's fear of quiet that might be the prelude to an explosion. The love, vast, terrifying, the love that had driven him back through time and into a crib and through 14 years of impossible choices. The love that had kept him human when the power threatened to make him something else. He felt it all. Didn't flinch from it. Didn't compartmentalize or suppress or redirect. Just lay on his bed in his childhood room and let the full weight of 2 lifetimes press down on him and breathe through it the way you breathe through a wave, not fighting, not swimming, just letting the water move through you until it passes. It passed. He was still there. Still Harry. Still his parents' son, still Sirius's godson, still Ron's best friend, still the kid who ate too many chocolate frogs and couldn't manage his hair and had a stuffed niffler from a nursery that had been destroyed 13 years ago. Still, after everything, just a boy. But not only a boy. Never only a boy. And that was okay. That was the thing he'd been learning, slowly, over the course of 2 lifetimes, that you could be more than one thing. You could be a warrior and a child, a weapon and a person, the most powerful wizard in the world and a teenager who needed his mum to tell him to go to bed. The contradictions didn't cancel each other out. They coexisted. They made him whole. Harry closed his eyes. The summer night was warm through the open window, and he could hear crickets and a distant owl and the faint murmur of his parents' voices downstairs, James and Lily, talking quietly in the kitchen the way they did every night after everyone else had gone to bed. He couldn't hear the words. He didn't need to. The sound itself was enough. The sound of his parents, alive, together, talking about whatever parents talked about when their impossible child was finally asleep. He slept. No nightmares. No keeping watch. No reaching for his wand in the dark. Just sleep. Deep, total, the sleep of someone who'd been tired for a very long time and was, at last, letting himself rest. The morning came. Sunlight through the window. The smell of bacon from downstairs. Hedwig hooting for attention. The distant, muffled sound of Sirius arriving by Flo and immediately starting an argument with James about something trivial. Harry opened his eyes. The ceiling of his bedroom looked back at him, no painted snitches, just plain white plaster with a crack in the corner that Lily kept meaning to fix. His room. His life. His morning. He got up. Showered. Dressed in jeans and a t-shirt and went downstairs to the kitchen, where his father was burning eggs and his mother was rescuing the toast and Sirius was reading the prophet with his feet on the table and Hedwig was stealing bacon off James's plate. "Morning," Harry said. "Morning, love," Lily said. "Tea's on the counter." "Your father's ruined the eggs again," Sirius announced. "They're not ruined, they're rustic," James protested. "They're charcoal, prongs. Rustic charcoal." Harry poured his tea. Sat at the table. Stole a piece of bacon from the plate before Hedwig could get it. The morning was bright and ordinary and exactly like 1,000 mornings before it. He was going to see Ron and Hermione that afternoon. Neville on Saturday. Hogwarts in September. 5th year, OWLs, whatever came next. He didn't know what came next. For the first time in 2 lifetimes, the future was genuinely unknown, unwritten, unscripted, not dictated by prophecy or war or the echoes of a timeline that no longer existed. It was terrifying. It was liberating. It was, Harry was beginning to understand, the whole point. He'd come back for this. Not for the power, not for the war, not for the chance to fix what was broken. He'd come back for mornings in a kitchen with burnt eggs and stolen bacon. For the sound of his mother's voice and his father's laugh. For Sirius's feet on the table and Remus's Sunday visits and Ron's terrible chess commentary and Hermione's relentless questions and Neville's quiet courage. For the people. Always for the people. And now, after the nursery, the horcruxes, the remnant, the battles, the trials, the grief, the guilt, the long slow process of learning to live in a world he'd built, he had them. All of them. Safe and whole and his. Harry sat in his parents' kitchen and drank his tea and ate his bacon and listened to the people he loved argue about eggs and thought, this is enough. This is everything. This is what I chose. The boy who lived twice had made his choice. Not the choice to fight, or to die, or to come back, or to carry the burden of power and knowledge and an impossible history. The choice to stay. To be here, in this morning, in this kitchen, in this life. To rest. Outside, The sun climbed over Godric's Hollow, warming the cottage at the end of the lane, the roses on the fence, the garden where a boy had once practiced Patronus charms and produced a silver stag that made his father cry. The village stirred. The world turned. And Harry Potter, the boy who chose, sat with his family in the light of an ordinary morning and was, at last, simply and completely home.